Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. But before we delve into tonight's stories, I want to tell you something I've poured my heart into. My new book, Back to Acts, the Apostolic Story. It's a deep dive into the history of Oneness Pentecostalism, tracing the apostolic message from the book of Acts all the way to the modern day. If you've ever wondered how the early church message resurfaced in the 20th century, this book breaks it all down, chapter by chapter, story by story. Get your copy now on Amazon. The link will be in the description down below. It is available for both paperback and Kindle versions. Make sure to go to the link in the description down below, get your copy, and join me on the journey back to Acts. But anyways, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. So there's this one memory from when I was around 12 that still gives me chills when I think about it. It was a family trip to an amusement park. You know, one of those days filled with excitement and anticipation. I was itching to try out this roller coaster, the kind that's short but crazy fast. Anyway, I'm waiting in line with my family and there's this kid in front of me, about 10 years old with his mom. The coaster we're about to get on has 3 layers stacked on top of each other, and it loops around 3 times before it ends. It's a pretty intense ride to say the least. So we're on the coaster picking up speed, wind whipping through our hair, and suddenly I notice the kid in front of me leaning out beyond the safety of the ride. My heart just about stops because I see these thick support beams coming up fast. And then it happens. The kid's head narrowly misses getting scraped by one of those beams. I mean, it was so close that I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The kid's okay, thankfully. But man, it was a terrifying moment. Looking back, I realized that my memory may have exaggerated things a bit, but the fear that I felt in that moment was real. It's definitely made me more cautious on thrill rides ever since. So this is technically a near-death/death experience, I guess. A hospital that I used to work at used mechanical compressors. So instead of people doing chest compressions, we would strap this machine on and let it do the work. It was actually pretty effective. Got the call to a code. Patient was out. Strap the machine on. Patient wakes up and starts yelling at us to stop. It hurts. Turn the machine off. Patient goes down again. Turn the machine on. Patient wakes up. We did this for what felt like forever. The patient by the end was crying and asking what was happening every time we started the machine. In the end, we were not able to save the patient. It still stands out as one of the most traumatic things that I've seen or done in my 20+ years of working in the medical field. And that includes working in big city trauma centers. We coded a roughly 50-year-old lady in the ER for like 10 or 15 rounds once that was showing pulseless electrical activity, PEA, a rhythm where the heart is circulating almost no blood and essentially flatlining. On the monitor, and the doctor running the code was about to call it. The people switching off on compressions were already starting to drip with sweat, and some were looking at him like, "You gonna call it or what?" After one nurse spoke up, He ordered one more round of EPI and chest compressions and encouraged us to keep going. Probably already the longest code I had seen a doctor do without any reassuring results. Sure enough, she goes back into a normal sinus rhythm after this last round, and we stabilize and ship her to the ICU. 5 days later, she comes back through the ER to thank us, speaking in clear, coherent sentences. I've never been much more shocked by a patient experience than to see this woman wheel back through the ER, looking like she had a minor bad day. Not only did I expect her to make it out of the code, but I also didn't expect her to make it out of the ICU, as not many discharge. And when she did, I sure didn't expect her to have the energy to come back and visit us, to expect gratitude with no speech deficits, or difficulty forming cohesive thoughts. This particular doctor was usually quick to call codes that seemed to be going nowhere, so I'm not sure what made him do things differently this day. But he must have seen something that none of us did, and I'm glad that he did. I haven't talked to him in years, but maybe I'll reach out to him and ask now that I'm talking about it. Edit. I texted him and asked what made him run that code so many times, and he just simply said, "You just go off of your gut." I'm not a doctor, but I am a lawyer, a former public defender. I had a client charged with assault with a deadly weapon. The guy my client shot went to the hospital and coded out in the ambulance. The ER doctor testifying at trial said a cop had accompanied the victim and EMS to the hospital. The doctor apparently went up to the cop and told him since they had several medical students observing at the hospital, they were going to rotate them in and do another round of CPR for the experience. While the med students were doing the CPR, the guy quote-unquote came back to life and tried to get up from the ER table. I'm the opposite here, but a nurse later told me that the look that I had on my face during this interaction was unlike anything he'd ever seen. I'm going to be vague about the specifics, but I had a fairly serious emergency operation that required me to be put firmly under for a good amount of time. Everything was happening very quickly around me, and the last thing that I remember is them wheeling me into the OR and telling me to count down from 10. I didn't make it to 1, as you'd expect. While under, I had a life-changing NDE that to this day I have feelings about. But that's not really the point. During it, I actually concluded that I had died and was comfortable in going on to whatever happens next, as the whole point of the near-death experience was to prepare me for the transition from life to life in a way that I'd specifically understand and be convinced by. Before I had the chance to transition in the way the near-death experience told me I would, I was jolted out of the experience in a way that I can only describe as what I imagine a big electronic device might feel, if it could, when being turned on after having its power off. I was like shocked back into reality, unexpectedly, and the pain was overwhelming. For a good 1 to 2 minutes, I couldn't move any of my limbs or speak, and I was just drooling on myself in a semi-upright position on the slab. As I gained some mobility, I could see that the operation had already been completed, as the repairs, if you will, were done, and in the state they'd end up in. The nurse came over to me and asked if I was ready to start the operation, which absolutely floored me. I was looking at the end result and felt like my consciousness had desynced with time. Apparently, I just mumbled, "Start the operation? It's already done." before blacking out and waking up a day later. The nurse said that he'd never seen anyone have the look that I had in that exchange. I attempted to unalive myself a few years ago by hanging myself with an extension cord. I had no pulse when the police arrived, but nobody is really sure how long I was up there. I was resuscitated in the ambulance, but was in a coma for a little under 2 weeks. Anyway, all I remember is a feeling similar to general anesthesia once I jumped off the table. But for the 5 seconds before it went black, I was in total panic and had a total change of heart from the confidence in my decision to end it seconds before. And then, it was just nothing, like a deep sleep. And when I finally awoke from the coma, it was like finally reaching the surface of the pool after diving too deep. I was in the same panic that I was immediately after I jumped from my table. Like I just blinked instead of being knocked out for 2 weeks. So to answer your question, I don't remember anything at all. It was like being in a deep, dreamless sleep. Perhaps if I had regained consciousness immediately after being resuscitated, I'd remember something more interesting. But yeah, nothing is about all that I can offer. When I was 8, I learned how to fix small engines. That being said, my dad had an old flathead Briggs & Stratton 5.5 horsepower engine that didn't work. He also had a riding lawnmower that had no engine nor blades. He gave me the task of getting the engine running. I could put it on the riding lawnmower and have fun whenever. I was so anxious at school the next day. Well, that day I tore apart the motor and had it running by bedtime. The next day, we had the thing mounted and riding around. Flash forward a few weeks. Me and my older sister were out riding when my shoelace got caught on the back spindle. It pulled me off and was dragging me. Mind you, only going as fast as it would go. My sister stopped and went in reverse, which caused her to go right onto me. The chain and chain wheel caught my lower right back, ripping my skin open and pulling my large and small intestine out, severing my right lung, breaking my spine in 2 places, and shredding my right kidney. I felt the thing roll onto me and then everything went blank. Couldn't see, couldn't move, couldn't speak, nothing. No pain either. All I remember was the blackness. After my father got my heart beating again, I remember lying there in pain. Also remember feeling my back and short of breath. I felt what I still believe as my stomach in my hand while I was feeling my back. Once I was in the ambulance, everything went blank, except this time I saw myself laying there and the medic shocking me. I felt a hard pull and was back in myself. A few minutes later, I was on a table with strangers in white all around me. I remember them in a panic, then standing next to my grandmother who passed when I was 3. She told me she was my Nana. We were there watching them jolt my heart with tiny round paddles. She kept telling me it was okay. They called my death time at 6:06 p.m. Then all of a sudden I wake up and I'm all fixed and stapled up. My parents told me that I had died 3 times. The first for 5 minutes. The second was a little more than 12 minutes. But the last time was astonishing to the doctors. My heart stopped beating for 20 minutes. My parents made them continue jolting my heart. They told me that the doctor kept telling them that I was going to have a 98% chance of being brain dead. I'm 25 years old now, and I'm healthy as ever. I'm fully capable of walking as well. Thank you for reading. I was stabbed in the stomach with a fillet knife by my schizophrenic uncle when I was 15 years old. I remember freaking out, lying on the floor hyperventilating while I was bleeding out. I had tried to crawl up from my basement to phone 911, but I was so weak, and every time I moved I started bleeding harder. I remember passing out and having the sensation like I was leaving a dark room and moving outside into the sun. I stopped panicking, and this feeling of pure contentment settled over me. I was floating over a garden where all of the plants were giving off light, and I could see a huge amorphous shape above me that was made up of every color in existence, including colors I have never seen before and couldn't possibly describe. The shape seemed familiar, like I was a part of it, and it was beckoning to me and filling me with pure ecstasy and understanding as I looked at it. Then a man who looked like an awful lot like Dream from the Sandman comics, which I was obsessed with at the time, walked over to me through the garden and told me that I couldn't go home yet, that it wasn't time. I started weeping, but I was filled with a feeling of understanding, like I knew that I had to go back, despite not wanting to. The man had tears streaming down his face, and he took my hand and led me back to my body, which was in an ambulance. My older brother had found me and called 911. 4 years later, I experienced a kind of weak flashback/replay of the feeling that I had while looking at the giant shape in the sky while I was on psilocybin mushrooms. It felt like I was intimately connected to every aspect of the universe, and that all things that could be known were understood intuitively in that state, like an all-encompassing answer to some divine question. But I couldn't put it into words or symbols of any sort. It was all so obvious in that moment. I felt omniscient and omnipresent, but it was a shadow of the feeling I had during my near-death experience. I didn't have any religion in my upbringing, and I've never been inclined to believe in any sort of organized spirituality. But those two experiences were so vivid and otherworldly that they have convinced me that there are dimensions to existence that are beyond our current ability to grasp in a tangible, scientific way. It felt like I had pressed my face up against some sort of veil and looked through a pinhole at something beyond imagining. People have told me that it was all just the simple product of brain chemistry, and that there is nothing spooky about my experience. But I honestly have trouble taking them seriously, because none of them had actually experienced anything like it. I challenge anyone to have an experience like this, and not come away highly skeptical about our current scientific worldview. There seems to be this undercurrent of feeling among some that we are rapidly approaching a comprehensive and objective view of reality, that science is in its twilight years, and that we are just tying up some loose ends. But my experience has led me to believe that the cosmos is much more mysterious than anyone but the most original thinkers are giving it credit for. Thank you for listening. Growing up, my father used to tell me of an experience that he had while having open heart surgery. The doctors had to stop his heart for about 20 or 30 minutes while they inserted a mechanical valve into his heart. At the time, he was in his early 20s and was involved in a lot of bad activity that he says he is ashamed of now. Anyway, while my dad was dead, he said that he was in a very dark place, and as he wandered around, he started running into very scary people who were deformed and screaming at him. He ran for his entire life into a corner and hid. And just before the people got to him, he looked up and saw his deceased grandmother reach her hand down and grab him. The next thing my dad remembered, he was back in the hospital. He's convinced that he was temporarily in hell. I don't know if this was just a dream state or something, but I've never seen my dad so convinced in his life. It was enough for him to turn his life around and turn to religion, and more importantly, come back to his family that he had left behind. I saw a field with trees on both sides. I could see water. I felt like there was an ocean on one side of the path. If you can imagine the fields that electrical lines go through, where there are no residents and they just clear out the area for the power lines, it was like that. There was a tree in the middle and a well-worn path around it. I was walking that path. It looked like an oak tree. It was very large, and presence came to walk with me. I told it that I was ill, and that this seemed like a nice place. The entity, I'm non-religious so I don't know what it was, told me that I was not done and that I should return, that I would be happy one day. It was so peaceful, beautiful, but the foremost seemed dark and scary. The trees on both sides seemed a place that I did not want to go. I only wanted to go towards the water. Then I saw a bright light and I woke up in the ICU. I hope this doesn't turn into some kind of religious debate or some kind of medical versus spirituality thing. This was just my experience. Take it as that. My sister was shot while she was walking her dogs in our small town in Alaska. The bullet ricocheted around, piercing her bowels in 9 places. Even though we had one of the best Rhodes Scholar docs in the north at our ER, and the only flight out of town was miraculously minutes away from takeoff and held up to fly her to Anchorage, she bled out and died on the operating room table. She knows, because she vividly remembers everything that the surgeons said as she lied dead on the table. What she told me later is remarkable. She recalls drifting up and into a very bright light. She was no longer in pain and felt compelled to travel into the brilliance. It led to an amazing river. Seriously, the look on her face when she describes this place helps me realize that radiant, endless joy is not just a possibility, but an eventuality. She describes playing in a river that consisted of pure knowledge. Anything she ever wanted to know was at her fingertips. As she played in this amazing river, she could sense figures on the distant shore. They were our people, she explained. Our family, our animals, all waiting patiently for her to finish playing in the river and wade towards them on the shore. Though she was not ready to leave the marvelous river, she knew without being told that they would wait patiently and joyfully. But she never made it to the shore. As she was playing, an amazing thing happened. Seriously, people, if you could look and see the look on her face when she describes this next part, you would laugh for pure joy. A being approached her. She did not know what it was, except to describe it as pure, unconditional, ebullient love. It radiated love. It pulsed love. and all things diminished before the radiance of that love. The next part makes me chuckle a bit, even though that seems out of place. She said it spoke to her and said that she had to go back, that it wasn't her time. She said, like a little kid, but I don't want to. When she recounts this experience, she emphasizes that to be in proximity of that being is all there is. She describes it as a completion, a peace, a welcoming. To leave was incomprehensible, but to decline was also incomprehensible. She felt infused with a purpose. Very, very reluctantly she returned to life. She is amazing. They patched her femoral artery and explained that the graft would eventually give. In all probability, she will die within minutes. Living with that sword of Damocles should be terrifying. No, to her it's a promise that she will get to return. Life is what we're here to do, she explains. But after is sweet, benevolent, all-encompassing love. With every single breath, my sister is heartbeats from death, and I have never met anyone who is more alive and fearless. A man came and spoke to one of my classes this semester about his near-death experience, and it gave me great comfort, so I wanted to share it here. He was kayaking with a friend, and ended up flipping his and being sucked under by the current. He was sucked into a pipe under the water and struggled to get out, almost made it and was sucked back in. He passed out, and his friend saw his lifeless body being tossed down the river. This is how he described his experience in the moments that he was unconscious. He was in a dark place, almost like a cave, only the walls were soft and velvety. At the end of this cave was a beautiful kaleidoscope of colors. He made it sound similar to a stained glass window. And on the other side of this colored glass, dark figures were passing by. He said that all sense of time was lost, and it felt like his wife and kids would come join him at any minute. He said it was the most comforting and peaceful feeling he has ever experienced. He said that he had the strong sense that God wanted him and everyone there so badly, and that you must have to do something pretty terrible to go to hell, because he wasn't the greatest of guys before this. His friend was able to catch up to his body and revive him, and he said now he feels a stronger connection with everyone and is grateful to have had this experience. I hope this was calming to some of you like it was to me. Some of the posts on here are pretty scary. Many others on this thread have voiced similar occurrences, and from my studies in transcendental psychology, near-death experiences and the like, it is documented that there are commonalities that are documented from such experiences, so there is a lot of truth to be taken from these accounts. The following is my own. Just before my 18th birthday, during the summer after graduating high school, I was tearing around on a three-wheeler with friends. This old trike was not cared for by the owners, but I didn't know that, so I was doing my best to whiz around just as fast as the newer quads I was riding with. I broke off from the group and ended up hitting a slight bump and forcing the pins holding the front axle to the frame to shear in two, thus rendering the trike into two entirely separate pieces. The image in your mind may now be me with my butt falling behind on the main portion of the trike, whilst my front, still grasping to the handlebars in disbelief, is falling forward, causing a rift in my seating position. The handlebars bounced up and struck just below my voice box, effectively internally severing my trachea. I fell to the ground and was promptly run over by the back half of the trach, which broke my leg and ended up being the boring part of the story. In shock, I stood and tried to call for help, but as those of you paying attention may have surmised, I was unable to force air past my voice box due to the crushed and severed windpipe, and I eventually fell over into a more or less fetal position. When they found me and gathered around while waiting for the paramedics to arrive, it was a 15-minute chopper flight. I accepted my fate. I was about to die. I told those friends and family around me that I loved them and my time had come, and I told them goodbye. Once paramedics arrived, I described to them that my collarbone had broken and went through my windpipe and out the back of my neck, even though there was no external injury. They, being paramedics, did what they were trained to do and got me on a stretcher and used a BVM in an attempt to get oxygenated air into my body. This failed as they did not have any inkling that the air had no guidance system and simply filled up my body cavity. Eventually, I was on a helicopter when I passed out. From here, there are two stories to tell, the one that I experienced and the one that occurred through others' experiences. I'm going to tell my own first. I died. As I was fading, I had the realization that death was imminent and thought, aren't I supposed to see a tunnel and light and all that nonsense? Then it happened. I saw the tunnel and light. Only after I made the realization of what was occurring and connected it to our culturally normative thoughts behind what happens at the time of death did I see that tunnel. This has led me to recognize how ingrained cultural beliefs are and how far they can be from reality. Memory fades, but this has lasted vividly for many years since its occurrence. As has mentioned, the feeling of complete oneness with all of existence was my main perception. That the self is not me or I, but rather one as many or all as one. There is actually a Family Guy sketch where they're stuck in purgatory that gives a decent visual example, and it is simply white nothingness. Except not nothingness, but simply an all-encompassing light. That was it for me. There was no concept of time or space, just existence along with the whole of everything, including the number 42. What happened in the world was this. The chopper took me towards a large urban medical center, a 45-minute flight. But when the technicians realized that I wouldn't make it that far, they turned around and went to the small local hospital. There, a team of surgeons couldn't figure out what was wrong. So one bright young lad went and decided in order to save my life, which was quickly drifting away. At this point, my blood oxygen count was well below normal, and brain death was a real possibility. Decided to slice open my chest and figure it out. There, they found a mess of a torn trachea, and did a quick fix by sticking a tube in and shipping me off to a different medical center, where I spent the next 6 hours in intensive surgery with a team of doctors who were prepared to break my chest and ribs to get at my collapsed trach, which would inevitably recoil behind my heart, as the trachea is like a stretched spring inside your chest. Drainage tubes for my lungs were installed, which I still proudly show as scars. And they were a host of balloons to keep my lungs and trachea from collapsing. I spent a week in a coma, and another so doped up that I saw golden retrievers dancing with purple hippos in the ICU. It was an exciting and terrifying hospital stay for the next 30 days. Since my family was told that I died, would be brain damaged, maybe a vegetable, etc., while I was asleep, you can understand that they were and still are some strong feelings regarding the incident. However, when I was told that I would need a tube in my neck to breathe for the rest of my life, and therefore would not be able to swim again, I promptly said screw that, and made up my mind to recuperate. although I was still high enough to wonder why I couldn't just swim backstroke and keep the tube out of the water. Within 12 months, I was competing in college nationals, and now I race Ironmans, always showing off my scars. This is the full story of how I remember my death experience. I played nose tackle on the football team when I was in high school. During one full-speed scrimmage between first-string offense and defense, I got caught on a draw play to the left of the center, from my perspective. At the time, a middle linebacker followed me into the weakness I thought I found in the offensive line. This meant that there was my 200 pounds sprinting forward into an oncoming, 180-pound running back, with a 170-pound linebacker pushing forward behind me. The running back had gotten much lower than I had and put his face mask straight into my sternum. The combined force of the three of us on my chest led to a blunt force trauma of my heart. I immediately had chest pains, but thought I'd just had the wind knocked out of me. As I stumbled off the field, the head coach yelled at me to get back onto the field. I tried to respond but couldn't find the air to speak. I tried to remove my helmet, but couldn't find the strength to pry the snaps apart. I made it about 5 feet off of the field and collapsed. I laid there on my back for a few seconds before I remember my friends yelling for the trainer. I still couldn't breathe, and my chest felt like I was having an asthma attack from hell. A few moments later, a junior college-aged kid, the trainer, appeared over me. He took off my helmet and proceeded to ask me a ton of questions. I could barely speak my responses, and then, maybe only a word at a time. This may seem odd, but I remember the coach called for a water break during the trainer's line of questioning. From several yards away, well too far to gauge the situation on his own, the coach asked the trainer how I was doing. The trainer said I was fine and just hyperventilating from an acute asthma attack. He asked his assistant to get my inhaler from his office. I laid there on my back with a chest pain that felt like an elephant was sitting on me, at the same time as a knife was cutting me in half. Life seemed to slow down, and everything felt like an eternity. The trainer's assistant returned with my inhaler, and they did their best to give me 2 pumps. I didn't respond to the medicine like the trainer thought I would, and he froze there kneeling over me. He kept repeating something to himself, but I couldn't hear it. My hearing was fading in and out, and I was only catching bits and pieces. The trainer and his assistant removed my shoulder pads and jersey. Maybe that would help me breathe better. Time seemed to slow down even more, and I felt like I was gulping for air. I had lost all sense of relativity. I don't remember what triggered it, but the trainer called my mom to ask her what she wanted him to do. After he relayed the situation to my mom, she asked him why he was calling her and why he hadn't called 911. I vaguely remember the panicked look on the trainer's face as he sort of asked and told the coach that he was calling 911. An eternity passed. The sky was blue. Forever came and went. I couldn't move. More blue sky. It got lonely. I couldn't see anyone anymore. Just sky. No sound. No air. I tried talking, but all that would come out was nonsense. Suddenly, there were paramedics. This is where my memory starts to get really spotty. I'm in an ambulance. It's not moving. Now the ambulance is moving. What's happening? Why am I in an ambulance? The paramedic is talking to me, but I can't hear him. He's moving so fast. He looks nervous. The inside of the ambulance is shaking. Suddenly, whiteness. Where am I? So white and bright. Then dark. Then white and blurry. Then dark. There's a doctor-looking guy and he's with my mom. They're talking. She's crying. Where am I? I'm in a bed. Is this a dentist's office? Why am I at the dentist? Wait, this is a hospital. Why am I at a hospital? Where was I last? I was... Whiteness. I was in the whiteness, but where was that? The blue sky. I was looking at the blue sky, but where was that? Why am I here? I'm confused. A nurse came in. She told me to relax and try to remain calm. She was taking blood from an IV port on my wrist. When did the guy with the fear of needles, get an IV port? Time goes by, but I have no idea how much. Then another nurse comes in. Maybe it's not a nurse, but some sort of hospital assistant. They're moving me to a room because I'm going to have to stay a while. I'm still so out of it, and everything feels surreal. I fall asleep. When I wake up in my room, my mom is there. She's a nurse at this Kaiser hospital, and she tells me what I missed. I had a type of heart injury that is very rare. Several tests and images were done, and the doctor wants to talk to me about it. I have no recollection of the imaging events. The doctor comes in while my mom is in the room with me. He explains that the type of heart injury that I sustained is similar to injuries that were seen in random automobile accidents from the mid-1900s. Basically, my heart sustained an injurious impact right around the moment it was in the valley portion of its beat. If I remember correctly, this is the point when the heart is resting and most vulnerable. The injury caused my heart to slow down and stop. I was dead for about 2 minutes, in the ambulance and the ER. The whole time span from when I was injured until I woke up in the hospital room with my mom was about 15 hours. I spent just over a week in the hospital afterward. This was in 1996. I've since learned that this type of injury was rare, but more common before seatbelts had airbags, were regularly used in cars. My aunt had an experience like this when she was 18. She always suffered of chronic seizures that made her pass out. One day she had one while no one was around. She was later found by my grandmother. The doctors luckily arrived in time to resuscitate her. She explained that she was in the brightest, most peaceful hallway. She wandered aimlessly through it until she found a massive door closed on one end. She told my grandmother that she tried as hard as she could to open the door. Tapping, slamming, even kicking it would not allow the doors to break free. She looked back to see the back of the corridor gone, replaced with an emergency room. She was lying on a stretcher while multiple nurses and doctors were frantically working to revive her. She gave up on the door, turned around and led for the surgery room. She inevitably reached the room and re-entered her body. She passed away at the age of 42 about 9 months ago. Heart failure after multiple seizures. She left behind 2 young daughters and a husband. We like to think that the doors finally opened for her. I don't mention it too often, although I did mention it once when a question like this was asked. At first it's nothing. No sound, no wind, no light, no weight. It's like the weight of the world just disappears, and you're in the deep end of the pool just floating there. No matter how far you reach out, you can't grab anything. It isn't cold. It isn't hot. It isn't painful. It was absolute nothing, and it felt like I was there for a long time. After a while, there's a flash of light all around me. I felt a small tingle shoot down my body, and I don't know what happened, but I start falling. Like I suddenly just fell from some place up high. It's like when the school bully comes out of nowhere and just shoves you to the ground, or you trust fall onto someone and they don't catch you. It was a long fall. The light faded, and I was back into the deep end of the pool. After a while longer, I started to see images of myself. I heard nothing, and I only saw me. I don't remember what it was that I did, but it was something important. There's another flash and I can hear voices. Then it fades away again. I don't know exactly what happened, but I woke up in the hospital with my family next to me. The ambulance staff said that I suddenly woke up after they revived me and walked into the ambulance truck and went to sleep. The first thing I could say was that my Nana is proud of our family. I was 13 when this happened. Hit by a bus, killed on impact. I was dead for 6 minutes. They almost gave up on me. What was 6 minutes in real time felt longer for me. The weird thing is that I liked it. I felt at peace. There was nothing holding me back and no violence. It was just me, and I liked it that way. I passed out in my father's arms, and I was still able to hear things. I heard everything while being carried through A&E to the resuscitation ward. I could feel and hear everything but not move, and it was really scary. I felt all the tubes and things being poked into my body, and lots of beeping equipment and stuff. It sounded like about 5 to 10 doctors were around shouting and trying to save me. They started talking about all my stats dropping, and I heard them telling my parents that I was probably going to die. The heart rate monitor turned to a constant beep, and I heard my mother screaming and squeezing my hand and shaking me. I was still in my passed out state, hearing and feeling but not being able to move or talk for about 3 seconds, until the 2 senses I did have disappeared, and I was in complete darkness for a short while, just with my thoughts. After that short while, I began to hear a kind of blinky noise, a bit like a xylophone. Then lots of little colored lights appeared that were blinking on and off very slowly. It was like I was floating around space, and they were little blinking planets. There was one big white planet that was not blinking, and I felt like I was moving through the other planets towards it. At this point, I had realized I was dead and was just thinking about my life, my family, and the people that I love. It was really peaceful. I was like that for what felt like hours, until I began to hear my mom and dad again crying, and the doctors telling them that I was coming back. Then, the easiest way to explain how I got back to my body would be after you die on Battlefield 3, and you're in the menu choosing a class. Then you suddenly get resuscitated by someone else. That is pretty much exactly what it felt like. I was in my body for a short while in the passed out state again, hearing and feeling but no sight or movement, until I opened my eyes and saw my parents next to my bed. Then I started to laugh and would have sat up to hug them, but I couldn't move because of all the things that I was plugged into. I ended up staying in the hospital for a week and a bit, and missed a few GCSE exams. Prologue. Turns out I have very acute asthma, and had been on a long bike ride the night before with my lonesome. I had a bit of a chesty cough, and didn't get any sleep that night due to much trouble breathing. I had just assumed that I had a chest infection. Not once did I associate it with asthma. My dad made me stay home from school that day, but he had to go to work, so I was by myself. I was having serious difficulty breathing and could not move to ring my mom. She ended up coming to see me, finding me in my bed, unable to move. She immediately took me to the doctor's surgery, who said it was just a chest infection and gave me some antibiotics and said that it would fix itself. I went back home, still having a lot of difficulty breathing, and stayed there for a short while. My dad came home from work early for other reasons and found me suffocating on the floor. He immediately took me to the nearest hospital, and as he parked the car, my breathing was cut off entirely, which was the scariest moment of my entire life. I started to hit my dad because now I was truly suffocating. He ditched the car out of the front of the hospital and carried me in his arms. I passed out while he was running through reception. I now have 3 actuators, hardcore inhalers, an anti-inflammatory for my throat and nose, and check up with the doctors every few weeks. My dad also feels extremely bad for leaving me that morning because he did not realize that it was so serious. This'll probably get buried, but I was gone for a few minutes, and the going out was strangely similar to an Alex Grey painting. All of the things I had seen, like faces and landscapes, converged on themselves, creating tinier reflections of each other in endless waves, until they were so fragmented that everything went black. It was the most peaceful feeling in the world, or out of it, and I was disintegrated into nothing and everything. I don't know what or who gave me the signal, but at some point I was notified that if I didn't start breathing, I would stay there. The scary part is that I wanted to. I had never known such satisfaction and oneness, but the love of someone on the other side made me take that first breath. Coming back wasn't the same. It was just all at once. I was just there, confused and hollow feeling. I remember it rained and I cried. It was hard to adjust in my mind because I had never wanted to die before. But being there was so different than what I had thought it would be like. It's true, it was a blackness, but not because it was empty. It was black because there was so much detail and complexity that it was simple. It feels weird to describe now because I have since found a love in being a part of one thread in the blanket again. But I wanted to share because I always thought that it was odd that I remembered. My mom died on April Fool's Day in 1997. She was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital due to internal bleeding. She said the last thing she remembered before the death dream was the piercing blue color of the paramedic's eyes. Then the dream came. She was on a golf course, and everyone she had ever met in her life was standing on the hills looking at her. There was a massive storm, and she held on to the nearest tree as her body was being shredded by this horrible, vicious storm. She said eventually the storm stopped. She collapsed in a heap on the ground and the sun came out, and then she came out of her coma. She was dead for a matter of minutes, and in a coma for 10 days. I was drowning. My high school friends and I got some inner tubes, some screwdrivers, and a bunch of rope and went rafting down a local river. We tied our inner tubes together so we wouldn't drift apart. After a couple minutes, it became clear that my tube, which was an inflatable crocodile pool toy, was leaking. But the river was pretty gentle, so we kept going. It stayed gentle until we got to the bridge. We didn't manage to get untangled in time, and our flotilla crashed right into a pillar. My inflatable crocodile and I were in the front. I hit it full force, then was pushed down when the rest of our fleet came crashing in. I went down. The river had been gentle, but there were currents around the pillars, and I couldn't get back up. My crocodile shot up and away from me. I was sucked down and it was very dark. I tried to use the pillar to reorient myself, but the water was pulling hard. This is when things get fuzzy. A friend reached down to try and save me. I nearly dragged her down. Everything was flailing in panic and dark. And then there was just the dark and peace. I remember the calm. I felt like I was in the belly of the sea, that I'd sunk under the world and somewhere better. It was like coming home after a long day. Then there was a painful burst of light that felt like it tore me inside out. I exploded out of the water and through the air, but at the time it was just pain and cold.
then the slap of hitting the water again. And then I wasn't drowning anymore. I was in shallow waters, which was good. I felt like the world was unfamiliar, and like I hadn't seen this place or those people in years. My friends told me later that I'd popped out of the water, like a cork, and went sprawling through the air. I ended up well downstream from them, which seems odd. Perhaps I let myself drift and don't remember. The next day was our last day of high school. A couple days later, our graduation. After that, I didn't see any of those friends again. But somewhere, in an old friend's scrapbook is an apology from me for almost drowning her. In mine, there's a hand-drawn in memoriam for my deceased crocodile.
This story will leave you questioning what lurks in the shadows of small-town America. This is the story of the Springfield Three, a disappearance so baffling, it's left investigators scratching their heads for decades. It all began in the quiet town of Springfield, Missouri, in the summer of 1992. Cheryl Levitt, a single mother, and her daughter Suzanne Streeter were looking forward to a night of celebration. Suzanne had just graduated from high school, and what better way to mark the occasion than with a girls' night in? They invited Suzanne's friend, Stacy McCall, over to join the festivities. But as the night wore on, what should have been a joyous occasion turned into a nightmare. The next morning, Cheryl, Suzanne, and Stacy were nowhere to be found. Their cars were parked outside, their purses and belongings left behind. But of the women themselves, there was no sign. As news of their disappearance spread, the tight-knit community of Springfield was thrown into a frenzy. Search parties scoured the town. Investigators combed through leads. But as the days turned into weeks and then months, hope began to fade. To this day, the fate of Springfield Three remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American history. What happened to Cheryl, Suzanne, and Stacy on that fateful night? Were they abducted by a stranger, or did someone closer to home hold the key to their disappearance? Theories abound, each one more chilling than the last. Some speculate that the women stumbled upon something they weren't meant to see, while others believe that they were targeted by a predator, lurking in the shadows of their own community. But one thing is for certain. The truth is out there, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to seek it. Until then, the Springfield Three will remain a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks just beneath the surface of small-town America. This is the captivating story of Amy Lynn Bradley, a young woman whose disappearance on the high seas continues to baffle and intrigue to this day. In the balmy summer of 1998, Amy embarked on a Caribbean cruise adventure with her family, seeking sun-soaked days and the promise of adventure on the open waters. Little did they know that their journey would take an unexpected and harrowing turn, forever altering the course of their lives. As the cruise ship glided through the azure waters, Amy, with her infectious smile and zest for life, reveled in the excitement of the voyage. Yet, one faithful night, amidst the laughter and camaraderie, tragedy struck. Amy vanished without a trace, leaving her family stricken with shock and disbelief. The details of that night remain shrouded in uncertainty, like a dense fog rolling in from the sea. Some speculate that Amy, perhaps disoriented or overcome by the allure of the ocean, may have accidentally fallen overboard, swallowed by the vast expanse of water that stretched out before them. Yet, as investigators delve deeper into the case, darker theories began to emerge. Could Amy have been the victim of foul play, abducted from the safety of her own ship by someone with sinister intentions? Sightings of a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Amy have been reported over the years, tantalizing clues that offer a glimmer of hope to her family, but also raise unsettling questions about what really transpired on that fateful night. The years have passed, but the mystery of Amy Lynn Bradley's disappearance endures, etched into the annals of maritime lore like a cryptic message in a bottle. Her family, haunted by unanswered questions and the ache of loss, continue to search for answers, clinging to hope, even as the currents of time threaten to wash away their resolve. As the sun sets on another day, casting a golden glow upon the restless sea, one can't help but wonder what secrets lie hidden beneath its shimmering surface. And until the truth is finally revealed, the enigma of Amy Lynn Bradley will remain a haunting reminder of the fragile line between serenity and peril on the high seas. Let's dive into the haunting mystery surrounding Rebecca Coriam's disappearance, unraveling the threads of intrigue and uncertainty that have captivated the world. Rebecca, a vibrant and adventurous young woman, found herself embarking on the opportunity of a lifetime in 2011 when she secured a position as a youth counselor aboard a Disney cruise ship. It was a dream job for the 24-year-old from Chester, England, allowing her to combine her passion for travel with her love for working with children. However, what began as a journey filled with excitement and promise soon took a chilling turn. On March 22, 2011, while the ship was sailing off the coast of Mexico, Rebecca vanished without a trace. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance are as baffling as they are distressing. Initial reports suggested that Rebecca was last seen on the ship's deck, talking on the phone, her demeanor appearing troubled. However, conflicting accounts emerged, with some crew members recalling seeing her in good spirits earlier that day. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case is the alleged CCTV footage that purportedly captured Rebecca in a distressed state shortly before she disappeared. However, the footage has not been publicly released, leaving many questions unanswered. As news of Rebecca's disappearance spread, a massive search effort was launched, spanning both the ship and the surrounding waters. Despite the extensive search and rescue operations conducted by maritime authorities, no sign of Rebecca was found. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. In the wake of Rebecca's disappearance, theories and speculation ran rampant. Some suggested that she may have fallen overboard, a tragic accident that would account for her sudden disappearance. Others, however, entertained darker possibilities, hinting at the potential involvement of foul play. Rebecca's family, devastated by her disappearance, refused to give up hope. They tirelessly campaigned for answers, calling for a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding her vanishing. Private investigators were enlisted to aid in the search for clues, yet the truth remained frustratingly elusive. As the years passed, the case of Rebecca Coriam's disappearance continued to captivate the public's attention, featured in documentaries and news reports that sought to shed light on the mystery. Yet, despite the passage of time, no conclusive answers have been found. To this day, the fate of Rebecca Coriam remains unknown, her disappearance serving as a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden beneath the surface of the sea. Until the truth is uncovered, her family and loved ones continue to cling to hope, their hearts filled with the bittersweet memories of a young woman whose light was extinguished far too soon. Buckle up, folks, because we're about to journey into one of the most perplexing mysteries in recent memory: the disappearance of Maura Murray, a young woman whose vanishing act in rural New Hampshire continues to baffle investigators and armchair detectives alike. In February of 2004, Maura, a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, seemingly vanished into thin air after crashing her car on a desolate stretch of road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. What began as a routine drive quickly spiraled into a baffling enigma that has left countless of questions in its wake. The events leading up to Maura's disappearance are shrouded in mystery and speculation. On the evening of February 9th, Maura borrowed her father's car and set off on a journey north, ostensibly to take a spontaneous trip to the White Mountains. However, her plans took a dark turn when she lost control of her vehicle and crashed into a snowbank along Route 112. Witnesses report seeing Maura at the scene of the accident, seemingly unharmed but visibly shaken. Strangely, when police arrived just minutes later, Maura was nowhere to be found. It was as if she had vanished into the wintry night, leaving behind no trace of her whereabouts. The subsequent search for Maura spanned days, weeks, and eventually years, as investigators combed through the rugged terrain of New Hampshire's wilderness in search of clues. Despite extensive efforts, no sign of Maura was found, leading to a myriad of theories and speculation about her fate. Some believe that Maura, distraught and disoriented after the accident, may have wandered into the woods and succumbed to the elements. Others entertain the possibility of foul play, suggesting that she may have encountered someone with ill intentions in the remote wilderness. Compounding the mystery are several puzzling details surrounding Maura's disappearance. In the days leading up to the incident, she exhibited behavior that some describe as erratic, including sending cryptic emails and withdrawing money from her bank account in what appeared to be preparation for an extended absence. As the years have passed, the case of Maura Murray has garnered widespread attention, inspiring countless armchair detectives to delve into the details in search of answers. Documentaries, podcasts, and online forums have all sought to shine a light on the mystery, but the truth remains elusive. To this day, the fate of Maura Murray remains unknown, her disappearance serving as a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows. As the years stretch on, her family and loved ones continue to hold out hope for answers, clinging to the belief that one day, the truth will finally be revealed. Prepare to journey back in time to an era enshrouded in intrigue and mystery. This is the enigmatic tale of Benjamin Bathurst, a British diplomat whose vanishing act in the midst of the Napoleonic Wars has left historians and conspiracy theorists alike scratching their heads for centuries. It was the year 1809, and Europe was engulfed in the flames of war as Napoleon Bonaparte's empire expanded to reach across the continent. In the midst of this chaos, Benjamin Bathurst, a respected British diplomat, found himself on a perilous journey from Vienna to Hamburg, tasked with navigating the treacherous political landscape of the time. However, fate had other plans for Benjamin. As he and his entourage made their way through the war-torn countryside,
Disaster struck. In the small town of Perlberg, Germany, Benjamin disappeared without a trace, leaving behind nothing but speculation and conjecture. The circumstances of Benjamin's disappearance are as mysterious as they are perplexing. Some suggest that he fell victim to habits or enemy spies, abducted in the dead of night and spirited away to an unknown fate. Others entertain the possibility of more nefarious forces at play, suggesting that Benjamin may have stumbled upon a dark conspiracy that led to his untimely demise. Adding to the intrigue are the accounts of eyewitnesses who claimed to have seen Benjamin in the days and weeks following his disappearance. Some reported sightings of a disheveled and disoriented man wandering the countryside, while others claimed to have heard rumors of a British diplomat being held captive in a nearby castle. Yet, despite the passage of time and the tireless efforts of historians and amateur sleuths alike, the truth behind Benjamin Bathurst's disappearance remains elusive. His fate remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the Napoleonic era, a riddle wrapped in the fog of war and the whispers of history. To this day, Benjamin Bathurst's vanishing act continues to captivate the imagination, inspiring countless theories and speculation about what really happened on that fateful day in 1809. As the years stretch on and the shadows of history grow ever deeper, one can't help but wonder, will the truth ever be revealed? Or will Benjamin's fate remain forever lost to the sands of time? This is the perplexing story of Joan Risch, a young mother whose disappearance from her suburban home in Lincoln, Massachusetts, continues to haunt investigators and armchair detectives alike. It was the year 1961, and Joan Risch was living the quintessential American dream: a devoted wife, a loving mother, and a pillar of her community. But on a seemingly ordinary October day, that dream took a nightmarish turn. On the morning of October 24th, neighbors made a disturbing discovery. Joan's 2-year-old daughter, wandering alone outside their home, her clothes stained with blood. Inside the house, they found signs of a struggle, bloodstains smeared across the floors and walls, and a telephone ripped from its cord. But of Joan Risch, there was no sign. She had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a mystery that would baffle investigators for decades to come. The events leading up to Joan's disappearance are as confounding as they are disturbing. Witnesses reported seeing a mysterious figure, possibly Joan herself, wandering the neighborhood in a disoriented state on the morning of her disappearance. Some even claimed to have heard screams coming from the Risch home in the hours before she vanished. In the days and weeks that followed, a massive search effort was launched, spanning the town and its surrounding areas. Yet, despite the tireless efforts of law enforcement and volunteers, no sign of Joan was ever found. Theories abound as to what may have happened to Joan Risch on that fateful day. Some speculate that she may have fallen victim to foul play, abducted by an unknown assailant who lurked in the shadows of her suburban idyll. Others entertain the possibility of a more sinister explanation, suggesting that Joan may have staged her own disappearance, driven to desperation by hidden demons or unspoken secrets. Yet, amidst the uncertainty and speculation, one thing remains clear: the truth behind Joan Risch's disappearance may never be known. Her case remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American history, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that lurks just beneath the surface of suburban tranquility. As the years stretch on, and the memories of that fateful day fade into the midst of time, one can't help but wonder, what really happened to Joan Risch? And will her fate ever be revealed? Or will she remain forever lost to the shadows? This is the chilling story of the Jameson family, whose mysterious disappearance in the rugged wilderness of Oklahoma has left investigators scratching their heads and sparked countless theories about their fate. Bobby, Sherilyn, and their young daughter Madison seemed like the picture-perfect American family, but in October of 2009, their lives took a dark and unexpected turn when they vanished without a trace while on a trip to the Sandboys Mountains in eastern Oklahoma. What began as a routine outing soon became a nightmare of uncertainty and fear. The family's abandoned truck was discovered on a remote forest road, its doors unlocked and their belongings scattered inside. But of the Jameson family themselves, there was no sign. As news of their disappearance spread, search parties scoured the rugged terrain of the Sandboys Mountains, hoping to find some clue as to their whereabouts. Yet despite their efforts, no sign of the Jamesons was ever found. The circumstances surrounding their disappearance are as perplexing as they are disturbing. Friends and family members reported that the Jamesons had been acting strangely in the days leading up to their disappearance, with Bobby and Sherilyn expressing fears of being watched and leaving behind cryptic messages about evil spirits and demons. Investigators delved into the family's background, uncovering a tangled web of financial troubles, strained relationships, and whispers of paranormal activity. Some speculated that the family may have fallen victim to foul play, while others entertained the possibility of a more supernatural explanation, suggesting that they may have encountered something otherworldly in the remote wilderness. As the years have passed, the case of the Jameson family has only grown more perplexing, with theories and speculations swirling like the leaves in the autumn breeze. Yet despite the efforts of law enforcement and amateur sleuths alike, the truth behind their disappearance remains elusive. To this day, the fate of the Jameson family remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American history, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of civilization. As the years stretch on and the memories of that fateful day fade into legend, one can't help but wonder, what really happened to the Jameson family? And will their fate ever be revealed? Or will they remain forever lost to the wilderness?
Let's journey back to the year 1900, to a time when lighthouses stood as solitary beacons of hope in the vast expanse of the ocean, and the rugged shores of the Flannan Isles bore witness to a mystery that would echo through the ages. In the early hours of December 15th, a routine supply visit to the Flannan Isles lighthouse took an ominous turn when the relief keeper, Joseph Moore, arrived to find the island shrouded in an eerie silence. As he climbed the steep path to the lighthouse, he expected to be greeted by the familiar faces of James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, the three keepers stationed at the outpost. But to his mounting alarm, there was no sign of them. Entering the lighthouse, Moore found it in a state of disarray. The door to the living quarters stood open, chairs were overturned, and the clock had stopped ticking. Yet, despite the signs of a hasty departure, there was no trace of the keepers themselves. The only clue to their whereabouts lay in a cryptic entry in the lighthouse log, penned by Thomas Marshall on December 15th, which simply read, "Storm ended. Sea calm. God is over all." Concerned by the absence of the keepers, Moore signaled for assistance, and a search party was dispatched to scour the island for any sign of them. Yet, despite their efforts, no trace of James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, or Donald MacArthur was ever found. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only questions and speculation. As news of the disappearance spread, the Flannan Isles mystery captured the imagination of the public, sparking a flurry of theories and conjecture about what may have befallen the keepers. Some suggested that they may have been swept away by a rogue wave or succumbed to the harsh elements that battered the island. Others entertained the possibility of foul play, speculating that they may have fallen victim to a quarrel or an accident gone awry. Yet perhaps the most chilling theory of all is that the keepers simply vanished into the mists of the Atlantic, snatched away by forces beyond human comprehension. Tales of supernatural phenomena and otherworld apparitions have long haunted the Flannan Isles, leading some to believe that the keepers may have encountered something far more sinister than the storms that raged around them. In the years that followed, the Flannan Isles mystery became the subject of countless books, articles, and documentaries, each attempting to unravel the enigma of what really happened on that desolate outpost. Yet despite the passage of time and the tireless efforts of historians and amateur sleuths alike, the truth behind the disappearance of James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur remains elusive. To this day, the fate of the keepers of Flannan Isles Lighthouse remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the sea, a riddle wrapped in the mist and the spay of the Atlantic. As the waves continue to crash against the rocky shores of the Flannan Islands, one can't help but wonder, what secrets lie beneath the surface? And will the truth ever be revealed? Or will it remain forever lost to the depths of the ocean?
Ray Gricar's disappearance is a perplexing enigma that has puzzled investigators and intrigued the public for years. To fully appreciate the complexity of this case, let's delve deeper into the life and circumstances surrounding the vanishing of this former district attorney from Center County, Pennsylvania. Ray Gricar was a seasoned prosecutor with a distinguished career spanning over 2 decades. Known for his unwavering dedication to justice and his commitment to upholding the law, Gricar had earned the respect and admiration of his colleagues and the community at large. But in April 2005, his life took a startling turn when he inexplicably vanished without a trace. The events leading up to Gricar's disappearance are shrouded in mystery and speculation. On the morning of April 15th, 2005, Gricar informed his girlfriend that he was taking a drive, intending to spend the day exploring the countryside. He left his home in Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, and set off in his red Mini Cooper, never to return. Hours turned into days, and days into weeks, with no sign of Gricar. Concerned friends and family members reported him missing, sparking a massive search effort that spanned the region. Despite the exhaustive efforts of law enforcement agencies, volunteers, and search dogs, no trace of Gricar or his vehicle was ever found. The discovery of Gricar's car added a perplexing layer to the mystery. On April 16th, 2005, his red Mini Cooper was located in a parking lot near the Susquehanna River in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, about 50 miles away from his home. The car was unlocked, and Gricar's cell phone and laptop were missing. However, there were no signs of foul play or struggle at the scene. As investigators combed through Gricar's personal and professional life for clues, they uncovered a series of puzzling details that only deepened the mystery. prior to his disappearance, Griccar had exhibited behavior that some described as erratic or unusual. He had reportedly searched the internet for information on how to destroy a hard drive and had expressed concerns about being followed or surveilled. Additionally, Griccar's involvement in several high-profile cases raised questions about possible motives for his disappearance. Some speculated that he may have been targeted by individuals seeking retribution or seeking to silence him. Others suggested that Griccar may have chosen to disappear voluntarily, overwhelmed by the pressures of his job, or seeking to start a new life elsewhere. In the years since Griccar's disappearance, countless theories and hypotheses have emerged, ranging from the plausible to the downright bizarre. Some have speculated that Griccar may have suffered a medical emergency or accident, while others have entertained the possibility of foul play or a staged disappearance. Despite the passage of time, Griccar's case remains open and active, with law enforcement agencies continuing to pursue leads and investigate potential sightings. His disappearance has left a void in the lives of his loved ones and the community he served, leaving behind more questions than answers. As the years stretch on, and the memories of Ray Griccar fade into the annals of history, one can't help but wonder, what really happened to this dedicated prosecutor? And will the truth ever be revealed? Or will his fate remain forever shrouded in mystery?
Picture this. It's February 2013, and Elisa Lam, a 21-year-old student from Vancouver, Canada, checks into the Cecil Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. Now let me tell you a little something about the Cecil. It's got a reputation, and not the good kind. This place has seen more than its fair share of dark and twisted happenings over the years, from self-unalivings to murders, and everything in between. But Elisa, unaware of the hotel's sordid past, settles into her room, excited to explore the city. Little did she know that her stay at the Cecil would take a turn into the macabre that would captivate the world. It all began when guests at the hotel started complaining about low water pressure and a strange taste in the water. Maintenance workers tasked with investigating the issue made a chilling discovery atop the hotel's roof. Elisa's lifeless body floating in one of the water tanks. Now you might be thinking, how on earth did she end up there? And let me tell you, that's where things start to get really strange. You see, before Elisa's body was found, surveillance footage from the hotel's elevator surfaced, showing her acting in a manner that can only be described as bizarre. In the footage, Elisa can be seen pressing buttons, peering out into the hallway, and even stepping in and out of the elevator as if she's trying to evade someone or something. Her movements are erratic, almost trance-like, and it's enough to send shivers down your spine. What was she so afraid of? What unseen force was she trying to escape? The footage went viral, captivating the public's imagination and sparking countless theories about what really happened to Elisa Lam. Some speculated that she was under the influence of drugs or experiencing a psychotic episode, while others entertained the possibility of something more sinister at play. But here's where things really take a turn for the bizarre. You see, the circumstances surrounding Elisa's death are so strange that they've inspired everything from true crime documentaries to internet sleuths, poring over every detail in search of answers. Conspiracy theories abound, with some suggesting that Elisa was the victim of foul play, perhaps at the hands of a fellow guest, or even the hotel staff. Others have floated the idea of something more supernatural at play, pointing at the Cecil's dark history and the strange occurrences that have plagued the hotel for decades. As the years have passed, the mystery of Elisa Lam's disappearance and death has only deepened, with no shortage of speculation and intrigue surrounding the case. The Cecil Hotel, once a place of refuge for wary travelers, now stands as a monument to the unknown, a reminder that sometimes that truth is stranger than fiction. So the next time you find yourself wandering the streets of downtown Los Angeles, spare a thought for Elisa Lam and the unanswered questions that continue to haunt the halls of the Cecil Hotel. And remember, my friends, that sometimes the darkest mysteries are the ones that are never fully solved. This is the story of Diane Auget, a disappearance marked by eerie clues and unsettling mysteries that have left investigators scratching their heads for decades. It all began on a quiet day in April 1998 in the town of Tarpon Springs, Florida, where Diane Auget, a 30-year-old woman known for her free spirit and zest for life, vanished without a trace. It was a seemingly ordinary day when Diane left her home, telling her family that she was going for a walk. Little did they know it would be the last time that they'd see her. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, with no sign of Diane. But what set her case apart were the bizarre and unsettling clues that she left behind. The first clue came just days after Diane disappeared, when a note was discovered at her home. Written in her own handwriting, the note read, "If anything happens to me, he did it." Now, who he was and what danger Diane felt that she was in remained a mystery, leaving investigators with more questions than answers. But it was the discovery of a severed finger that sent shockwaves through the community and captivated the nation's attention. On a desolate road in Odessa, Florida, a man stumbled upon a grisly find, a severed finger lying on the ground, along with a scrap of paper bearing Diane's name. The finger appeared to have been deliberately cut off, leading to speculation about what grisly fate had befallen Diane. Law enforcement launched a massive search effort, scouring the area for any sign of Diane. Despite their efforts, she remained missing for over a year. Then, in May of 1999, hikers stumbled upon a chilling scene in a wooded area in nearby Hillsborough County. Human skeletal remains scattered among the underbrush. Dental records confirmed that the remains belonged to Diane Auget, but the circumstances surrounding her death only deepened the mystery. Investigators were left grappling with a multitude of questions. What had happened to Diane in the days leading up to her disappearance? Who was responsible for her death? And perhaps most perplexing of all, what was the significance of the severed finger and the cryptic note? Despite years of investigation, Diane Auget's case remains unsolved, leaving her loved ones searching for closure and justice. The disappearance of Diane Auget is a haunting reminder that sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and that the answers we seek may be hidden in the shadows, waiting to be brought to light. Until then, her story will continue to captivate the imagination and fuel speculation about what really happened to her on that fateful day in April 1998. This is the story of Jennifer Keese, a young woman whose vanishing from Orlando, Florida has left investigators and her loved ones grappling with a multitude of unanswered questions and unsettling mysteries. Jennifer was a vivacious 24-year-old professional living in Orlando, Florida, at the time of her disappearance on January 24th, 2006. She was a dedicated and ambitious individual, known for her warmth, intelligence, and strong work ethic. Her sudden disappearance sent shockwaves through the community and left her family and friends reeling with disbelief and anguish. The day of Jennifer's disappearance started like any other. She left her apartment in the morning to head to work, ready to tackle the day ahead. But as the hours passed and Jennifer failed to return home, concern grew among her family and colleagues. When she didn't show up for work and couldn't be reached by phone, alarm bells began to ring. The discovery of Jennifer's abandoned car only deepened the mystery surrounding her disappearance. Her black Chevy Malibu was found parked haphazardly in a nearby apartment complex parking lot, approximately 1 mile from her own apartment. Surveillance footage captured an unidentified individual parking the car and walking away. But despite extensive efforts by law enforcement and the community, the person's identity remains unknown to this day. In the wake of Jennifer's disappearance, a massive search effort was launched, with volunteers combing the area and law enforcement agencies conducting interviews and following up on leads. But as days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months, Jennifer remained missing, leaving her loved ones grappling with fear and uncertainty. Despite the passage of time, Jennifer's case has never been forgotten. Her disappearance garnered national attention, with media coverage and appeals for information reaching far and wide. But despite the spotlight on her case, answers have remained elusive, and Jennifer's fate remains unknown. Over the years, numerous theories and hypotheses have emerged, each adding another layer of complexity to the mysteries surrounding Jennifer's disappearance. Some speculate that she may have been the victim of a random abduction or a targeted attack, while others entertain the possibility of foul play or a staged disappearance. Despite the lack of concrete answers, Jennifer's family and friends have never given up hope. They continue to advocate for her, tirelessly pushing for answers and justice, determined to unravel the truth of what happened to their beloved daughter, sister, and friend. As the years go by, the disappearance of Jennifer Keese continues to haunt those who knew her and those who have followed her story. And it serves as a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the mysteries that can lurk just beyond our understanding. Until answers are found, Jennifer's case remains an open wound, a testament to the enduring pain of uncertainty and the unwavering determination of those who seek justice on her behalf. The disappearance of Kyron Horman is a haunting and complex tale that has gripped the hearts and minds of people across the nation for over a decade. The story of this young boy's vanishing from his elementary school in Portland, Oregon, on June 4th, 2010, is marked by a series of puzzling events, exhaustive searches, and heartbreaking twists that have left investigators and his loved ones searching for answers to this day. Kyron Horman was just 7 years old when he went missing. On the morning of June 4th, he was dropped off at Skyline Elementary School by his stepmother, Terry Horman, to attend a science fair. It seemed like any other day, with Kyron full of excitement and curiosity about the projects he would see and the friends he would meet. Little did anyone know that it would be the last time Kyron's smiling face would be seen by those who loved him. When the school day ended and Kyron failed to return home, alarm bells began to ring. Concern quickly turned to panic as Kyron's family realized that he was nowhere to be found. They rushed to the school, hoping against hope that he had simply wandered off or gotten lost in the shuffle. But as the minutes turned into hours and there was still no sign of Kyron, the grim reality of his disappearance began to sink in. A massive search effort was launched, with law enforcement agencies, search and rescue teams, and hundreds of volunteers descending on the area to scour every inch of the surrounding landscape. Fields were searched, forests were combed through, and neighborhoods were canvassed,
But despite their efforts, Kyron remained elusive. In the days and weeks that followed, the search for Kyron intensified. Flyers bearing his smiling face were plastered on every street corner. Billboards were erected along highways, and his story made headlines across the country. But as the days turned into weeks, and then months, hope began to fade. The investigation into Kyron's disappearance quickly became one of the largest and most complex in Oregon's history. Law enforcement agencies worked tirelessly, following up on leads, conducting interviews, and analyzing evidence in the hopes of uncovering the truth about what happened to Kyron. But despite their best efforts, the case remained mired in uncertainty. One of the most puzzling aspects of Kyron's disappearance is the lack of any concrete leads or evidence. Despite countless tips and potential sightings, none have led to Kyron's whereabouts. There have been rumors and speculation, but no solid leads that could provide the answers his family so desperately seeks. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged about what may have happened to Kyron. Some believe he was abducted by a stranger, while others speculate that he may have wandered off and gotten lost in the wilderness surrounding the school. Still, others entertain the possibility of foul play involving someone known to the family. One theory that gained traction early in the investigation was that Kyron's stepmother, Terry Horman, may have been involved in his disappearance. Suspicion fell on Terry after it was revealed that she had failed a polygraph test and had allegedly exhibited suspicious behavior in the days following Kyron's disappearance. However, Terry has vehemently denied any involvement in Kyron's disappearance and has never been charged with a crime. Despite the lack of closure, Kyron's family has never given up hope. They continue to plead for information and to advocate for their son, holding on to the belief that one day they will get the answers they so desperately seek. For them, the pain of not knowing what happened to Kyron is a daily struggle, but they remain steadfast in their determination to find him and bring him home. The disappearance of Kyron Horman is a tragedy that has left a scar on the community and a hole in the hearts of those who knew and loved him. It serves as a reminder of the vulnerability of children and the importance of never giving up hope in the search for the truth. Until Kyron is found, his case will continue to haunt those who knew him and those who have followed his story, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and unyielding determination.
Lars Matank, a 28-year-old man from Germany, embarked on what was supposed to be an ordinary vacation with his friends in Golden Sands, Bulgaria, in June of 2014. Little did he know that this trip would take a bizarre and mysterious turn, leading to his baffling disappearance and leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The events leading up to Lars's disappearance are as puzzling as they are unsettling. It all began when Lars got into physical altercation at a bar in Golden Sands. During the altercation, Lars sustained a ruptured eardrum, which left him with severe pain and discomfort. Concerned for his well-being, Lars's friends urged him to seek medical attention and offered to accompany him to a nearby hospital. However, Lars refused their assistance, insisting that he would be fine on his own. He checked into a local hotel, but his behavior became increasingly erratic and paranoid. He began expressing fears that he was being followed or chased by unknown individuals, and he became convinced that he was in danger. Despite his friends' attempts to calm him down and reassure him, Lars's anxiety only intensified. In a sudden and inexplicable turn of events, Lars made the decision to leave the hotel and disappear into the night, leaving behind his belongings and his passport. The next day, Lars was spotted on CCTV footage at Varna Airport, where he appeared visibly distressed and disoriented. He was seen pacing back and forth, looking over his shoulder as if he was being pursued by someone or something. In a state of panic, Lars approached airport staff and frantically requested to see a doctor, claiming that he was being followed and that he feared for his life. In a bizarre twist, Lars then fled the airport, leaving his luggage and passport behind. He was last seen running into a nearby forest, disappearing from sight and leaving no trace behind. Despite extensive searches by local authorities and international efforts to locate Lars, he has never been found. His disappearance remains one of the most perplexing and baffling cases in recent memory, leaving investigators and his loved ones grappling with the agonizing uncertainty of his fate. Numerous theories have emerged about what may have happened to Lars. Some speculate that he may have suffered a mental health crisis or a psychotic episode, leading him to flee into the wilderness in a state of delusion. Others entertain the possibility of foul play, suggesting that Lars may have been targeted or abducted by unknown individuals. But without any concrete evidence or leads to follow, Lars Middink's disappearance remains a haunting enigma, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and unyielding hope for his safe return. Until he is found, his case will continue to captivate the imagination and fuel speculation about what really happened to him on that fateful night in Bulgaria. Brian Schaefer was a 27-year-old medical student at Ohio State University when he disappeared on the night of March 31st, 2006. It was supposed to be a night of celebration with friends, as Brian and his girlfriend were planning to leave for a vacation in Miami the following day. The evening began innocently enough, as Brian and his friend Clint Florence visited several bars in the area district of Columbus. They eventually ended up at the Ugly Tuna Saloon, a popular bar near the Ohio State University campus. Security footage captured Brian and Clint entering the bar at around 9 o'clock p.m., but Brian was never seen leaving. When Brian failed to meet up with his girlfriend as planned and didn't return home, his loved ones grew increasingly worried. They reported him missing to police, sparking an extensive search effort to find him. What made Brian's disappearance particularly puzzling was the fact that the Ugly Tuna Saloon had only one entrance and exit, and security cameras captured every person who entered and left the bar that night. Yet there was no footage of Brian leaving the bar, leading investigators to believe that he may still be inside. A thorough search of the bar, including the basement and surrounding areas, turned up no sign of Brian. Despite interviewing patrons and employees and reviewing hours of surveillance footage, investigators were unable to determine what happened to him. As the days turned into weeks and then months, the search for Brian continued, but no new leads emerged. His family and friends were left grappling with the agonizing uncertainty of his fate, wondering if they would get the answers they so desperately sought. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged about what may have happened to Brian. Some speculate that he may have met with foul play inside the bar, while others entertain the possibility that he staged his own disappearance and assumed a new identity. However, without any concrete evidence to support these theories, Brian's case remains unsolved. Despite the passage of time, Brian Schaefer's disappearance continues to haunt those who knew him and those who have followed his story. It serves as a stark reminder of the mysteries that can lurk just beyond our understanding and the enduring pain of not knowing what happened to a loved one. Until Brian is found, his case will remain an open wound, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and unyielding hope for resolution. I'm a girl. My mom was a horrible addict. She barely took care of me as a kid. At the time of this incident, I was around 6 or 7, so my awareness and understanding of things happening may not totally make much sense. This happened in the 90s. One night, my mother and I were on a car ride. I wasn't sure where we were driving, but it was late at night. I'm not sure what time it was, but I assume it was really late because there weren't many cars on the street, and I was sleeping in the back seat. I don't even remember getting in the car. My mom drove up some sketchy house and left me in the car for what felt like forever. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and someone violently grabbed me by my arm and yanked me out of the car. I started screaming and crying until the man that grabbed me looked in my eyes and said, "Be quiet and don't try to run or I'll kill you." He had a scruffy beard and looked like a madman. I was scared to death, so I listened. He held me tight by my arm, shut the car door, and walked with me down the street. I looked back at the house my mom was in, hoping that my mom would come out the last second and save me. I looked at the house for as long as I could as the man dragged me further and further away. As we walked down the street, I wanted to cry, but I was in shock and in fear. I didn't know what to do. If I sniffled or cried, the man would tighten his grip and yell at me. I can't even explain how scared and confused I was. We walked for a little while and ended up in the projects. The projects were a bunch of buildings crammed together in a crappy neighborhood. We walked into one of the buildings and walked up a flight of stairs. My legs and feet hurt, but I was too scared to stop moving or to complain. We walked up another flight of stairs when I saw some random guy smoking a cigarette in the stairway. Then, without warning, the guy that kidnapped me fell to the ground. It happened so fast. I don't know how the kidnapper fell to the ground so fast, but the next thing I remember is the cigarette guy was punching and kicking the kidnapper in his head and face. The kidnapper was out cold. Cigarette guy picked up the kidnapper by the back of his jacket and threw him down the stairs. You have no idea how scary and violent it is to see an unconscious man fall down the stairs. To this day, I still have a fear of falling downstairs. He bled everywhere. I still have no idea how cigarette guy knew to help me, but I'm glad he did. Maybe he could see the tears in my eyes. Maybe he just picked up on something and had a bad vibe. But he acted instantly. The first second he could, he attacked my would-be kidnapper. Cigarette guy starts pacing back and forth, swearing at himself, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. I thought he was mad at me, so I started to cry. He looked at me and said, Okay, just shut up. He had an attitude, so I listened to him out of fear. I wasn't as scared of cigarette guy as much as the bearded guy, but I was still in fear of him. He started to ask me questions with an attitude. Why are you out this late? Where are your parents? Why would you talk to strangers? I was in so much shock and confusion that I couldn't answer the man's questions correctly. He asked me if I knew my way home, and I told him I didn't. I told him a broken story about what happened and how someone with the information I gave him, he knew where my mom's car was. The only thing I can remember about the road is passing a house with Christmas lights on it despite Christmas already being over. I think he knew the area well enough and figured out where I needed to go from that information. But I honestly don't even remember telling him about the Christmas lights. Anyways, he told me he would take me back if I promised over and over that I wouldn't tell the police that I saw him or anyone that looked like him, and made me promise that I wouldn't even tell the police anything. He had an attitude. I didn't care what he asked me. I just wanted to go back to my mom, so I agreed. I followed him down the stairs. The bearded guy was still laying on the ground bleeding at the bottom of the stairs. That cigarette guy threw him down. He wasn't moving at all. For all I know, he was dead, and I hope now that he was. Cigarette guy stepped over the bearded guy and I followed. We walked outside, and Cigarette Guy looked around panicky. I remember him telling me the police don't like me. We walked out of the projects, and my feet still hurt. Cigarette Guy was walking fast in a panic, and I had to basically jog to keep up with him. I started crying, and he asked what was wrong. I told him my feet hurt, and I remember him sucking his teeth and picking me up with an attitude. He awkwardly cradled me in both arms. He walked down the road for a moment. Then I remember him swearing and running behind a house or a building. A cop car was driving down the road. He put me down and told me to run to the police car. I tried to run, but my legs could barely move and I was scared. The cop car kept driving and rode away without seeing me before I could even get remotely close to it. He kept swearing to himself as he picked me up again and ran down the street. He took me behind a lot of houses and hid from every cop car that drove by. I assume now that the police were looking for me. He carried me in both arms, running fast down the road, when I saw my mom at her car in the distance. She was surrounded by police. Cigarette Guy put me down and told me to run to the police. I got so excited that the pain in my legs disappeared. He put me down and ran away. I ran towards the police and my mom. My mom picked me up and hugged me tight. The police started to ask me and my mom questions. I don't remember too much about their questions, but I remember my mom telling the police some convoluted story that just didn't make any sense. She basically told me to not say anything, and I didn't say much, but I cried a lot. We went home. Days later, my dad picked me up and knew that something was wrong. I told him everything. I never lived with my mom again. When I grew up and had time to think about that day, I never forgave my mother. Not too long ago, I asked my dad what he remembers about the situation, and he told me what he thinks happened from what I explained to him from years ago. He said my mom was on a drug binge. I got kidnapped. Someone saved me, but the real person that saved me had warrants and wasn't mad at me. He was just frustrated at the situation that he had to deal with. Imagine being a criminal on the run, and now you have a kidnapped girl with you and you just beat a guy half to death. If he would have gotten caught with me, he could be in jail for my kidnapping. With my mom lying and me being in shock and confused, I wouldn't be able to tell them that the man helped me, because while it was all happening, I didn't even notice he was helping me. To the man that saved me, thanks. To the man that tried to kidnap me, let's not meet. I deliver pizza, and I'd been having a really busy night, non-stop back and forth, without any time to even pause and take a leak. I'd been so busy that I wasn't really thinking about bathroom breaks. But we're also going through a bit of a heat wave in our area, so I've been drinking copious amounts of water. All of a sudden, as I was driving to this particular delivery, the urge to go hit me. Like, things went from 0 to 60 in an instant. Thankfully, I was close to the customer so could get this one over with quickly. Or so I thought. I pulled up to the house, and it was an area I'd delivered in before, so I could immediately see that something wasn't right. All the lights were off in the house, not even the glow of a television or anything. It was extra apparent because the street light closest to the door happened to be out of order. And on top of it all, the block was dead quiet. This is a big university area, and obviously there aren't many student renters in July, but there had to be at least one person because someone ordered this pizza. Maybe they just liked sitting in the dark, or they were out back in the yard, whatever. I just didn't want to get out of my car and knock on a quiet house in the middle of the night, around 9:30 p.m., without first checking that I had the correct address and the customer was inside. It was scorching that night, even after sundown. My car's AC is a joke, and the piping hot pizzas don't help things much, so I have to try and open the car door as infrequently as possible to keep any cool air in. I called the number the customer provided, and the voice on the other end said, kind of brusquely and out of breath,
Yeah? I just tried to keep it clear and concise. Hey, it's your pizza out front, but there doesn't appear to be anybody home. And the customer replied, still gasping for air, yeah, I'm not home. I had to pee so badly by that point that I was much less patient than I'd otherwise be with a customer right out of the gate. Well, then we're going to have to terminate the order, because I've arrived in the stated delivery window and you were supposed to pay in cash. So, I don't know what to tell you. Plan ahead next time. I instantly regretted letting my bladder do the talking for me, as the voice on the other end came through more clearly, as a young, bubbly, and very distraught girl who couldn't have been older than 20 or 25. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I was running down the street, so I could barely hear you, she cried. I just switched you out of my AirPods. Is that better? Sorry, I completely lost track of time at work, but I knew you were coming. That's why I'm literally running home right now. Please don't leave. I'm starving and I don't have a car. Seriously, please don't leave. 5 minutes tops, okay? I know what it's like to be hungry and running late and have no car but not live near any restaurants. Plus, when I heard her voice, I began to remember more specifically having delivered to this place a couple times before, and she'd always been perfectly nice. Now I felt bad for snapping at her. I tried to walk it back, while simultaneously looking out my window for potential spots to pee. No, my bad. I'm letting the heat get to me and it's not your fault. No need to rush. See you when you get here. I hung up, and while surveilling the street, was starting to think I was really out of luck. All the other houses had people in them, and were close together, so there were no clumps of trees or out-of-the-way patches of land, or anything. Of course, I had just tossed my empty water bottle at the last delivery, because I'm an idiot. Finally, I decided it was escalating to the point of an emergency, and the safest bet was to use a bush in front of the woman's house. She wasn't home. The street light was out, so no one would see me. The people who were home were inside. My car was parked across the street, and we're a small shop who don't wear uniforms. So if someone did spot me, they'd have no way to connect me to my employer. Animals pee outside all the time. Humans are animals. This is fine. I scurried over to the tallest bush in her front yard. She didn't really have much of a yard, more just a walkway lined with bushes and flowers that ran adjacent to her front door. The biggest cluster of bushes, the only one where I could be sure there would be no visible splatter on the side of the house, was about 4 feet from her door. I looked both ways, unzipped and let fly. After the initial millisecond of relief, I noticed the sound was way off. I started panicking, thinking I'd aimed wrong. But once I start, I can't stop midstream. So I kept squinting into the darkness to see if maybe I was hitting a key rock or something, and could just move a few inches over. Instead, all of a sudden, I heard a way more concerning noise. A deep voice exclaiming, "What the heck?" And before I could turn around, assuming I'd been caught by a neighbor, a man came leaping out of the bushes. He blew by me, brushing my golden shower off him as did. He spit pretty emphatically on the ground, so I think I might have beamed him right in the face. I didn't see where he went after a few paces, but, though this next part is kind of a blur, I do think I remember hearing a car screech out from a bit further away after a minute. I'd gotten some night vision by that point, so I was able to make out his height, build, and outfit, but only the most general details of each. I just stood there trying to figure out what had happened. The reality was so terrifying that my mind refused to accept it, and impulsively searched for a reasonable explanation that could make everything okay. I thought, could these bushes lead to some backyard area and just look like they were against the house? Could they have been obscuring an open window? My inner voice was desperately screaming. That man was wearing a hoodie in 90-degree weather. That was a bad man. You're in a bad situation. But the very idea that I was within inches of a guy who would be hiding in bushes at all, let alone in front of a young woman's house at night, just wasn't something I was ready to grapple with yet. I was coping by not coping. My fight or flight response totally failed me at that point, because I did the absolute last thing I should have done, and approached the bushes to try and validate this. There must have been a good reason for a man in a hoodie to be behind these bushes in the middle of the night. Theory. So I walked over to the side, turned on my phone flashlight, and tried to peer around the line of shrubbery. Pro tip, as scary as things may look in the dark, seeing them with a single beam of your flashlight can sometimes make it even worse. That's when I saw the bag. There was a tattered drawstring bag sitting behind the bushes, slightly splashed with pee. But I was in such a moronic daze from shock that I groped around for it thinking, see? This is it. This will explain why he was back here. It explained it. Once I maneuvered it over and pulled it open, I saw a sharp knife, a roll of duct tape, and a bottle of pills. The delusions officially broke at that point, and all the adrenaline, endorphins, and self-preservation instincts that had been suppressed kicked in 10 times over. I became whatever the opposite of dazed is, more laser-focused than I have ever been in my life, with one singular goal: get back to my car. I dropped the bag, booked it across the street, got in my car, and slammed the pedal to the floor before the door was even all the way closed. I went as far as I could, as fast as I could, until I hit a red signal. Then I pulled off to the side and realized I shouldn't be driving any more than necessary in the condition I was in. I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour drugstore and took a breath. I was finally calm and coherent enough to zip up and formulate a plan of action. My first lucid thought was, who do I call first, the police or the girl whose house that was? I thought about it for what couldn't have really been more than 10 seconds, but felt like an hour, and decided, okay, I am in my locked car with the engine running. If trouble starts, I can drive away. I know something's up. She might not. She needs to know not to keep walking in that direction. But as I was dialing her number, it occurred to me, what if there was no girl? I thought I remembered delivering to that house before, but what if I was wrong? What if the girl on the phone was just a decoy to get me there to rob me, or worse? Every pizza guy on the planet has seen the Evil Genius documentary by now, so I thought she called me all out of breath. She wasn't home. The whole thing was off. Can't risk it. I'll start with the cops. The operator was very helpful in keeping me calm, because I was a complete wreck by this point. He kept assuring me that someone would be there soon. I kept telling them they had to get there before the girl did, but I was trying to express 3 thoughts at once, and really damaging my own credibility. It came out more as, you've got to save this girl because he wasn't after me. I was just delivering a pizza. Unless they were after me, in which case there might not be a girl. But I talked to one on the phone, so then you should find that girl because they used her to lure me there. But if she's real, she doesn't know about the guy, who was also real. And there could be more guys if there's actually a girl. And you know what? Even if there isn't a girl, there might actually be more guys. I only checked one part of the bushes, so I don't actually know. I didn't mean to. This was back when I thought the girl was real but not home. But she might be real, so you really need to find her if she is. Because the guy was real. Finally, they basically just asked me to stop talking and stay on the line. But that was when I saw an incoming call from the customer. I couldn't answer it without disrupting my 911 call, so I just ignored it. But then she sent me this text like, "Hey, I'm here, don't see you." I told 911 that she was there, and they said officers were only minutes away. But who knows how long that meant, especially after I'd given such a scattered account of the events in my panic. I just felt overwhelmed with guilt, because my rational mind said the odds of her being a decoy girl for some large scam targeting pizza guys were low, and the odds of her being the intended victim of a predator were high. So I put my 911 call on mute, where I can hear them but they can't hear me, and turned back, heart absolutely pounding out of my chest, the entire way. Then I took 911 off of mute and told them I had returned to look for the girl. They weren't happy about that, but I saw her meandering past the parked cars in the street, looking to see if one was mine, and I waved her down, flashing my brights. She bounced on over to the window of my car, happy-go-lucky. I figured that was a good sign that she wasn't in on whatever this was, but I was just so scared to be back in the general area and to not know what had just happened or what was going to happen. I kept whispering, "Get in, get in." And she was like, "Get it? Huh? Oh, you want me to get the pizza from the back?" I didn't want to make the same mistake with her
that I had made with 911.
So instead of trying to tell the whole story, I stuck to the bare basic facts. "There was a man in your bushes. I'm on the phone with the police. I don't know where he is right now. Please get in the car so we can lock the doors." I was barely able to get even those sentences out, and I was shaking like I'd had 10 cups of black coffee.
I held up my phone with 911 on the call screen to verify it for her.
I thought that was why she got in the car with no further explanation, but it turns out that wasn't entirely it. "You still there? Is she with you? Are you safe? Is anyone else there?"
911 kept checking in, not knowing who the third party that I was talking to was.
I reassured them, and we drove more cautiously this time.
To a location that 911 told me to go to, so that I could speak with police after they cleared the area.
I didn't actually have to do much after that. The police came pretty soon after. A police car met us. I gave a statement telling them everything I observed, and she went to go speak to more officers in more detail than they needed me for. It turns out, the reason she got right into a strange pizza guy's car without probing any deeper into my story is because she knew who the man was right away from my description. She had an abusive ex-boyfriend who was apparently psychotic enough that he immediately came to mind from hearing, "There's a guy in your bushes." She later called us to thank me and insist on leaving a huge tip. I wasn't there when the call came in, so the kid who answered didn't know to refuse to accept the money. But the manager already promised the next time we see her, we can load her up with enough one free pie cards to last a lifetime. Easily the scariest thing that has ever happened to me, on the job or off. I don't get the chance to tell the story much, because I try to avoid sharing it with anyone who could possibly know the girl, or know of the event. But I'm still not the same since. Even though I know he didn't even have anything to do with me directly, this truly shook me to my core. I'll start by saying I have a terrible biological father. He has been a shady person all of my life and constantly caused me a lot of grief. This is just one of those examples. When I was 4, my parents split up. My mother and I moved states, and they agreed I would visit my dad every school holidays for a week. This one particular time, I had been with him for a few days when I was playing with my cousin at a nearby park. A car pulled up, and I recognized the man as one of my dad's friends. He called me over, and without thinking, I ran over to him and left my cousin at the park. He asked me if I could show him where my dad lived, and I agreed and got in his car. I gave directions and didn't notice at all that they weren't following them correctly. Looking back, I didn't really know the way anyhow. After way too long, I did realize that we were getting closer to the city, which is far from my dad's house. We pulled up at a house I didn't recognize, and the man told me to wait in the car. I didn't feel scared at all for some reason. He eventually took me inside, and I definitely started to feel unsafe then. I mainly remember 2 girls passed out with their tops off, and a much older man was feeling them up everywhere. I made eye contact with this man, and he made me sick to my stomach. I had definitely figured out that this was a bad situation by this point. A lady took me into a bedroom and brought me a sandwich. The bread was stale and I wasn't hungry, but I ate it all because I felt bad for her. Which doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's what I was thinking about. The lady told me a lot of things I didn't understand, but when she left, I remember thinking my dad was coming to pick me up soon. I fell asleep waiting for him. I wet the bed that night, and no one came to see me the next day until I cried very loudly and banged on the door. The lady came back and yelled at me for stinking up her bedroom, and I asked about my dad. She said he was coming tonight after he finished work. She didn't offer me a shower or a bath, so I sat in my soiled pants all day. After that, everything turned into a blur, really. My dad did not come that night, and I was so terrified. In my head, I felt like I was there for months. I thought I was missing school, and everyone had forgotten about me. In reality, I was there for 5 days. They let me take one shower. I don't remember eating much except for boring sandwiches, and I had chips and gravy once. Finally, my mom drove across the country to come and get me. After not being able to get a hold of me or my dad for so long, and then me missing my pre-booked flight home, she panicked and came looking for me. Thank God she did. She found my dad at his girlfriend's house, methed out completely, hiding out. Turns out he owed a lot of drug money to the people who had taken me. They had told him that they had me, but he couldn't afford it, or didn't want me back. Whatever it was, he didn't bother to try to get me back. My amazing mom paid his debt for him after borrowing from a lot of people, and she came to get me back. I remember when someone came into that room and told me my mom was here, and I walked out and I could smell her. It was the best feeling to feel safe again. She took me home, and I didn't see my dad again for a long time. She never called the police. My parents' relationship was very complicated then, and I fully understand the choices she made. I'm definitely okay now. I've spoken about this in therapy, and I've come to terms with most of the things that I went through as a child. But still, a messed up situation for a 4-year-old girl to have to be in. So to my dad's friend, the sandwich lady, and even to my dad himself, let's not meet.
My best friend is an influencer. Not big time, but with a big enough following to get free stuff, and has gotten 2 sponsored trips. She still works a full-time job, but does the Instagram thing on the side, mostly because of the perks. She's not big enough to live off this yet. Anyway, this was her first trip. A little boutique hotel from Miami contracted her via Instagram and DMs, and offered her an all-expenses-paid trip to Miami for Memorial Weekend 2018, in exchange for her to be in the hotel and take pictures and do a couple of stories. She was told she could bring a female friend with her if she wanted to, and everything would be paid for. This was her first time doing this, so at the time she wasn't really sure of how it worked. They send her a bogus contract for her to sign, and it said she'd be responsible for paying for her own plane ticket to Miami, and that she'd be reimbursed for it later. This was to prevent a no-show, meaning the influencer gets the ticket purchased by the hotel and the influencer never shows up. It seemed reasonable. She invited me, a gay dude, instead of a female friend because she was nervous about the whole thing. We figured it wouldn't be a big deal, and worst case scenario, they don't want to pay for my plane ticket. She'd just cover it for me and that's it. We were supposed to be picked up by the hotel airport. So the day comes and we arrive to Miami. There's a guy holding a sign with her last name, and the paper has the hotel logo. We're greeted and we're escorted to a black SUV. Here's where it gets weird. As soon as we're going to get in the car, the driver is visibly upset. We thought that he was talking to the guy who walked over to us, but he was talking to my friend. He had a very thick accent and was wearing dark shades. He was telling my friend that she was not allowed to bring her boyfriend, me, and that she said it was 2 girls. 2 girls. The hotel told me 2 girls. Not 1 girl, 1 guy. 2 girls. He was demanding to see where the other girl was. We were speechless and confused. The guy who walked us to the car looked annoyed, got in the passenger seat and started to fight with the driver in Portuguese. Then he turns to us and asks us where the other girl is at. My friend tells them, very upset by now, that there is no other girl, that she is at username, and that I'm just a friend coming with her on the trip. The big guy in the passenger seat gets out, tosses our luggage out of the car and says something like, "This is some crap." Gets in the car and they take off. That was it. We were in utter shock. Utter and complete shock. My friend immediately emails Melissa, the PR person we had been in contact through email with, to tell her what had happened. No response. We decide to take a cab and show up to the hotel. When we show up is when everything made sense. The hotel had been rebranded and had a completely different name, owner, and staff. We showed them the Instagram, and is indeed the Instagram of the hotel that it used to be, but not the new one. They never contacted us. They never did anything. Whoever was in charge of the old Instagram account for the hotel did, or whoever got a hold of it did. Mind you, this was a somewhat big hotel account with 10,000 followers. It was real. But upon further inspection, we realized that the pics were really old, and so were the posts. My friend felt like an idiot and would not stop crying. We called the police, met up with a detective. Nothing ever came out of it. They investigated who was running the account before or who had access to it. None of the people who used to run that account had anything to do with it. Nothing ever came out of this. It's upsetting and scary to know that whoever wanted to abduct my friend or any other girls by using this old hotel Instagram knows who my friend is. That Instagram has since been deleted, and we never heard anything from anyone ever again. But to think that my friend would have been kidnapped had she gone with another girl instead of me sends chills down my spine. I've stalked this sub for a while and couldn't decide whether or not to post mine, but I'm feeling brave on a Monday. It was a very long time ago, back in 1973. I know it was summer, I was 6, and we were living on Monica Lane in Madison, Wisconsin. Thing is, I sort of recalled it but never put 2 and 2 together until a few months ago, when I was talking to my mom who went into great detail. I was a very gregarious child, outgoing, extroverted, friends with anyone. It was at the time a middle-class neighborhood, and 3 houses down from ours, on the same side of the street, was a huge park. My mom was a nurse and my dad was a salesman, but Mom worked second shift at Meritor, while my dad worked days. I rarely had a babysitter, only if they went out for dinner or a movie, but they did go out often, and there were always older kids in the neighborhood to babysit. One sitter who I really liked lived a few blocks or so away, and down the street a little bit. Vicky had babysat a few times before that, and it was pretty uneventful. She'd play games with me and do my hair, play dress up, pretty basic stuff. So anyhow, one day I had gone with friends down to the park. I remember there was a ball field at the time, and a sand lot next to the field. My friends wanted to play on the monkey bars, but I wanted to play in the sand. I looked at the sandbox, and my babysitter Vicky was standing there. I told my friends I was going down to the sandbox, and ran off. We played in the sand, building a castle, and then she asks me if I wanted to go get something cold to drink. It was stifling hot, and I of course said yes. So she takes my hand, and we start walking to her place. She starts telling me about her puppies and asking if I want to play with them. Of course I get giddy and now can't wait to get to her house. This was where my memory had stopped, and after my mom told me what happened, the rest of it flooded back. My mother just happened to be talking to my sister and I about some of the places we lived, and we got to Monica Lane. I told her I remembered the park and how big it seemed, and she asks me if I remember being kidnapped. I immediately thought she was kidding, and then the look on her face told me otherwise. She said it was around 5 in the afternoon, and one of my friends had come to the door to ask me to come back outside, sure that I had gotten bored and walked back home. When my mom checked the house, she realized I wasn't there, and, 7 months pregnant with my sister, sprints to the park, screaming my name. After asking several kids if they'd seen me with no clue, she went to the ball field and asked the older boys if they'd seen me. One of the boys, she guessed around 14, said that he'd seen a younger woman playing with a girl that fit my description in the sand and walk off in a general direction, and that was all he knew.
My mom ran across the street to one of the houses and asked to use their phone and called the police. By the time the police got there, my dad had come home, and some of the neighbors were trying to help my mom. So there's this search party out looking for me, screaming my name and knocking on doors. The police had gone back to the park to ask the boys if they knew who had been with me, and if they knew who she was. Between the boys and the neighbors, they had deduced who it was that had led me off, but I have no idea how, honestly. The police and the entourage go to her home. She lived with her parents, but they weren't home, and knock on the door. She came to the door and told them she hadn't seen me and that she'd been home all day. The police asked to come in, and for some reason she said okay. They went through the house and went to the basement and found me. That's what my mom knew, and then I remembered. It was literally like a floodgate had opened and I started crying. At 6, you sort of trust everyone, and she'd been in our home. I never got a bad feeling from her, and my parents didn't either. But when we walked into her house, I remember that cold, holy crepe feeling washing over me and getting very worried. I remember starting to cry and saying I wanted to go home, over and over. She takes me into her kitchen and gets me a glass of water and a tissue. I hear dogs barking, and next to the kitchen is an open stairway that goes down, and where the barking was coming from. She starts trying to cajole me into going downstairs, telling me there's all sorts of toys and games. I reluctantly agree, and she grabs my hand to head down the stairs. The dogs are going nuttier and I start screaming. At this point, Vicky is getting bizarre. She's screaming at me to shut up. If you don't shut up, I will throw you in the cage with the dogs and they will eat you. Shut up. Dragging me down the stairs and still screaming. I was scared out of my mind. I remember crying so hard I was hyperventilating, and I am screaming so hard I'm not making sounds. Vicky then flips a switch and starts being syrupy sweet, trying to calm me down. She tells me that she was just playing a game and tells me she wants to play hide and seek. She must have been relatively skilled at calming me down, because the next thing I know, I hear knocking on the door upstairs, and I wasn't crying. The houses were all the same sort of tract houses that Sears used to sell. Not huge, but not small. But you could hear everything at any spot in the house. I keep hearing the knocking, and she tells me that it's her friends. They're coming to play hide and seek. She convinced me to let her put a piece of masking tape over my mouth so I wouldn't make a sound, and lifted me into this big wooden box next to the kennel. She put a big pile of blankets over me and told me to be really quiet so they didn't find me. The whole time the dogs were going crazy, but when she calmed me down, they calmed down too. They still looked incredibly mean, but they were no longer frothing at the mouth and only slightly growling. Until the knocking started, I remember scrunching in there, confused, still scared and convinced that the dogs were going to get out and eat me. I was crying again and hyperventilating. I remember taking the tape off my mouth because I couldn't breathe, but remembered I needed to be quiet because I was afraid what she'd do if I screamed. I laid in that smelly box next to a big bag of dog food, sweating, tears rolling down my face. I sort of pushed the blankets to the side, but only enough so that I could pull them back over me when someone came. I recall thinking about my dad and wondering if he'd come find me. All of a sudden, I hear what sounds like adults yelling my name. They come down the stairs and the dogs are going crazy again. Over and over, men are yelling my name, and then I hear a man say, "If you don't shut those dogs up, I will." I was in a large storage box, like a carpenter's toolbox type of thing, with tape hanging off my mouth when they opened the lid. I remember a very nice man asking me my name and if I was okay. I don't remember answering him in anything other than screams and tears, and grabbing his neck so hard my dad had to practically pry me off of him. I remember my parents taking me to the hospital to be checked out, and that's all I really remember. Mom said that Vicky was found guilty of attempted kidnapping, and last she knew was in prison, but couldn't remember when the last time was she had heard anything. We moved from the area shortly thereafter, and I haven't been back since. I do know that Mom said that her parents were odd, but that they didn't know them. She had met Vicky from neighbors that had used her as a babysitter, and had never heard of anything bad, and that I always seemed happy with her. She lived in the general neighborhood, but it would have been 2 blocks over and on block down. Mom said they never picked her up. She always walked over. When they'd get home, they'd drive her home, but never noticed anything out of the ordinary. Mom and Dad had only met her parents when they came to the door to ask for forgiveness, that Vicky hadn't meant to do anything bad and was a good girl. Mom said my dad picked up her dad by the shirt and told him that if they ever came on our property again, he'd kill them. I remember her name and sort of what she looked like. But if she walked up to me today, I would have no idea who she is. This happened around 2006, when I was in my mid-20s, and my sister, the unfortunate main character in this story, had just turned 21. At the time, she and her boyfriend lived with my fiance and I. On weekend, we would go out to one of 2 bars that had karaoke, air hockey, etc. This particular night, we were at the bar further out from where we lived in the city, a good half an hour by car. Everyone was having drinks, socializing with people we knew. It was one of those places with lots of regulars. We were singing karaoke. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. Except that night, my sister started hanging out with these 2 older ladies who had a liquor store in their purses and were quite sharing, although I didn't know it at the time, as she tended to drink a lot more than me. That was a score for her. Less money spent on drinks. But she ended up far more hammered than usual. Towards the end of the night, around 1:45, she was really very drunk. The aforementioned fiance, my sister's boyfriend, and I were in a heated air hockey game, planning to leave as soon as it was over. She walked up to us and said she was going to smoke a cigarette outside. Nothing unusual. Everyone did. Until we were done. About 5 minutes later, we paid our tab and walked out. But she was not on the porch area where smokers congregated. Okay, weird, but not alarming. We went out back of the bar to check for her. Inside, in the restroom, in the large parking lot. It is notable that this particular bar was in a business park, so there were multiple businesses that were closed, as well as the Mexican restaurant next door that had just closed as well. We searched, asked everyone that knew us and those who didn't if they'd seen her. No one had. I asked the workers from the restaurant that were sitting outside as well. They seemed nervous when telling me they hadn't seen her, but I didn't think much on that until later. By then, I was in a full-on panic after trying to call her cell about 15 times, only to have it go to voicemail. Me, being a bit inebriated myself, I started searching for her. Went as far as to take off my heels and start running down the highway searching for her, as honestly there had been times that she would start walking home in the past. Though never from this place, as it was so far away from where we lived. The fiancé and her boyfriend thought we should go to the house to see if she got someone to bring her home. It seemed unlikely, but not unheard of. We get home and she's nowhere to be found. Just as we were about to head back, and I was going to phone the police, I received a call from the PD on my phone. They indicated that they had my sister, that there had been an incident, and that I needed to get down there. We rushed to the PD, where we were taken into a room with my sister. Her face was red from obvious crying, and bruises were starting to show on her arms and chest. She said that when she told us she was going outside, she thought we said we were leaving then, so she walked to the car. After a few minutes, being drunk and tired, she sat down up against it to wait. A van pulled up, and a young man was asking her for directions to somewhere. She walked closer to try to explain, when suddenly the back door flew open, and 2 other men grabbed her and threw her in, taking off. They were rough with her, hitting her a few times while holding her down, saying they only wanted money. They snatched her purse from her,
breaking the scraps, and searched it, quite haphazardly, as they didn't find the $30 that she had in it. After driving around a bit speaking in Spanish she couldn't understand, they pulled out a gun, making sure she saw it, and put a bandana around her eyes, telling her that they'd let her go. She was driven to some woods by a neighborhood that she did not know. The door was open and they pushed her out, telling her to run, that if she took the blindfold off or turned around, they'd shoot. She ran and ran. Eventually, she did take the blindfold off and came to the first door she saw, beating on it and screaming for help. The police were called. She was picked up, and now we are back to my being there, hearing what I feared had happened. A report was filed. Police did a search and did locate the bandana she ripped off. But as she was so intoxicated and terrified, she was not able to give a clear description of the van, other than a white older model, or the 3 occupants, other than young Hispanic men. The investigation turned up nothing, as no cameras caught any of this. Heck, we even had detectives in our home who said, "Look, we need the truth. If you got drunk and just went home with someone and didn't want your boyfriend to find out, we will file charges on you." Aside from the bruises, broken purse, and her trauma, there was nothing concrete to go on. That was unpleasant. I am still fairly convinced that someone at the restaurant knew something, given their suspicious behaviors when I asked about her, but the police were never able to find that link. All said and done, the guys were never found. Eventually, we just moved on in different states. It's now just a story in our lives. It still makes me sick thinking of what could have happened, but thankfully it didn't. Be safe out there, everyone. I am a 21-year-old girl taking her first backpacking trip around the world. I only arrived in Thailand 2 days ago, and it was an unfortunate, as I almost got kidnapped on my first night. I went to Bangla Road, which is well known, and had a few beers at a bar, and then went to a popular club, Illusion. I was having a good time, dancing and meeting people. In the club, I only had 3 drinks, tequila and orange juice. But at some point, I realized I was a lot more drunk than expected. I don't know if it was spiked, but I was dumb and had my drink on the table next to me while I was dancing, and it was very crowded. In total, over the space of 3 hours, I only had 2 beers plus 3 tequilas. Usually, that is an okay amount for me to be aware. I went to the bathroom and felt very intoxicated and threw up. Upon leaving the bathroom, a guy who I do not know grabbed my arm. He seemed young, and I asked him what was going on. He said that he would help me down the stairs. After we got down to the road, he dragged me down an alley and put me in his car. I was really scared at this point and didn't know how I'd gotten myself into such a bad situation so quickly. I'm very small and not very strong, so it was easy for him to take control of me. He started driving and I kept saying no, 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 and to stop. But he said, "Don't worry, I'm taking you somewhere safe," which was honestly very scary. I had maps open, and we were driving out of Patong. Finally, after some time, I started telling him that I would throw up all over him and his car if he didn't pull over. This seemed to annoy him and he pulled over. The second he stopped the car, I got out and ran down the street. Luckily, there was a motorbike taxi who asked if I needed a lift, and I jumped on and told him where my hotel was. I could see the guy walking down the road after me as we sped away. We made it back to my hotel safely. Honestly, after that, I'm not going to any bars or clubs alone. I don't trust anyone, and I'm feeling very vulnerable. At least it was a lesson that I needed to be a lot more careful. I'm just glad that I made it out okay. When I was 17, I worked in a large mall at Vans. I had a lot of creepy older guys come in and flirt with me, but one guy took the cake. One day, I was working the usual busy as heck Saturday nights, and there were 4 very tall men that asked for my help getting shoes. I worked in an outlet, so the store was large with tall racks. The mall I worked in was extremely popular amongst locals and tourists alike. The mall has some history with being a sex trafficking hotspot for context. So anyway, the men said that they were from Nigeria, and they were pretty chill at first, until they began to flirt. One man kept saying that he has a son in Nigeria, and asked if I wanted to wed him. I laughed because I thought he was joking, but suddenly he looked extremely offended. I was awkward and began talking about the shoes, but the man interrupted me with saying how great his son was, and that I would make a great wife. At that point I grew uncomfortable, because I didn't want to be rude, so I asked for a coworker to come over to take care of them, while I went to the bathroom. Everything was normal for the remainder of my shift. I clocked out, and I was waiting for my dad to come pick me up. I usually walked around the halls of the mall as I waited. The music was soothing, and all was calm. I walked past a restroom hall and saw figures standing in my peripheral. I glanced and saw that it was the 4 men from earlier. I was in full-on panic mode at that point, but I played it off. I smiled at them softly and kept walking so they didn't think that I was being rude. Sure enough, they began following me. I picked up my pace, hoping to find other people walking around, but there was no one. I was speed walking from the guys who were keeping pace with me. My thoughts were to just go to the bathroom so I could lose them, so I entered the next restroom hall. I walked slowly, thinking I had just lost them, but soon after I heard pounding footsteps in a hurry. I looked back, and they were coming right for me. I didn't think the bathroom was an option anymore, and I started yelling for help. I ran straight for the employee corridors of the mall, but when I got through the doors, a security guard met me on the other side. I bumped into him, and I never felt more relieved in my life. The men took off the other way, and the guard let me stay in his office until my dad came. Thank God for the guard. If he wasn't there, I probably wouldn't be writing this right now. I was hiking along one of the outlier Appalachian trails. I was alone. I always hike with a pistol. I followed a game trail for a spell to climb high in a ridge in hopes to get some pictures from a vantage point, when I heard a low, guttural growl from a thicket. I'm familiar with most animal sounds from this area. I don't know what it was, and I've not heard it since. I stopped and peered into the thicket, but couldn't see anything obvious. I drew my weapon and backed out of the trail for about 100 yards, and walked the rest of the trail back to the main hiking trail. I continued on until I came across a man and woman walking with a dog. The dog was fairly aggressive, and evidently gave them fits holding him, so we didn't chat. I moved on another 100 yards and stopped for lunch. I wish I had time to inform them that I heard something, but figured that they wouldn't travel the game trail. As I was eating my lunch, I heard the dog go ballistic in the distance. I quickly grabbed my things and walked back towards the game trail that I followed earlier. I never saw those people again. I checked the papers and researched, but no one was ever reported missing from that area. To this day, I never found out what was growling in the thicket. Earl Schaefer, the first man to complete the entire Appalachian Trail. He was doing it for the second time, I think. I was walking the trail by myself, and out of the woods comes an old disheveled dude. I was like, oh great, I'm dead. We exchanged hellos and continued on our separate ways. A few hours later, some hikers passed by me and asked if I had seen some old dude wearing blah blah blah, and I said yes. They asked if I knew who he was, and I said no. They said it was Earl Schaefer hiking the entire trail for the second time. This isn't as crazy as some of the others on here, but my friend had an encounter when we were hiking a 50-mile section of the Appalachian Trail in upstate New York. I was a Boy Scout at the time, so I must have been about 15 or 16, and was with at least a dozen other people. I was up at the front of the group with my friend Tyler, and the trail was approaching a cliffside. All of a sudden, I hear loud rustling in the leaves, a scream from Tyler, and then a loud hissing noise that quickly faded to nothing. Tyler had stepped on what he later described to be a copperhead, and immediately reacted by getting his foot underneath it and punting it off the cliff. I was told this story over this past summer by someone that I met running a campground up by the Yellowstone/Tettons area. It was a privately owned campground located in the greater Yellowstone region. Anyhow, I checked in, met the dude running the spot. He was really laid back and down to earth, and even gave me updated accommodations, glamping instead of my campsite for free. Anyhow, we connected pretty well. I felt comfortable around him and safe at his spot, which is important as I travel solo mostly. As we started chatting one morning and he was telling me how he spent some time 2 to 3 months ago on the Appalachian Trail, starting in Georgia and moving up north. I don't remember how it was brought up, but he begins telling me how one day he found a cut off the trail, an old carriage road or something, and that it was pretty quiet. Not many Appalachian Trail hikers go off into this portion. Anyhow, he starts telling me how one day he's hiking and begins hearing branches and twigs breaking off the trail on his side. Being the only one there, he suspects it's an animal. According to him, he sets up camp that night and begins hearing the same noises around his campsite. Well, he begins to get sketched out and decides that he'll rest quickly and gets back on the trail. Morning comes and he hits the trail again and begins hearing the same noises. He begins telling me how he starts to get a little sketched out at this point. He seemed pretty legit, getting emotional and whatnot. Not overly dramatic, but you could tell that he was affected by recalling this. The dude tells me that he starts picking up his pace on the trail, and the noises begin to keep pace with him. Finally, he reached a ranger station, which was closed. He says that he was so freaked out that he was ready to break in when a ranger pulls up and sees him distraught. He starts explaining what is going on, and supposedly the ranger tells him that he's surprised he made it that far by himself and lets him in the station. He gets inside, and the ranger shows him a storage area with around a dozen packs that he claimed to have picked up, with nobody around. Now the story gets weird, and I feel that the guy's full of crap, but again, he seems pretty emotional. He claims that while the station, him and the ranger hear something on the roof, and he starts mimicking the sounds that this creature was making. Pretty much just really strange and obnoxious creature noises. He claims that it was Mothman or an alien. I have no clue what this dude was recalling, or if he was full of crap. However, it sent me on a quest to see if anyone else has had a similar experience on this portion of the Appalachian Trail. Let me start this by saying that I have lived in the Appalachian Mountains all my life and have experienced a lot of strange things. My family was Irish and settled in West Virginia.
but I currently live in the North Carolina portion of these wonderful mountains. That being said, I have learned a lot about what really lurks in these woods, but this was nothing like I had ever experienced before. It all began with my golden retriever Ozzy growling like I had never heard before. He literally never growls, so that had me really uncomfortable, but this growl was bone-chilling. It was like he was getting ready to have a fight for his life or something. I took both him and my other dog out at around 11 p.m., and he would not leave my side. I noticed that my workshop door was open, so I walked down to close and lock it up. The entire time he is glued to my side. Ozzy also kept trying to get in between my legs, still growling, and all of his hair sticking straight up like a feral animal. The second that I closed the door, all hell breaks loose in the woods. It sounded like 50 full-grown men had broken out into a full sprint tearing through the woods. Trees were shaking and branches were falling. In all of my life, I have never been that scared. We got back in the house before I crapped my pants, and I got my pistol/mag light to figure out what the heck was going on out there. When the dog and I got back outside, we were surrounded by what sounded like people mumbling. It was everywhere. I shined the light all over the woods and couldn't see anything, but the sound was coming from all around. It sounded as if you got a full gym of people to baby mumble. You could almost make out words. That's why I don't think it was an animal. I almost immediately felt sick, like I was having a mix between a panic attack and the full swing of the flu. Back inside the house, it sounded like people were walking around all night. The windows were creaking, and you could clearly hear the sound of shoes on gravel. The mumbling never stopped. Every time I got up to check the house, my feet would touch the floor and it would get dead silent. You couldn't hear birds, crickets, frogs, or anything. I was terrified and didn't sleep a wink. The air felt thick and evil all night. That's the only way that I can explain this feeling. Imagine a soaking wet quilt being tossed over you. That's how I felt. I'm looking for any answers as to what this could be. This wasn't like the normal spooky stories that my grandma and great uncles used to tell me. I feel like this scene traumatized me, since I remember it so well whenever I think about fear. The reason this memory scares me till this day is probably because I have yet to discover what animal it was. My closest bet would probably be raccoons, but the uncertainty is what frightens me so much. That day, I decided to push a bit more, and even though I was at a shelter with my trail fam and it was dusk, I just wanted to keep moving and night hike to the closest camping spot ahead. We've been there before. I waited out the momentary rain in the shelter and started hiking moments before it actually got dark. My buddy told me not to drink the water from one of the water sources ahead because apparently there was a factory accident or something contaminated the stream or river. I remember going downhill from that shelter, crossing the stream, and then having to cross a highway that was pretty wide. It had a thickly wooded median strip. At this point, I was ready to pitch my tent anywhere, but the surroundings didn't permit that, so I kept going. I got into a woody section of the trail, where everything around my headlamp was pitch dark. The headlamp, by the way, had an issue, most likely because of weak battery. It would dim itself and I would have to reset it. It was enough to see where my next step was going, so I just kept it dim. This is when I encounter a pair of eyes reflecting back at me from the right. Nothing out of the ordinary when night hiking. Could be anything, really. The eyes were medium size, roughly 4 to 5 inches apart and 4 foot off the ground. Right next to them were another pair of eyes, but slightly smaller and shorter. My first thought was actually bear cubs. Because of the way that they acted, it really reminded me of curious cubs, mesmerized behind their mama. I just let them be and focused on moving forward. And this is when I saw it. 1, 2, 3 more of them, all slightly varying in size, and this time on my left. I grabbed my trekking poke, a clever name that I made for a modified trekking pole the size of a stake, and started banging it on a tree. The eyes didn't move at all and just stared back at me. Fine. I kept moving while I banged the passing by trees with my poke. And then as the trail light turns right, in front of me, I see this line of about a dozen pairs of eyes. All of them just sitting there in the outlines of the trees without moving one bit. This is when the fear started flowing. So I picked up my pace and turned right, ignoring any glare in my peripheral vision. I just stormed the heck out of there. Soon I was out of that section, and I managed to make it to a pond where I stealth camped. Whenever I would tell others about this, they would shrug it off, thinking that I'm probably exaggerating or that it was nothing serious. But experiencing it firsthand, all alone, knowing that you're greatly outnumbered was really scary. I wonder if anyone else has had similar experiences that they can't get out of their minds either. Funny thing I just realized is that my trekking poke died/broke that night while I was using it to climb some rocks, shortly after this episode. It was quite an adventurous hike. The man in the red raincoat. I was hiking in New York and made it to this awesome deli, the Appalachian Market, in time for dinner. I ate a delicious dinner there while I waited out a rainstorm. The deli was so delicious that I decided that I would stealth camp near the road that night. I would get an early start the next morning, fueled by a New York breakfast sandwich and coffee. I crossed the road and found a flat spot to set up near the pond. But I noticed what looked like a homeless person set up nearby with a hammock and a bunch of stuff everywhere. I decided to keep going and found a flat spot a bit further down the trail. A few hours later, I was woken up by a bright light. There was someone outside my tent with a flashing or headlamp, and they were shining the light all around. I hear footsteps outside my tent. Who would shine their light on someone's tent at midnight? That can't be another thru hiker, can it? Then I hear a man's voice. Hey you. Hey you. Oh crap. Whatever is outside my tent sounds angry and crazy. What do they want? I hold my breath and hope that they think I'm sleeping. The footsteps stop, and the light shines on and around my tent. Hey you, what the heck? The angry voice grumbles incoherently. I start wondering if I should yell and try to scare him away. Should I make a run for it? I have no idea if the crazy man outside my tent has a knife or some sort of weapon. So I sit still, and I hope and pray that he will eventually leave. 5 or 10 minutes later, I hear the footsteps walking away from my tent, and the light disappears. Finally, I can breathe again. The crazy man is gone, but will he return? I fell asleep for a little while, and then suddenly I woke up feeling uneasy. I turn and look out the half-unzipped rainfly of my tent, and notice someone standing outside my tent. Just outside, there is a man with a red raincoat and a gray beard staring at me. He is completely silent, but is staring right at me. I reach to grab my knife, but then I realize I don't have one. I blink and look back for the man, but he's gone. Was that just a dream? The next morning, after very little sleep, I wake up and walk back to the deli. On the side of the trail, I notice a man passed out in a sleeping bag. He's wearing a red raincoat.
My wife and I were overnighting on a section that I knew very well. There was a rowdy group at the shelter we had planned on using, and we wanted to get up early. So we ended up using an extremely well-maintained collection of tent sites, not far from the shelter, and were pleased with our spot. We waited until after dark, and no one else showed up like we expected. I was having a rough time sleeping. I'd woken up to the noise of the partiers and was just chilling in the tent while my wife slept. I was getting closer to dozing when a very large buck decided to check out our tent with his antlers. He came right through it. There must have already been a tear or a weak spot. I'm pretty sure that he was as shocked as I was that the tent popped and ripped. And I was scared out of my mind because I'd never encountered a deer doing something like that in all of my years on the trail. I froze. He froze. My wife continued to sleep because she sleeps through smoke alarms, so this frozen deer wasn't waking her. In the dark, it took my brain a second to really grasp what was even happening. Then, because in the middle of the night in the middle of the woods, nose to nose with a wild animal, I was not thinking at my best. I barked. I barked like a dog in his face. He did not move. If he had not been a wild animal, I could have easily given him a good boy pat on the snout. It didn't seem like a good idea at the time, and I just had to wait him out until he slowly removed himself from the interior of the tent and walked quietly off into the night, showing no sign of being spooked. When we ran into the partiers the next day, they told us that he had visited them as well and just stared at them for a while before moving on. My wife woke up the next morning and was genuinely confused about what happened to the tent. I had really thought about messing with her and telling her that she slept through me fighting off a bear or a bobcat or something. But the truth was too irresistible. My dad and I were camping next to the Elk River, sharing a tent at the time. We set up camp in a small field next to the river and called it a night. My dad slept with earplugs. I did not. I woke up to something right outside of the tent, right by the flap where our bags were. I heard loud snorting and thought hogs. I woke my dad. He sat up to listen, but of course there was no sound. He goes back to sleep and it starts again. I shake him awake again. Again, no sounds. This time he goes back to sleep without his earplugs. Well, the snorting came on the side of the tent, and he shot up quick. I stick my head out but saw nothing. No tracks. Our food bag was untouched. It took a long time to get back to sleep, but we learned later that it was likely a deer. My dad swears that he saw Ollie or whatever the little boy was named who supposedly haunts that one shelter. But I forget which one. My friend and I were on Breakneck Pond and Harrowing fishing. We were in the middle of the lake in a metal boat. It started pouring, so we went onto the tree line at the end of the lake, so lightning didn't mess us up. These kayakers asked us for immediate help after we got on land. My friend said, "That's your problem." But then I said, "I'll help real quick." It seemed to be a couple. They were oddly nice, but seemed like they had some good hiking experience and what to do in hazards. So they claimed shelter was a half-mile going away from the campgrounds, so we decided to follow. I got a weird feeling as the skinny guy walked behind me, almost like he was going to blindside us with a knife, and his spouse, the woman leading the group. So it then started hailing. Then it got really painful. We were getting destroyed by dime-sized hail balls, coming at a 30-mile-per-hour fall rate. I was really desperate to find shelter. Then I realized that my friend and I were following random strangers in the woods. I knew those campgrounds like the back of my hand, so I finally realized that Camp Group didn't add cabins at the end of the pond. I got my friend and said let's go the other way. They tried to get us to come back, but I refused. My gut feeling could have saved us from getting knifed by two strangers. We got back on the boat after the hail stopped, and the strangers were nowhere to be seen. During my through hike, I had planned to get off the trail around Waynesboro, Virginia for a wedding in Shenandoah. I had a friend hike with me for 5 days out of Damascus, which we did 15-mile days. Then I picked up the pace to make it in time. I needed to average about 23 miles per day for something like 12 days to make it. Started with 29 and 28-mile days, and averaged 23 for a 4-day push to Pearisburg. Then needed to repeat that to Daleville. But I slowed up and got there a day late. It was shortly after that I found out that the wedding was a day earlier than I had thought. So I was 2 days behind. I decided to get off at Buena Vista instead, which I had not wanted to do since I had stopped in there during a section hike. So cut to Friday, the day before the wedding. I hiked into Glasgow for lunch and had a small resupply to get me through the night. I packed out half the pizza and began the big uphill in the heat of the day. I chugged all of my water by the top of the mountain where I had decided to camp, so I needed to hike on to the next shelter. I had to signal for what would be the last time, so I decided to book my rental car from Enterprise and request a pickup from the road where the trail comes out. Declined. I pick a time when the store is open. Check the hours. They close at noon on Saturdays. Well, crap. I text my girlfriend the situation and began to hike downhill, losing signal. I make it to Punch Bowl and run down with just my bottle and filter for water. Didn't bring my headlamp and it's getting dark quick. I ran back up the trail and got to my pack. Took out my headlamp and kept hiking into the night. I only did maybe 3 miles and then had to look for a stealth camp spot to camp. I finally found a small flat spot barely big enough for my tent, right off the trail by like 2 feet. I threw up my tent and wasn't even hungry from dehydration. So I went to hang my food, smelly pizza included, from a tree. But I was looking for a suitable limb for like 10 minutes with no luck. Eventually I said screw it, and threw my food onto a tiny branch about 8 feet off the ground, in the tree right across the trail from my tent, maybe 10 feet out my front door. I go to sleep and wake up at 4 a.m. to large footsteps behind my tent. Probably not human because it was coming from the woods, not the trail. I shuffled my sleeping pad to scare it off. It just froze for a second, then kept wandering closer. All the deer I had seen were super skittish, and this creature was not, so I assumed that it was a bear. I make as much noise as possible, and it detours a wide berth around my side of the tent, so I play some music from my phone while packing up loudly. Music ends and I hear nothing. I peeked out. Nothing. I pack up my tent while singing loudly, grab my food bag and hike off the trail. Never ended up eating that pizza either. One time, I was on a solo trip and passed through Tennessee/North Carolina near Smoky Mountain National Park. I found a primitive campsite off the main road to stay at, but was not familiar with the area. I chanced it as it was late, and my options were limited. The road to the site was basically wagon tracks with downed branches in the way, and I remember it being really humid and wet, and dark as it was late.
I pull up to what I assume was the site. There was a really old piece of machinery right off the road, but it was pretty old, so not exactly a sign of people being nearby recently, but kind of weird. It sounds cliche, but I really did get some Deliverance vibes, mostly the scenery. I genuinely did feel like I was out of place and not really welcome, despite having just traveled across the country and staying in remote places all over. The site had a lean-to, and for some reason I cannot recall, I did not set up my tent to stay in. I was going to sleep in the lean-to with just my sleeping bag. As I was setting up my stuff, I noticed this metal stand with hooks but nothing hanging. I had never seen anything like this. Upon inspecting the lean-to, I found massive spider webs and dead spider carcasses in the corners and under the roof parts. Everything was set up for a horror story, but I ended up fine throughout the night. No spiders, bugs, hillbillies, or anything like that. My conclusion was that this site was a site for hunters. The metal hooks were for hanging deer. In the morning, the amount of dead spiders and other bugs caught in the webs was even more frightening. I lived in Kingsport, Tennessee in middle school. My family had a half-an-acre plot that led back into acres of random woods and hills. There were cabins, dirt roads, and even churches back there that were not on any map. Some were abandoned, but many had people living in them full-time. My siblings and I would go exploring, and my brother accidentally stumbled on either a moonshine or meth cabin once. He thought that it was abandoned and went to check it out, but someone heard his footsteps, and suddenly he heard a bunch of people scattering around inside, and someone telling everyone he'd go check to see what was outside. My brother ran back into the woods and didn't stop running. We stopped going back there after that. Before that incident, we'd find makeshift tents made out of branches that hadn't been there before. Around the tents would be weird extinguished campfires, and weird crap hung in the trees, like a string full of cans and bottles just hanging around like wind chimes. Even twig wreaths and figures like something straight out of the Blair Witch Project. All the other people in the area knew of this and said nothing. You keep your mouth shut about anything you've seen or heard in the woods, because you never know who knows, or is someone who does something secret out in the mountains. If you did happen to see something, no. That was just an animal or even a cryptid of some sort. It wasn't a person. I'm from southwestern Virginia, and one day I was driving around a gravel back road just riding around when I came upon a group of 10 plus people in white robes. They were walking down the road towards the creek. I put it in reverse and got out of there pretty quick, but in hindsight, I'm pretty sure it was just people performing a baptism down by the creek. I'll make a shorter story from a longer one involving sensitive auras. But once I was with a girl on Big Frog Mountain at dusk, miles away from anyone. We decided to walk up a trail when right behind the car, I stepped in a mud puddle with odd-looking light brownish water. I pointed the unusual color to her when we started walking. Not far up the trail, she started getting scared, and we went back to the car. In the car, we started making out while lying in the front seat, and she had her hand draped out the window. I felt an odd sensation in my back. It had happened before when people were behind me, and told her to pull her hand in, which she did. A few minutes later, I felt the sensation in my back again, but it felt more urgent. I rolled her window up, but being a teenager, I continued with the makeout session.
A few minutes later, it felt like someone had stuck a live wire to my back. I sat up, started the car, and head back down the mountain. She was obviously confused and asked me what was wrong. I replied that I didn't know, but something was wrong somewhere. We went back to my parents' house and was assured by them that the family was okay. Having calmed down some, we ate a little dinner, then started to leave. After I opened the car door for her, I walked around the back of the car. While walking, I glanced at the back of the car and saw handprints the same color of the mysterious mud puddle on the car. The last one was over the back window, and it was obvious that someone was watching us while inching their way to the front driver's side window. When I saw the handprints, it was like being hit with a lightning bolt, and I knew what had happened. Cold chills ran all over me. I got her out of the car, and as soon as she saw the prints, she knew too. This story is the absolute truth, so help me, and I will never forget it. In 2007, I was a designated driver, stone cold sober for my boyfriend and friends. He and I went back to his parents' house in southern West Virginia. His parents were out of town, and he was drunk, so I got him put to bed and went out to back to have a smoke. Typical house up a holler setting at the bottom of the mountain, with about a half an acre fenced in, running up the hillside. I didn't turn a light on, and it was typical Appalachia dark. Sat down on the porch swing, lit up, and all of the sudden hear what sounds like a woman being absolutely bloody murdered about 100 feet away from me. I threw my cigarette and got in the house quick, turned on the porch light / floodlight, and saw what can only be described as a huge black panther running back and forth inside the fence, absolutely screaming and screeching its head off, because I guess it thought it was trapped in the fence once it jumped in. I watched it until I figured it out, and jumped back over the fence and ran up the mountain. I think only one person has ever truly believed me. When my mother was just a girl in the 1940s, she was spending the night at her aunt and uncle's house in southern West Virginia. The house was in a holler, and her grandmother's house was at the end of that holler, a big field separating the two, with a big sycamore tree right in the middle of the field. Her aunt sent her to her grandmother's house to either get a cup of sugar or flour. She said she didn't hurry back and just played until almost dark. She started back down the path to her house, which went by the sycamore tree. She said that she got right under the tree when something in the tree let out a yell that sounded like a woman screaming. She threw the cup away, ran towards the house, and met her uncle coming out with his rifle to shoot what was most likely a mountain lion. He didn't find the mountain lion, and they never found the cup that she threw away. I grew up in Big Canoe, Georgia. My sister and I had to ride our bikes a couple of miles, mostly downhill, to the Jeep trail to get to the swim club each day in the summer. Over the years, we had many bear encounters. Black bears are shy but quite intimidating, when the only thing between you and them is a huffy bike. One particular day, as we walked our bikes up one of the few hills that we had to cross, we were very aware of how slow and quiet footsteps in the woods. To this day, I am convinced that it was a mountain lion or a cougar following us. We never saw it, but some of the sounds that it made sent chills down our spines. The forest got so quiet at one point Even the birds went silent. We made it to the top of the hill and pedaled as hard as we could to the safety of the clubhouse. We were so freaked out about it that we skipped the pool for the rest of the week that summer. My name's Octo. I'm from Michigan, but I love Appalachia. The mountains are in my blood. Not to mention, it's the most beautiful place on earth. My grandfather and many generations of my family before him was from Boone County, West Virginia. Anyway, the preamble is mostly irrelevant, but that's the reason I'm in this subreddit. Anyway, this story doesn't entirely take place in Appalachia, but could have easily ended there. A few years ago, one of my friend's parents paid me to pick their daughter up from New York City and bring her back to Detroit because she's somewhat disabled and she had missed a few Greyhounds that they had booked for her. The drive to New York City was relatively uneventful. Got pulled over for having an out headlight. Slept in my car at a rest stop and woke up in western Pennsylvania to a misty mountain sunrise. I get to New York. The traffic sucked and there was nowhere to park, but eventually I found my friend. She loaded her stuff into my trusty HHR and we were off. Pretty much everything was going all right until we decided we should stop and rest. Again, in the mountains of western Pennsylvania. Initially, we chose a Walmart parking lot so we could get food, have access to a bathroom, and so that if something did happen to us, there would be cameras. But there were a few shady cars that seemed to take interest in us, so we decided to push west and sleep at a rest stop instead. We tried that. When we got there, we had some snacks and just BS till dark, so we could easily and safely go to sleep. But then I noticed something. There was a car sitting in the parking lot of the rest stop that looked eerily similar to one of those shady cars we had seen earlier. A newer Jeep, SUV, white. I debated for a few minutes whether we should worry about it, since there were probably tons of people who drive those before deciding to keep pushing west. Exhausted, barely able to drive, potentially paranoid but motivated to find somewhere safe to sleep. Eventually, we found another Walmart and parked somewhere distant from the door, but not so distant that we were invisible. We talked and eventually were almost asleep, until another white Jeep Compass pulled up right next to us. I saw his eyes, and I'll never forget them. They were cold but hateful. Barely awake, I slammed the transmission from park to drive and floored it, heading straight for the highway. We flew through the mountains, but couldn't lose the brand new Jeep on the highway. Eventually, we decided to get off and try to lose them by zigzagging and changing roads, heading southwest instead of due west, as he probably presumed we were doing. After daybreak, we found ourselves in a small town with a busy Wendy's or McDonald's or something, where we finally got some sleep. That night, I was either paranoid, which is entirely feasible, or we were followed for well over 100 miles. Either way, it was the most terrifying thing to happen to me in the mountains so far. I was living in a moderately remote, about a mile out of town up an isolated road, area of West North Carolina, Andrews, North Carolina specifically, back in about 2002. My brother and I, at the time, thought each other were sleeping, and only consolidated our experiences the next day. We're sharing a room in a wood cabin nestled only about 10 feet from the mountainside. In the dark early morning, we heard some pretty unearthly sounds that the next day we compared to all local animal sounds, and none of them were even close. They honestly sounded closer to Jurassic Park fake mechanical or modified whale or dolphin sounds than anything biological that I've ever heard before or since.
and we heard heavy walking on our roof. That then dropped onto the front of the porch, then back to the roof before going away. The next day, we saw footprints in the snow that were, as best as I can explain, most like kangaroo footprints. Way too big to be rabbits, but there aren't any kangaroos in North Carolina. We followed the tracks, and they dead-ended in the middle of our yard, at least 6 feet from the tree line, with snow scuff behind them, like the kind of stuff you see when someone jumps from a point. But again, there was nowhere nearby to jump to within any reasonable distance to any bipedal animal or even a human. It was just like it took off directly up. I'm not a believer in the supernatural. I regularly dismiss most things happily. I don't even believe in religion, etc. But this is one thing that I just can't, despite my best efforts, explain. And I've tried repeatedly since it happened. But I've got nothing. I'm stumped. The most likely thing on the surface would have been a cougar, but it doesn't make sense for that. I've heard a ton of cougar sounds, seen cougar prints, etc. They don't match up. None do. It wasn't a cougar. It wasn't even close. I still to this day, 10 years later, have no idea what it was. And to this day, I'm honestly still a tiny bit freaked out to stay at my mom's house, though thankfully I've never run across anything like that since.
I went camping by myself one night to clear my head, because I had a lot going on at the time. Summer was almost over, so I was trying to enjoy it while I can. I wasn't able to sleep because I felt like someone or something was around. I have one picture from that night. I'll have to see if I can find it. But all you saw is 2 red dots about 3 foot off the ground. After that, I refused to leave my hammock. At about 3 a.m., I started to hear something moving around. I know how animals sound walking. I'm pretty big into nature. But whatever this creature was, it was up on 2 feet walking about 6 foot away from me. As I was curled up in my hammock, not even attempting to look out, I finally managed to go to sleep. Some friends and I were bored in college one night, and I was borrowing my dad's car for the week. So we decided to drive over Fonday Mountain in southeastern Kentucky, because none of us had been down that road before. It was about 3 a.m. when we finally got to the top and started coming down the other side. At first, we saw what looked like a large cat about the size of a mountain lion, but it was running through the woods on 2 feet. We drove as fast as we could to get to the next town, which was Clairfield, Tennessee. When you get into the town, there's a street light on either side of the street at city limit sign. The lights looked like they were floating back and forth across the road, switching places. As we drove through the town, we saw 2 men putting what looked like a body bag into the back of a van. At this point, I floored it and found the first open gas station so I could find to get directions back. I still have no idea what we saw or why. We were stone sober, and while it was late, we frequently stayed up that late, so I doubt that it was sleep deprivation. This didn't happen to me, but happened to my mom in the late 60s. My mother grew up in New Hampshire, but was born in Virginia. One year when she was about 4, she was getting dressed in her snow clothes to go outside. She had a younger brother at this point and he was 3. My grandmother, her mom, would dress her and then go and dress her brother, and by the time she got back, my mom would have taken off all of her snow clothes. So to fix this, she dressed my mom and stuck her outside with the dog right after. My mom just wandered off into the forest. They lived pretty much in the middle of nowhere at this point. The dog went with her, and then she was missing for 2 days. The dog returned home. They thought she was dead. And then they found her a couple of miles away, sitting at the bottom of a hill, covered in dirt and just playing in the snow. She doesn't remember what happened, but I guess she was just missing and then found. Even though there were tons of search efforts, the 2 days she was missing. And like dogs and everything. And she was also missing a lot of her snow clothes, which were never found. It always gives me chills whenever she or my grandmother talk about it. I've been a lifelong outdoorsman, living in West Virginia and Virginia, and I've had a lot of scary run-ins, from being in between a mother black bear and her cubs, to being face-to-face with a mountain lion, as well as being stalked by one. But one of the scariest things was one day in an area that is called the Devil's Ditch / Haunted Branch. All of the older people say if you're going to be in it at night, to have a gun or just don't go. It's extremely remote, and no one lives up there. It's all a hunting reserve. Well, one day at about noon, I was up there with my father, showing him some of the side trails and fire roads, when we stopped at the last gate. It's the farthest you can go into it by vehicle. We were going to stop and take a break. I needed to pee, and he was looking at the maps. Well, I'm standing on a rock looking into the woods, and there was a lot of undergrowth with large poplars growing up through it. You'd be lucky to see 5 to 10 feet into the woods at eye level. I start peeing when all of a sudden, poplar trees start shaking about 10 to 15 feet in front of me. I'm looking up at about 20 feet in the air at the trees, and they are moving back and forth violently. While this is occurring, we heard what sounded like monkeys and almost like samurai talk. These tulip poplars were about 1 to 2 feet in diameter, 20 feet up in the tree, so at the base they were probably around 3 to 3.5 feet in diameter. Nothing should be able to move a tree like that freely. I finish peeing rapidly and walk backwards as my dad is yelling, holding his pistol. I get in the Jeep, throw it in reverse, and head back down the fire road, which was pretty rough at this time. For about a half a mile down this fire road, we can hear whatever it is yelling and making its noise at us, and the footsteps. I've got chills just describing it. And the fact that it kept up with my Jeep down the mountain through the woods, and I could see the underbrush parting, and at one time thought I saw a brown fur. But looking over my shoulder but trying not to tear up the Jeep was a bit hard. I fish in this area. Target shoot up there with buddies and hunt, and we've heard things that sound like monkeys as it gets closer to dark. Rocks have fallen off the mountainside in places where there are no rock outcroppings. Had a friend's truck get rocked in the middle of the night. And yes, there are a lot of bears, but most of the time a bear will only mess with the vehicle if there's food in it. I'm by no means a Bigfoot believer, but I'm also not a denier. I think that we are naive to think that something like that doesn't exist. I'm just sharing what I've experienced. And I just remembered something as I was reading back through this. When we pulled up and got out of the Jeep, the smell was almost like a bear, but with an almost human BO smell with it. I've smelled a lot of animals, and that smell was very unique and has stuck with me. As well as when we pulled up, it was extremely quiet, and you got the feeling that you were being watched, which happens often in places like this, and I've grown accustomed to it. But this day was obviously different. I should also add that it was June or July when this happened, so the underbrush was like a jungle. Growing up in Cookeville, Tennessee, we had Crazy George's Bridge and Booger Swamp. Crazy George's Bridge goes over a railroad track where a railroad worker was supposedly decapitated by a train. He wanders the tracks with a lantern, looking for his head, and if you stop your car on the bridge at night, it won't start back up again. In the 80s, it was also rumored that Satanists used the bridge for rituals, and for decades, teenagers have tested the theories with late-night visits. Booger Swamp was a wooded area where a witch supposedly lived, and if your animals went missing, it was said that she had called them to her lair to use for spells and potions. There's also a witch's cemetery with strange pyramid-shaped tombs. As a young newspaper reporter, I went on a few pot field raids with the Kentucky State Police. We once went to a pot field that was hidden in a narrow valley. The troopers noticed a wire rigged over the valley, running from one side to the other. Turns out it was a tripwire, rigged to a fire cannon that was embedded in the ground, dead center of the field pointed straight up. It was made from large diameter steel pipe, and loaded with several pounds of black powder as propellant. The cops estimated that it was packed with about 50 pounds of scrap metal, including chains, bolts, nails, old brake pads, and all manners of stuff. Long story short, it was clearly designed to shoot down any snooping aircraft that swooped in just a little bit too low. One trooper told me that a Kentucky Army National Guard, Black Hawk, had been scheduled to recon the valley that morning, but they canceled due to another mission. This tale was told to us by our grandfather. It was winter in the lumbering camp. Remember when chestnuts were timbered? It was late one night, and a knock came at their cabin door. Opening the cabin door, they found an old woman who pointed at one of the men and said, "You are needed at home," and then vanished. No footprints in the snow. No signs of the woman. The man she told to go home did. His mother had died. No one ever knew the identity of the witch woman. When I was a little kid, maybe 5 or 6 years old, we had this neighbor like a grandma to me. I'd go over and have snacks, and she had a Mr. Potato Head that I played with that was her now adult son's toy. Weird core memories. He came home in his 20s from the army, I think. I don't remember much about him, but he asked about taking my older brothers camping, but my mom said no. She had a weird feeling about him. Side note, we lived out in the country, not even a town, just a place. There were no locked doors. Everyone trusted each other. My mom saw him at our little store with bee stings all over and was concerned. He said he got them at the creek. She thought that was weird because that's just not a thing where we went all the time. But okay. A little while later, not quite sure how long, the news said that there was a murder of some campers out past where we lived. They had no leads. People were shocked. This doesn't happen here. My mom remembered her weird feeling and the bee stings that didn't make sense. She called the police to say, "Hey, probably nothing, but here's what I got." I remember detectives coming to our house to talk to her. They had some other evidence that matched, but not enough to link him to the murder. A couple with their child. It's unsolved to this day, though the detectives said that he knew that it was him. A few years later, the guy went to prison for an abduction/attempted murder of a woman who ran out of gas and he offered her a ride. She lived, thank God. My college girlfriend called me one night. The Baton Rouge serial killer had been active for a while, and she was being followed all over town, and even after going in circles, by a white truck, which the killer supposedly drove. She fit the victim profile. She was brunette, living in, house sitting for her aunt, a wealthy neighborhood. My roommate and I drove over, and we filed in line behind her in the truck. She lived essentially on the LSU grounds, so I assumed it was a stupid student prank or something. She parks at her aunt's house. Truck stops one house short of her aunt's, and we pull in behind her. I explain that I'm going to go defuse the situation. Walk over to the truck. The FBI says the killer is a white guy. This man is African American. Explain that no one is upset, but he's freaking out my girlfriend. He needs to leave. He looks side-eyed at me and drives off. I see the guy again a few months later, on the cover of the Baton Rouge paper. He's been arrested. He was the killer. My brother was dating the love of his life up until a few years ago. They met because they both worked in a restaurant. He was a piano player. She was a waitress. Things were going amazingly between them. The only problem was she had a jealous ex. He knew when they left work and what shift they'd work since it was the same thing each week. He decided for whatever reason that he was going to teach my brother a lesson for dating his ex, and planned to attack him with a Stanley knife when he left work one evening. That night, my brother and his partner were getting ready to leave, and he stopped for a second to talk to a colleague, meaning she left first. As soon as he stepped out the door, he slashed her throat and then ran. She died in front of him. That attack was meant for my brother. He's gone through a lot of therapy and down some very dark paths since then, but is finally coming out of the other side of it. But it's terrifying how close I came to losing my little brother, and how much he lost as a consequence, because of some deranged nut job. If I could get my hands on that guy, I'd get locked up myself. But he's in prison for a long time, and so far, he's staying there. This is more disturbing than scary, but in my neighborhood there was an elementary school teacher for the elementary school that I went to. Apparently one day he became very angry, very early in the morning, and he chased his wife out onto the lawn, executed her with a shotgun, then shot himself. All while I assume kids were headed to school. My mom answered the door to a young guy who was scared to death. He was crying and couldn't contain himself and asked to use a phone. Cops were called, and this is where we find out what had happened. He apparently was taken hostage and tied up in his basement, and one of his parents was murdered beside of him. He got away when they left and ran to the first house with the lights on. A man in my city dressed up as Santa on Christmas Day and slaughtered his entire family, killed his ex-wife, their 2 teenagers, his wife's sister, his brother-in-law, his niece, and then himself. Apparently, he was having huge financial problems, and the stress on his marriage made him snap. Just Google Grapevine, Texas Christmas murders if you don't believe me. It really was very sad. There was a homeless couple staying in the woods. Out of nowhere, this guy showed up and started attacking them with an axe. They tried fleeing, but he caught and killed the boyfriend. The girlfriend made it to a nearby Walmart parking lot to call for help. As she called 911, she saw the killer walk out of the woods with the bloody axe. He just stood there at the edge of the clearing staring at her, before returning to the woods. Thankfully, they caught him. But honestly, could you imagine if they didn't? My parents went to the same high school in the late 80s, early 90s. A guy a year or two younger than my mom was suspended, and as a result, being kicked out of his house. He broke into a local sheriff's house to steal a gun, showed up to the school to say goodbye to his girlfriend, before heading out on the road to who knows where. The assistant principal approached him in the cafeteria during lunch and told him to leave immediately. He turned around and fired a round directly into the assistant principal's head. My dad was skipping school that day, but my mom and aunt were there when it happened. The whole cafeteria froze for a second. Then the kids started firing at students and all hell broke loose. In the end, he injured 3 students and surrendered quietly when the police arrived. My mom acts like the shooting never happened, and my aunt doesn't like to talk about it. This is a terrifying but true story that I experienced when I was 12. I moved to my dad's when I was 10 and didn't know anyone in the area except for the family that my dad was friends with. It was a single mom with 3 kids. Luckily, there was a girl a couple of years older than me, 12 at the time, and we got to know each other a little over a couple of years. We weren't close, but ended up having the same friends. One night, my friend Rob was hanging out with her and her younger brother. They happened to be in the house alone because my friend's mom was at work, which is where this gets terrifying and sad. Her mother has been helping this one lady through her work and got to know her fairly well. She found out her sister was in a mental institution and was let out recently. The night Rob is hanging out with my friend, they get a knock on the door. My friend thought it was just their mom. She knocks a certain way when coming in and answered it without thinking. Rob wasn't supposed to be there, and he took off through the window to his house down the road. He never thought twice about it. It wasn't her mom. It was the sister of the lady her mom was helping, and she figured out through talking to her where her family lived and her mom's working schedule. She came in, and this is where I don't know the details, and to be honest, I'm glad I don't. My friend's younger brother got away to the neighbors to call the police. The lady brutally murdered my friend a week from Christmas, decapitated her, and left her body naked in a bathtub. Hid her head. They had to look through the presents, and I don't know where they found it, but they did. I wasn't allowed to go to her funeral. One night, a husband and wife were in their first floor condo sound asleep in their bedroom. The wife heard a noise that was loud enough to wake her up. She thought at first that it was just one of those noises and was probably nothing. Nevertheless, she lay very still and listened carefully to see if it was anything. Sure enough, she heard someone going through their condo. She shook her husband awake and immediately put her fingers to her lips when he woke up. She whispered to him that someone was in the condo. The husband crawls out of bed and goes out to the living room and shouts, "I know you're in here, so just get out." The intruder doesn't leave, but instead comes at the husband and begins to fight him. The husband is very strong. He has a physical job and has very powerful hands. Still, the intruder goes round and round with the husband and won't stop. The husband continues to try to convince the intruder to leave. He won't. The wife is still in the bedroom with 911 on the line at this point. The husband finally gets the intruder in a chokehold, feels the breath going out of the guy, knows that if he continues, he will strangle the intruder. Husband doesn't want to kill anyone, so he starts to ease up on his neck. Once the intruder feels his breath coming back, he reaches into his boot, pulls out his knife, and stabs the husband in the chest. The intruder runs into the bedroom where the wife is, grabs her purse, and takes off. Husband comes back into the bedroom and is completely gray with blood squirting out of his hands as he clutches his chest. 911 gets there shortly after and rushes the husband to the hospital, where emergency surgery takes place right away. Turns out, the intruder hit the husband's lung, and he almost died. Kill or be killed. This story is about me and my husband. I worked as a house cleaner in Minneapolis for most of 2019. One of my clients was a mom with 2 kids. They lived in an old house that they kept pretty tidy, but I always got a sad, rundown feeling when I did my cleans. I think that it was mostly due to being an old, creaky house that I'm sure that many people had lived in over the years. But it also had the look of being hastily furnished and mismatched, secondhand goods. The mom was very mild-mannered and soft-spoken. She had a quiet confidence about her that just seemed like a gentle soul. Most of the times I cleaned, she was in her room on work calls, but occasionally I was left in the house alone. Her boys had Pokemon bed sheets and so many books strewn about their room. I didn't interact with the boys much, but they seemed like goofy, normal kids with a caring, hardworking mom. During one clean, I was tidying up their living room, which had a desk in it. The desk was covered in papers, and I decided to stack them so that I could dust off the table. The papers on top of the pile were from the woman's lawyer, detailing finalized divorce proceedings. I didn't read much further, but did learn that she was now separated from her husband. I left the cleaning company that fall and moved on to other work, eventually leaving Minneapolis in fall of 2020 to move in with my parents in Virginia. That December, I got an email message from a therapist that I regularly saw back in Minneapolis, whose mailing list I'd forgotten to unsubscribe from. She said that she was taking time off of work as the boyfriend of her child had been shot and murdered. She included a link to a database for people who had been the victims of gun violence in the Twin Cities. My morbid curiosity got the best of me, and I started scrolling through and reading about the people listed. About 20 minutes in, after clicking to the next page, I was startled to see pictures of the woman that I used to clean for, as well as pictures of her 2 children. I Googled her name and learned that in early December of 2019, her ex-husband had come to her house to pick up the boys as usual. But this time, he brought a gun. The kids ran out to meet him, excited for their time together, and then realized he was armed and tried to run away. He shot both boys in the front yard, multiple times in the middle of the day, in front of neighbors. He then went inside and shot and stabbed their mom before shooting and unaliving himself. He allegedly left a note, but it has not been publicly released. I cannot claim to have really known this woman and her kids, but it is a strange feeling to be intimately familiar with a family's home and belongings, and to then learn they all had been murdered at said home by someone so closely linked to them. Suffice it to say that I've spent a lot of time learning about their murder, reading about family annihilation, and trying to understand how people can get to the point where they feel that that is the right and necessary thing to do. I wish her family as much peace as possible to feel after something so incomprehensible and violent. Back when I had just been enrolled into school as a kid, all the way till we were in Standard 4, our school had a music teacher who was just this wonderful lady with such a pleasant, calming, soothing demeanor and voice. She was a wonderful music teacher, and thanks to her, I had taken up a great passion in music since school. She was in her 40s, but was most probably single, we thought. It is important to mention that in my country, women are still ashamed and looked down upon if they choose to stay unmarried post their 40s. Also, for some reason, most of our teachers were married and would talk about family and would try to convince the single teachers to find someone, which is happening to me as of now as I hit my 30s. Therefore, a lot of teachers would try to set her up. So, she once said, "I'm married to my music and to God." The teachers murmured amongst themselves, but never brought up the hitching thing again, at least in front of us, the students. She had a strikingly comforting and warm smile, with a very pleasant voice and soft tone, but was a woman of few words, who mostly liked to mind her own business. She would spend the day sitting in the music room, practicing, or in between class, or at the piano in the auditorium. I did see her talk to other faculty members in a few instances, but she did not spend as much time with them as they did with one another. She rarely ever spoke, unless it was about the music classes or practices. She looked and dressed uniquely. She would wear this, a line skirt, all the way from above her waistline, always with a tucked-in full-sleeve shirt and a sleeveless overcoat. She would wear different variations of this attire every day. She also had very curly hair, cut to a bob, and wore a pair of glasses with thick black frames. There seemed to be absolutely nothing too striking or peculiar about her, just unique, since I come from a culture where most of our teachers wore traditional clothing and are pretty involved, too involved, with the students and school activities. She left the school when I was in 5th standard. We all bid her a warm welcome. I remember feeling quite sad, actually. It had been years since then. I was now living in another city altogether, going to my 2nd year of university, when one morning, I read a bizarre news article that was freshly breaking from my home city and gaining traction nationwide. It was one of the weirdest, most bizarre true crime/mysteries that I had ever read. As it happened in my hometown, I was obviously extra interested. A father had self-immolated in the bathroom of a very old house in a posh, quiet neighborhood of the city. The son was completely unaware and looked disturbed. Upon further investigation, police found 4 other dead bodies in the house, nicely nestled on a bed, in a room with fresh food served, incense burning, and music playing. Where the bodies had decomposed skeletal remains of the daughter/sister, with 2 other dogs on either side of hers. The windows and ventilations of the room were carefully boarded and blocked. The son/brother was called in for questioning, He had been living with the corpse for a very long time. Police soon discovered that the brother was mentally unstable, and there was way more to the story than they could ever fathom. They found out that the family did not speak to each other directly, but communicated only through chits, the messages on which were bizarre and eerie. The brother maintained a journal, which not only indicated towards his deteriorating mental health, but also revealed dark, dysfunctional, abusive, and incestuous family secrets, with possible hints of necrophilia and cult-like religious practices. It was a strangely tragic case, with a very deep and dark insight. What struck out to me personally was the name of the woman whose skeletal remains had been discovered. It sounded way too familiar. I searched up some more and found another article, this time with a photo of the deceased woman. To my utter shock, surprise, and disbelief, it was our first school music teacher. This was her dead body, the story of her residence and probably her life, which I had absolutely no idea about prior to this. Though most details of the case were never revealed, and there were all kinds of weird rumors about the case, I believe what little information was available. Mental health has its way with people. That is what makes this so sad. It was horrifying. For some reason, I felt terrible, terribly sad and depressed. She taught us such wonderful music, taught us so many wonderful songs, was such a wholesome person altogether, and this is how things ended for her? It seemed unbelievable almost. 2 years later, the brother also self-immolated. I often remember her sitting at the piano, smiling widely at my younger self, with a soft voice saying good. I just wish somebody could help her when there was time. I had gotten out of an 8-year abusive relationship and met someone on a popular online dating app. To be honest, I wasn't looking for anything serious, just someone to go watch a movie or have a drink with every now and then. I had 2 boys and was happy and living a peaceful life on my own after going through hell. So I met this guy who was just a couple years older than me, and he had turned his life around. When he was younger, he used to be in gangs and drugs, and now he was into working out and staying really fit and doing family stuff. I guess you can say that I felt protected by him. He was a hard worker, self-sufficient, had a son, and he loved going to the gym every day. I myself had kind of a crazy past, but overcame, and so we seemed like a perfect fit. We would go to dinner, movies, normal dating stuff, but he eventually wanted to spend more and more time together, and I was having trouble giving up all my free time for him, and he would get very, very angry about this. After being with a controlling, possessive jerk for so long, this was obviously a red flag, and after 3 months, I told him I didn't want to see him anymore. He said that he needed to confess something to me. He admitted to me that he was using steroids, and that was the reason for his mood swings. He cried and said that he was sure that was the reason, and was willing to stop if it meant that he could have another chance, and I obliged, but only under the condition that we remain friends. Things were okay for a while. We saw each other maybe every other week, and he started wanting to see me every week, to which I told him that I was not interested in being anything other than friends at the moment, since I was not ready for a relationship. He tried talking me into giving him another chance, but I just didn't find myself interested in him in a romantic way, and so I insisted that we just be friends. I stopped talking to him because I got mad at his insistence that we still talk every day, since he said that's what friends do. He would always ask about my whereabouts, and ask for pictures of who I was hanging out with, and I told him that that is not what friends do, and he just insisted that he innocently wanted to see what I was up to. Fast forward 6 months later, and I hadn't spoken to him at all within that time. I was happy and living my life, and on one particular night, when my youngest son was at his dad's, I went out to a local bar with friends. My oldest son, who was 13 at the time, was home alone, so I left a little early to make it home at around 10 p.m. I lay down in bed and go to sleep. So, a little info on my living situation. I had been living in my condo for almost a year now, and we lived in a great, safe community, and I would leave my patio sliding glass door open with the screen closed to get a breeze in at night. No biggie. My bedroom was close to the patio, and my son would sleep in the loft that was closest to the front door. I'm dead asleep when I suddenly feel someone slowly sit on my bed. I'm laying in bed, wondering why my son would come sit on my bed so slowly. He wouldn't. I turn around and it's not him. It's Mario, not his real name, laying down in bed next to me. I sit up and ask him how he got in. He's not answering me. He says, "I needed to talk to you." I said, "Okay. When you need to talk to someone, you don't sneak into their room. You call them. You leave a note for them. Literally anything but this." I'm thinking I'm going to kill my kid for letting him in. He said, "I didn't have your number anymore. I needed to talk to you before it's too late." I didn't even entertain the before it's too late bit because I was livid, but something told me to keep my cool. I sit up and say, "Look, I really want to talk to you too, but not like this. Please just leave, and I promise we will talk tomorrow. Call me tomorrow." He gets up and walks over to my side of the bed and starts rubbing my shoulders and is slowly making his way to my neck. He says, "Do you really want to talk?" I look him in the eyes and say, "Yes, I've been wanting to talk to you, but not like this. Please call me tomorrow." He stares at me while rubbing my neck and goes down to my shoulders and lets go. Says, "Okay." This jerk proceeds to exit through my patio door and jumps my patio wall, which tells me that is exactly how he got in. I freak out, check on my kid. He had no idea what was going on, locked all my doors, and I don't sleep the rest of the night. The next day I text him and I tell him that if I ever see him near me or my complex, I will call the police and to never contact me again. If you're wondering why I didn't call the cops to begin with, I knew he had a gun. So A, I was scared of being retaliated against for being a snitch, and B, I figured if I called the cops, they would probably not do much, or just let him out, and I was afraid of what he would do after the fact. Either way, he left me alone, and I didn't hear from him for years. 4 years later, I'm looking through Facebook, and I see his face in the People You May Know section. I click on the picture and notice that it looks just like a jail picture. You know, those pictures where the guy is clearly in a jail cell. I scroll down the page, and his most recent post is him posting his address for his family members to write to. A prison address. So I Google his name, and sure enough, article after article, all with the same headline: "Man arrested on suspicion of killing girlfriend." About 2 years after him and I dated, he shot and killed the girl that he was dating. That could have been me, and I feel like crap thinking if there was anything I could have done to stop him. Even scarier thought is that he only got 12 years for her murder. I'm not sure if I've been traumatized or if I'm just overreacting, but my mom's neighbor was murdered recently, and I'm really struggling to cope. The thing about this is I grew up in my mom's house for 18 years, and moved back recently to an apartment 5 minutes away, so I'm over at her house often. I grew up with these neighbors and got somewhat strange vibes from all of them, but really liked one of them, the dad. He was always very kind and very likable. He and his wife had issues, and they had 4 kids, one of whom was mentally unstable and was living with her parents well into adulthood. I always got eerie vibes from her, but I always just chalked it up to a manageable dose of anger and severe mental illness. She had also gone through a severe trauma in her teen years that kind of explained the instability. Well, I showed up at my mom's house on a Thursday. The daughter was outside, appearing to have a full-on mental breakdown, laughing nonstop and talking to herself quickly and strangely in between laughs. It seemed like she never even paused for a breath. I was afraid, I won't lie, but I knew another neighbor had called the police, so I thought that it was going to be handled. I will never forget the look on her face though. She had been laughing all day long for hours on end, and her face had changed a strange color of bright red and orange. At one point, she was laughing and talking to herself while looking directly at me. By the end of the evening, she was inside and the house was quiet, and I stupidly assumed in her state that it had somewhat lessened. You would think I would know how bad it was and how dangerous she was from the description, but if it's someone you know, or even just see regularly, somehow you just don't consider that they can be as dangerous as what you hear on true crime podcasts. The next day, police and ambulance came and taped off the house. I assumed that it was a self-unaliving at first, and I was only a little surprised. Then we found out that she had murdered her father. He was a sickly and frail older man who had been taking care of her alone out of compassion. The photo of her crazed mugshot with scratch marks on her face from him fighting for his life. The image of seeing the two of them together, seemingly happy and normal. The image of her red and orange face. And the idea of his horrific last moments haunt me. I can't process it. I can't find a lot of info about a neighbor being murdered. And I don't know if I'm just overreacting or if this was trauma. The creepy guy that I dated is a murderer. As a teenager, I waited tables in a local restaurant to pay for the gas for my car. I met Mr. Creep there. In my naive mind, he seemed normal at first, despite the fact that he was 20 and wanting to date a 17-year-old. Leaving my job after dark scared me, so I taught myself to get in my car, shut the door, and lock it in one fluid motion. It made me feel safe. One night I was leaving work, and had just gotten into my car when Mr. Creep seemed to just appear out of nowhere, yanking my door handle to try and open it. I looked into his eyes in the split second before he smiled, and what I saw absolutely chilled me to my bones. I don't know how to describe the evil that I saw. From then on, I was terrified of him. But I didn't let on because I was afraid of what he might do if I told him that I never wanted to see him again. After this, he constantly lied to try to impress me and tried to invent ways of being alone with me. But my instinct was to run, so I avoided him. About 2 weeks after this incident, the restaurant got robbed, and there was significant evidence against Mr. Creep. Just not the kind that allowed the cops to charge him. I sent all of my text conversations with Mr. Creep to the police chief, in hopes that it would help. Mr. Creep slithered away after that, but I always looked over my shoulder. About 5 years ago, he messaged me on Facebook out of the blue. He went on about his top secret military clearance, as well as a huge acreage that he owned. It made me nervous, and I felt like he was trying to spring a trap or something. but I tried to put it out of my mind. Then today, I was looking at posts about an unsolved murder when I saw his mugshot. He is now facing murder charges, as well as 2 other violent felony charges. I am so glad to know that he's locked up, but so overwhelmed about how correct my instincts about Mr. Creep were. I feel like I escaped him, and thank you for reading. So today has been a particularly slow day at work, and I've been killing time reading these stories. Maybe enough time has passed and I can share mine. I had this friend who was really into the occult. Unfortunately, I was the one who got him turned on to it. We had a mutual appreciation of the paranormal and all things weird, so I thought the subject would interest him. He started going deep into the subject to the point where he wouldn't talk about anything else. He would actually interrupt a conversation and force the subject back to occult matters. Rude, but sometimes people go through phases where their interest is all they want to talk about. It was a mostly forgivable offense. I think I should mention that this particular friend didn't have a very large friend circle. His depression and introverted nature kept him inside a lot. He didn't have the best luck in relationships with women. His world was kind of small, and I did enjoy hanging out with him, so I did my best to be a good friend. I didn't want to just brush him off because he was acting a little weirder than normal. Honestly, for the longest time, he was a totally normal guy. We'd chat and play games together on the PlayStation. Sometimes we'd go see movies, with my boyfriend accompanying us. We all hung out at the park. We went swimming. Overall, we had a good time hanging out. Things started to go downhill when he started to smoke DMT. Personally, I think psychedelics are amazing tools that can offer insight into your life, but they should be treated with respect. My friend got to the point where he was making it himself, apparently a pretty easy thing to do after a meager amount of research, and he was smoking it daily, multiple times a day. For those of you who aren't familiar with the substance, when you smoke it, you get transported to a different world, an entirely new plane of existence. Your body and yourself don't exist anymore. You're just exploring this alternate reality dreamscape. My personal experience with it led me to seeing a dragon once, in this kaleidoscope of a cornucopia. People see all kinds of different things there. Imagine what it does to a person when they're smoking it 30 plus times in a day. He started telling me things like he was the reincarnated Osiris. He said that he was seeing Egyptian hieroglyphs all over the place in waking life. Apparently, he had long hour-long conversations with entities in his bedroom, even when he wasn't smoking the DMT. Of course, I was very alarmed to hear all of this, and I told him that he needed to take a serious break. No drugs at all for a few months, so he can find solid footing in reality again. At this point, I was still hanging out with him because he obviously needed some help. And like I said before, he didn't have a lot of friends that could give him that. He was also the black sheep of the family, so I knew he wasn't getting any kind of support from them. He was really close to his sister, and I did reach out to her on Facebook to express my concerns. I pushed her to talk him into getting some psychiatric help, because he was slipping past the point of no return. I'm not really sure if she took my messages seriously, since we didn't really know each other. Plus, she is at least 6 years younger than us, and probably didn't grasp how serious the situation was becoming. In any case, I'll jump forward now to the part where things start to get really creepy. My boyfriend had made arrangements to hang out with our friend in the park. I didn't really want to go, because I felt like I needed a break from him and his nonsensical ranting. I just couldn't deal with it on that particular day. My boyfriend said he wasn't all that bad, and we went away. We get to the park, and he is his usual self.
ranting about Egypt and making up gods that only he knew the truth about. He also had this large hunting knife that he kept fiddling with the whole time we were on a walk. He told us that he had been using it in ceremonial magic and that it helped to banish negative thoughts. It made me extremely uneasy. He would do this thing where he would take the knife and make stabbing motions near his heart or head, like he was mock stabbing himself, all while holding a conversation with me or my boyfriend. I think we were both really on edge and didn't know how or what to say to or do about it. I tried to distract him from doing it by bringing up other subjects that might interest him, but he kept going on with this ritual. Keep in mind, we were walking on a trail, so it wasn't like we could just say goodbye then and there. We had to walk back to our car and then drop him off at his car. My boyfriend had the bright idea that we should get some lunch after our walk, even though that I was doing my best to give him a look that said, "No, why do you think that I want to spend any more time with this guy?" But it must have not been very effective, or my boyfriend was ignoring it. I'm not sure. Either way, we ended up getting in the car to go get lunch. In the car, I was driving. My boyfriend was in the passenger seat, and our weirdo friend was in the back. As we're heading through a busy part of town, where all the shopping and restaurants are, I hear the distinctive sound of a belt buckle coming undone. Then I hear the worst sound imaginable. I peek out the corner of my eye, and my suspicions were confirmed. This guy was doing stuff in our back seat. Instantly, I felt sick to my stomach, and all the nervous energy I had throughout the day popped up in my head. I was trying not to shake and trying to ignore it and drive through heavy traffic. I kind of had a freeze response, I guess. The whole time I kept thinking about that huge knife that he had in his pocket, and obviously he was completely off of his rocker now. I was afraid to say anything or confront him because I didn't know how he was going to react. This part is nuts. My boyfriend didn't even seem to notice, and the whole time he kept rambling on about God knows what. I couldn't listen because my thoughts were 100% focused on driving and trying to act like I didn't know what was going on in my back seat. We get to the restaurant, and my boyfriend runs inside to grab food. I'm left alone in the car with our friend, and I try to act like I'm browsing on my phone, when really, I'm watching and listening as hard as I can. We don't talk. My boyfriend gets back, and I explain that I'm tired. It's been a long day. Let's just drop him off, etc. So I drive us back to our friend's car, and he doesn't get out of our vehicle. He just sits there. I have to get a little bit rude and ask him to please get out and go home. He gets out of our car and walks over to his passenger side. I start getting really scared and suspected the worst. He pulled out a gun of some kind that he had on the seat, and he just walks over to our car with it. I don't know why I did this, but I was so angry that I just got out of my car and walked right up to him. I was maybe 3 feet away, and I could see that it was a loaded 9mm. I kept asking him over and over, "What are you doing?" Because apparently that's all my brain could think to do. I told him to get in his car and go home. He never said anything during this whole time, just kind of cried and had this wild look in his eye. For whatever reason, he got back into his car and drove off. I told my boyfriend obviously we are never hanging out with him again, and that I didn't even want him to talk to him anymore. No contact. Nada. A few months pass, and he occasionally messages me through the PlayStation or texts my phone. He says a lot of random stuff and I just ignore it. It turns out he moved down to Tennessee near Nashville. I don't know why. He had a roommate, and I think their girlfriend lived there. I'm not really sure about the situation. I think maybe he's turning his life around and getting a fresh start down there. I think it's best to cut all contact and let him regroup. I'm not interested in any kind of friendship with him,
and I know that he needed help beyond what I could offer. Again, I reached out to his sister to let her know that he had a gun. She managed to get it from him somehow, but it did little good in the end. I get a call at around 11 p.m. one night that wakes me up. It's a man claiming that he's a detective down in Gallatin, Tennessee, and my heart skips a beat. I start sweating and immediately ask what happened. Apparently, my former friend stabbed someone to death on Halloween Day. I don't know all the details, and the articles about it are kind of sparse. The whole thing is really surreal, and I'm just left feeling like I'm lucky that I didn't get shot last summer. This whole thing turned out way longer than I meant it to be, but that's the story. I'm still feeling creeped out by the whole ordeal, and I'm kind of feeling sick after writing all of this. To give a little context, I used to work at an apartment complex. As a result, I've had my fair share of creepy encounters. Most residents keep to themselves and don't cause issues, probably about 95%. But the other 5% took up almost all of my time. Isaac was one of the 5%. When he first rented his apartment, he definitely had stoner vibes, but he was nice enough and passed his background check. Almost immediately, however, he started causing issues. The lady next door complained that she could smell his smoke constantly. The guy downstairs complained he could hear his stereo at all hours of the day and night. Another resident accused him of following him home one night. The police were regularly there, breaking up fights between him and his girlfriends. We caught him hiding 2 large dogs in his apartment, and he regularly let them run loose, which ultimately resulted in another dog and 2 people getting attacked. He accidentally discharged a gun in his apartment once. Needless to say, he caused a lot of issues. At first, he was very apologetic, and he would make an effort to remedy the problems. But things kept getting worse, and after a year of weekly calls or notices from the office, he eventually became standoffish. One morning, I received a call from Isaac letting me know that he'd broken up with one of his girls, and she wouldn't leave the apartment. He asked me to personally come up and remove her. I'm a small woman, so even if I wanted to take the risk, I physically wouldn't be capable of wrestling an angry woman out of his apartment. I suggested he call the police. He then asked if I could make a maintenance man come up to remove her. I offered to call the police on his behalf, but Isaac said he didn't want to involve them and hung up. A few hours later, Isaac came down to the office with a jump drive and said that he needed to print out a 50-plus page document. Residents weren't technically allowed to use our office printer, but on the rare occasion that someone asked to, I usually didn't say no. It was an easy way to build good rapport. But between Isaac becoming such a problem tenant and now how large his document was, I told him that I couldn't print his document. I gave the excuse that our printer and toner and paper was out, and that we would get in trouble for printing such a large document out for him anyways. Not liking my answer, he started screaming about how it was BS. He accused me of being useless, bringing up my refusal to fight his ex, and power tripping. He called me a B-word multiple times, and said someone needed to bring me down a peg. I was pretty over him at this point, and told him that if he was going to behave like a child, that he needed to leave. He told me that I couldn't make him. Bluntly, I told him that he would leave or I would call the police and have him removed. I also told him that I would ban him from the office going forward. Normally, I tried to kill the residents with kindness, but his lease was ending in a week, and I didn't care anymore if he hated me. My threat seemed to work. He angrily knocked my pen holder over, and then slammed both doors hard as he left. The following morning, a cop was waiting for me when I got to work. He asked if Isaac was a resident, and I confirmed that he was. The officer explained that a body of a teen had been discovered the day before, and Isaac was their prime suspect. He was the last person to text the kid asking him to meet somewhere, where his body was found shortly after the message. The police believed Isaac had been paid to kill him. Based on the timing of the text and when the boy was discovered, Isaac would have had to have left my office and gone directly there. Ultimately, the police wanted to use Isaac's move-out day as an opportunity to try and catch him. To nobody's surprise, he did not show up. When I walked his apartment to inspect for damage, there was a lot. I found a bank receipt from the day of the murder. Someone had wired him $17,000. Thankfully, I never saw Isaac again. He was caught in another country a few months later, and is now in prison. Have y'all ever worked third shift at a nursing facility and have spooky stories? One of my residents passed away suddenly earlier today, and now it's 3 a.m. I keep seeing people that aren't there in the corner of my eye, or feel someone standing too close to me, and no one's there. It's kind of freaking me out. This happens pretty often at 3 a.m. for me, but something feels weird and creepy. I work third shift and I see like black figures or people down the hallway, and in reality, no one is there. Also, the alarms to the doors randomly go off as well, and no one is around. We have black figures too. I started to tell someone training me overnight that I thought it was spooky there at night, and I keep thinking that I'm seeing things. He asked me if a thing that I saw was a black figure bending down, as if to adjust a TV. He laughed at me, because even though I was already the whitest thing he's ever seen, I became even whiter. We also have this thing when someone is dying. They see two little Amish children, a boy and a girl, wearing blue. One of my residents that was almost dead saw them. He is still with us, and now he is always trying to ghost hunt. I often saw shadow figures, as well as alarms or call lights going off that make no sense. I had a call light go off in a room that was no longer in existence. It was made into a storage/utility closet room. There wasn't even a way to push a call button in that room. It was a conundrum. Even maintenance couldn't figure it out. The call light stayed on for a couple of weeks and then burnt out. One hall we had barely any residents, and the ones that were on that hall were bed-bound. The door alarms kept going off, despite no one trying to escape. It happened so often that our RN sat down there with paperwork one night, and it didn't happen at all. Literally the next night, with the same nurse, it went off 3 times that night. The RN was really irritated. But the creepiest thing that I witnessed was seeing my own reflection wink at me. I hadn't winked. I jumped out of my skin and was truly spooked. I had just finished a 1 assist to the bathroom and helped them back to bed and went to clean up the bathroom/grab the garbage. And when I glanced at myself, it happened. I remember another aide telling me to just ignore paranormal stuff when it happens, or it gets worse. So I just remember calmly gathering my stuff and leaving. I didn't even tell my coworkers that night. It was too fresh. I still have a hard time with mirrors, unless it is my full attention to look at myself in the mirror. I very obviously avert my gaze. I worked in a medicine/surgical unit. Once in a while, we would hear children laughing near the door to where our post-ops would come down. One night, we had an older lady in for pneumonia. She hit the call light and I walked in, and she asked if we could keep the noise down. It was just me and 2 other nurses at the time, so I was a little confused as to what noise she was hearing. 10 minutes later, she hit the call light again, and the RN walks in. The patient asks again if we could keep the kids quiet and have them stop running in front of her room. The nurse explained that there wasn't any kids playing in the hallway, and we shut her door a little more. About an hour later, we could hear the patient talking, and I walked in and asked who she was talking to. "Oh, just an old friend that I haven't seen in years." I was at this moment completely bat-crazy confused, and thought that she may have hit a bit of sundowners. Soon, her telemon started going a little funky. Oxygen was dropping, and her heart rate was near tachycardia. Thinking she finally fell asleep, and her O2 came off. The nurse goes in to readjust it back on. No. She was wide awake, and her O2 kept dropping, and her heart rate was now around 140. No sooner than 10 minutes later, we were coding her where she finally passed right away as day shift was coming in. This was my 3rd year as a CNA. I have 10 years now, and anytime I hear a patient talking about noisy kids, it makes me a bit nervous. I worked at the nursing home, and one of my coworkers was killed in a car accident. She had long platinum blonde hair. A couple of weeks later, this woman was chatting with nursing staff about her dad who was terminal, and she was saying how he told her that the girl with the long blonde hair sits with him at night and tells him that everything is going to be okay. I worked at an assisted living facility some years ago, and we had a resident who had passed in this one room just that week, and the family moved all their stuff out. So the way that our facility was set up is you have rooms all along the outside of the facility with like patio doors, and then the inside rooms which created an open area in the middle of the facility for trees and whatnot. So one night it's windy, and the patio door for this room keeps going off. So our medical aide tells me and the other aide to go check it out and make sure that the door is locked. We go back there, go in the room to make sure that the patio door is locked and it won't lock. The other aide is pushing the door closed, and I'm trying to lock the latch, when all of a sudden we hear this scream from inside the room. The moment we heard that scream, the latch locked. The aide and I looked at each other with wide eyes and bolted out of the room. We checked the rooms surrounding this room to make sure that it wasn't another resident and everyone was asleep. I get goosebumps every time I tell this story. I worked with a charge nurse who was about the same size as a teenage girl. She was friends with a few of my coworkers, some more close than others. Her husband was a total butthole. They had 3 kids, and he often made them kneel in front of him while he held a gun to their head. Just being a total jerk. When she turned him in, he walked through her restraining order and shot her in front of their kids and killed her. Then he turned the gun on himself, again in front of the kids. I got a call that night about it. I had to work the next day, so under a dark cloud. We mourned her and our loss. I had a patient that day who was very demented. I was in this room, and he kept telling me about this little girl sitting on the end of his bed. I didn't pay much attention until the charge nurse's best friend walked in. You see her, don't you? You were her best friend. It was the first dead body that I saw in terms of a resident. He had died during the evening shift, and they were putting his body in the bag and onto the stretcher when I arrived. It was really sad, because he shared a room with his wife who could not believe that he had passed away. They were both over 100 years old. I was fairly new at the time, and I was told that this couple was notorious for abusing their call button. It seemed like they were always competing 24 hours a day on who could press the button more. Anyway, everything settled down once he was gone. Suddenly, at around midnight, the red call light went off in their room, which means a bathroom call light. We thought that his wife had just gone there by herself, because she didn't want to wait for us. I went there with someone else, and noticed that the bathroom was empty. We peeked, and literally heard the wife snoring. We rationalized this by saying that she had gone back to bed quickly and fell asleep even quicker. About 5 minutes later, the regular call light for their room goes off. Again, I take another CNA with me. When we get there, we immediately checked on the wife, and to our surprise, her call button was off and she was still asleep. Nervously, we peeked over to her husband's side, and his call light had been pressed. We couldn't make sense of this, since his call light was coiled and placed on the side table, so there was no slack or anything like that. Still creeps me out to this day. There was a patient who had passed away, and she absolutely loved watching TV. She would stay up at night and would fall asleep at around 4 a.m. or whatever. Anyway, right in front of her room, there's a wall that had a touch-screen monitor for CNAs to chart on. Oh, and she also slept with the door closed, because she was not as sick or needed as much help as other residents, and to not disturb others with her shows. One evening she passed away. I'm unsure of the reason because she seemed healthy to me. Her body was picked up about an hour into my shift. So after her room had been tidied up, we turned the lights off and closed the door. Someone was charting on the monitor in front of her room, and I was by the nurse's station doing some paperwork. Suddenly, we heard a really, really loud TV. I went to my coworker, and we both realized that it was coming from her room. We were both like, no way, dude. We both entered the room, and sure enough, her TV was on at the highest volume setting. We stopped charting in that area after that. When I was a baby CNA, I was sitting on the couch between rounds when I heard something. I looked up and saw a tall figure at the end of the hallway disappear into someone's room. Carefully, I made my way closer, worried for the two old ladies in that room, but I couldn't hear anything. I approached and squinted into the dark room. Sure enough, there was that tall, willowy figure. It was peeing in the old lady's trash can. And it was just the tall, dementia resident from across the hall. I worked in this nursing home, and I was changing a resident on my 5 a.m. round. Someone knocked lightly on the door and said my name, so I said patient care, but come in, because I thought it was the nurse. No one came in, so I opened the door and no one was there. I looked down the hall and no one was around. I went and finished up with my patient, who asked me what they wanted. I said that no one was there. They looked at me confused. I then went and found the nurse and the other CNA, who both denied looking for me. This was not the first weird thing, but it was the most direct thing that I had a witness for. I, all the time, saw shadow people, or heard whispers, on my hall though. I used to be a care manager at an assisted living facility for 6 months, for the largest franchise in the country. It is even known by corporate headquarters that this is the haunted one. It had been 2 previous assisted living facilities before this corporate buyout, so a long history of elderly people lived within these walls. 2 residents on the first floor, in 2 separate rooms, lay in bed nightly and watch out their window, and they both see the same thing. They see a large group of people come around 9, and they camp out on the large grassy area next to the building in front of the parking lot. It is so vivid to these 2 ladies, yet there is no one there. They have the exact same story, yet they never talk with each other to collaborate, as they are never in the same dining room or anywhere that they could exchange stories. Then one day, the one says that the children ran into her room in the night looking for their father. She looked into the bathroom, and the shadow figure father was just standing there. She was not afraid though. She was only worried about the children, as they came running into her room every night. She thought they were real. She got out of bed to come find me, to help her find the children's mother. She told me the story every day. She never thought any of it was strange. There was a camping party outside her window every night, and that was not even strange to her as it was there every night. I go into the other resident's room in a different wing, with a window overlooking a different parking lot grassy area. And she is in bed, watching out her window, seeing children and many people outside. It is dark out, so the figures are black to her. There are no callers. There is no one there. These 2 residents have all their faculties and are on the resident advisory board. To them, all these figures are real people. To us care managers, they're seeing ghosts. Another situation is that for 3 days, one resident had about 2 million black flies flying around her room, buzzing around her head. She was moved to another room until the flies were exterminated. We never found out the cause of them or where they came from. She stayed away from that room. The wellness director locked the door, and it became a storeroom. It was 3 a.m. rounds to go check my residence.
I walked into, let's call her Sally's room, and woke her up gently and told her that it was time to be changed. She told me to get out while laying down before setting up. This is what got me. Her eyes slowly traced from the door all the way behind me, and she goes, "What are you doing, little boy?" And the next thing you know, the heater cuts on. Now, it was one of them wall units that sat under the windowsill. It did not have a timer or anything like that on it. It was really outdated. It worked perfectly though, so there was no way for it to cut on, because we usually cut it on for them in memory care. I had to go get another staff member because I was shook. I told my coworker and she goes, "Oh, everyone sees the little boy." What? I have more too, but this one was less frightening to type at almost 10 p.m. at night. I'm a nurse and worked on a travel assignment at a children's hospital. I was in the BMT unit, and there were about 6 rooms, all private and had sliding glass doors. They surrounded the desk so we can see all the rooms when sitting at the desk. One room was directly in front of the station, and we would keep the doors open when empty. We tried not to place anyone there because every kid would wake up screaming about the old man in the room. It apparently used to be a nursing home. Occasionally you'd look in and see the rocking chair moving on its own. The monitors would occasionally turn on in the room. Another night, I was in one room at around 2 o'clock in the morning, charting my antibiotic that I had hung. The room was completely black except for the light from my computer screen. All of a sudden, an empty string came flying past my shoulder from behind me and hit the wall. My patient was asleep to the left of me. I ran out and refused to go back into that room without someone else with me. I worked neuro in a hospital and was charge nurse that evening. We have the neuro unit and its sister unit down a long dark hallway. This was the short stay unit. The unit was closed, as it is frequently due to low census. It was the old ICU 20 plus years ago, so as you can imagine, with all the lights off, it's pretty sketchy. I asked my girlfriend, who's a CNA, to come with me to look for supplies, as we had run out. We go into the unit and are snooping around the supply area, and just come out and all the bed alarms go off in one of the rooms. We go to turn it off, already freaking out, when we hear something else in another room. We turned that alarm off, and got the heck out, needless to say. I was an MHT for crisis intervention and worked pool, so I was often put on third shift. At night, yeah, there's the typical shadow figures and weird noises. Especially the children's unit was the most active, with weird noises and footsteps. However, the absolute creepiest time wasn't even paranormal. Think about the ring girl. Long black stringy hair. Pale, ghostly white face, long white gown, creepy demeanor, lurks and crawls. One of our patients had the exact look already, so I'm on third shift, doing a 15-minute check down the hallway. My walk up the hallway, I look into her room and am slightly startled by the way she's just standing there, slightly swaying, looking out the window, which had horizontal slatted blinds. So the moonlight shone in bright,
but with horizontal shadows streaking across the room. Just her black, ring girl-esque silhouette swaying at the window. I tuck my heebie-jeebies away, breathe, and keep walking to check all the other rooms. Then I turn at the end of the hallway and walk back down, peering in the rooms one more time on my way. I am about to pass by her room again, and I am immediately struck with goosebumps. My hair raised. I didn't know why. I felt my gut start to twist and I stopped. I had to, oddly, compose myself before passing her room again. I have never felt this way before, checking on the patients. This was very new and caught me very off guard. Even the paranormal stuff that would happen was nothing like this feeling. I gain myself and begin to walk, and I have to force myself to look into her room. And wouldn't you know that she moved away from swaying in the window. She was no longer at the window, and when I looked in, it made me gasp and jump. Never have I ever had this reaction. I was actually terrified. When I looked into her room the second time, she was on the floor, twisted like the ring girl crawls, her face up, facing the door and smiling this incredibly creepy demonic smile. I ran back to the desk. I ran back and I just breathed. It was the only time that I had called a coworker to come give me a short break to compose myself. While I don't consider this paranormal, I often wondered if I was looking at someone who was actually possessed. That is the one that sits with me the most. I used to clean a church alone late at night. There was a piano upstairs which I thought was broken, which was why it was upstairs in the attic. One night, I started hearing piano music from the attic. I immediately assumed that someone was up there pranking me, so I went up and there was no one. When I turned around to walk away after realizing that no one was there, I heard a loud bang behind this metal door which I assume was an attic closet. Never worked the night shift again. Asked the one other person that worked night shifts. She confirmed that weird stuff was happening, was normal. I was working at a middle school as a night shift custodian. I cleaned a long U-shaped wing full of classrooms every weeknight. I'd already locked up one set of doors to the wing and was about to lock the ones at the other end of the U. I made the full lap around the wing, and I'd been cleaning there all night alone, and came to the end of the hallway where the doors to the rest of the school were. When I shut the lights off, the dark silhouette of what looked like a child ran from across the end of the hallway from left to right. There were doors down there, but I'd just locked them all up and no one was around. I was so creeped out. I locked the doors connecting the wing to the rest of the school and ran to my car. I always felt like I was seeing things out of the corner of my eye working there at night. But that was the most visible for sure thing that I saw at that place. I worked as a night shift manager at a 24/7 gas station / fast food place in a sketchy part of town. I have hundreds of stories about the wild shenanigans of crackheads. Most aren't creepy, but more like what in the heck just happened. Like the guy who gave me a magic crystal to protect me from the apocalypse, because I covered the change he needed for some hot dogs. Or the other guy who tried to buy his cigarettes with lawn clippings, stating, "I know it ain't weed, but it works almost just as good," before just conking out standing at my register. I'm gonna go with the creepiest being discovering dead bodies the first time.
2 regulars OD'd while hiding in my dumpster area. I called 911 and did what little first aid I knew, but the EMT said they'd likely been dead for hours judging by how cold they were. But I swear to God, I thought I could feel a pulse, and I clearly remember hearing a gurgling noise. I used to work at a bowling alley. I had finished closing, and I had just turned off all the lights and was about to leave. Suddenly, one of the lanes turns on. The only way they turn on is a switch in the back. So I turned on the lane lights and started walking back to turn it off, and was just about to go behind the lanes past the curtain when it shut off again. We didn't have cameras there, but I really wish we did, because my boss did not believe me. I worked nights driving a taxi cab, and occasionally I'd post up somewhere and take a nap waiting for a job. I was waiting at a hospital since you get good jobs sometimes. The hospital would give patients vouchers to go to another hospital or a shelter. I woke up and someone was sitting in the back. Seems I had forgotten to lock the doors. They admitted that they'd been sitting for a few seconds, but didn't know what to do since I was napping. We had a laugh and made $75 off of that ride. Better believe that I started locking my doors after that, though. Two things happened when I was an overnight baker in a downtown area. Parking overnights is free in this downtown area, but it can be crowded. First come, first served. This one night, I parked a block away, and as I was walking to my job, this young guy is riding his bike around me in my car. He followed me close to my job. I was quickly able to get in the building. That morning when my boss came in at 4 a.m., he told me about his weird experience of this kid on a bike riding around him in his car. This guy did this for a few days until the weekend, getting closer each time. The last time he tried to hit my boss with his bike, but my boss managed to hop between 2 vehicles and walk away safely. We never saw that guy again. And number 2, in summer I would sit outside on a well-lit and busy side street, and on this side at the opposite end was a federal building with nothing between us but solid building. So this one night I'm relaxing, and I look towards the federal building and see a person completely in shadow walking my way. Even walking under the streetlight, I couldn't see the features of this person. I quickly went in and waited from a somewhat hidden position to see who passed. No one passed at all in the next 10 minutes. I've never felt such malevolence from a person who was just walking, and it still bothers me 15 years later. I work in a prison. When I was new, I was working overtime one night in a housing unit that has seen a lot of death. It was well after midnight, and all of the offenders were supposed to be in their cells. Since this was a medium security prison, the offenders still had access to leave their cell to use the communal bathroom at night. Well, I was going in for the 2 a.m. count. I watched an offender walk down the stairs from the 2nd level and into the bathroom. I stood at the entrance to the bathroom and yelled in to ask him what cell they were in, so I could add an extra body to that cell for my count, but I got no answer. I then walked into the bathroom and searched everywhere, but found absolutely nobody. I told one of my coworkers about what had happened, and the first thing they asked me was he tall and skinny with long dreads? And yes, he was. When I answered yes, I was told, "That's Mr. Bones. He unalived himself a few years ago, but he still hangs around." I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I worked for a moving company restocking the trucks based on supplies they would need that morning. It's a crappy job. Never work for a moving company. Do not do it. Anyways, I'm stocking a truck pulled up to the dock when I realize my vision is getting fuzzy. I'm tired. I rub my eyes. My forearm feels wet, but I figure it's sweat and my vision clears. It happens again. I rub my eyes and my forearm feels wet again. I look at my arm finally to see hundreds of crushed baby spiders. My vision wasn't fuzzy. Baby spiders were crawling on my eyelashes. I was covered in baby spiders. I ran to the nearest water hose and got everything off. The next morning, I had lots of tiny bites on my legs, but otherwise, nothing else. Back when I was an HCA, I was doing my hourly breathing rounds, just poking my head into the doorways, sometimes turning on the nightlight to make sure. And about halfway down the hall, I see a resident setting up at the edge of their bed facing the doorway. I ask if she's all right and if she needs anything. She was looking down, and as she looks up, her head kind of twists from side to side and looks up, but she maintains eye contact with me. In a hoarse voice, she replies, "Helen isn't here anymore." I ran to the nursing station and reported to the nurse. The nurse looks at me and kind of chuckles, saying it's impossible, as the resident is a total assist, basically not mobile, and not very verbal. We make our way down there anyways. Not even 2 minutes go by. The resident is tucked nicely in her bed, snoring away as though nothing happened. Night shift on an ambulance is always weird, but the one that spooked me was Thanksgiving of 2016. I got called out for a self-unaliving. Guy found out he had cancer the day before and didn't want to be a burden to his family. Not uncommon. We run the call, do what we do, and head back to the station. As I'm pulling into the spot, the electronics in the cab go crazy. Radio starts changing stations. Dash lights dim off and on. Cab lights flicker. Me and my partner freaked out, and as we bailed out at the breakneck speed, the truck shut off. Took a second, looked blankly at each other, then lit a cigarette. Went to check the key and it was still on. I shut it off and cranked it back up. Never had any other problems the rest of the shift. I've seen weird stuff, and will never have claimed to have seen it all. But I firmly believe that we brought something with us from that scene. I used to deliver pizza to the worst areas of my college town until 2 a.m. nightly. We were the only pizza place in that city who went to those neighborhoods. The amount of violence that I saw was shocking. Being put in impossibly sketchy situations in the worst apartment buildings and the most dangerous street fights was frightening. The worst part was a massive mental hospital I'd have to deliver large orders to, large enough to take me 2 or 3 trips through security, up and down elevators. Some of the patients were allowed to roam free. Some would stare at me through locked doors. This food was all for patients. This happened once a month, and that place absolutely scared the heck out of me. Not I, but a friend of mine, worked at a water treatment plant on graveyard shift. From what I understand, he was there to check levels, adjust stuff, and make sure nothing blew up. Just him. Access doors are unlocked, but he's inside an 8-foot-tall locked barbed wire fence. This place is next to a highway connecting 2 cities an hour away from each other, with not much in between. At about 2:30 to 3 a.m., he's killing time, playing his Nintendo DS when he hears a voice from behind him. Go, get on the ground. My friend goes cold, complies. He's held at gunpoint. This guy ties him up with duct tape, all while saying that he's sorry he had to do this, and steals the keys to his truck, his wallet, cards, etc. He hears him drive off, waits a little while longer, and finally calls the police. The guy was arrested later that day. Turns out, he had escaped from inmate custody in the next town over and was desperate. He'd probably been walking forever. My friend honestly had PTSD of sorts from it for a long while. He still works there, though. I was working as campus security, and I had to close down the main law school building. The building was downtown in a major city, and was old enough that the tunnels underneath it were used in the Underground Railroad. Think dirt floors and wooden crossbeams, kind of like you would imagine a mine. There was work going on in the tunnels. Not sure what it was, but I think that they were reinforcing the supports. Anyways, as part of my routine, I had to go around and check to make sure that the building was vacant. I climbed down the ladder into the tunnels. All the contractor lights are off. I say, "Hello, is anyone there?" and shine my flashlight around in silence for a moment. Then I hear what sounds like a radio tune from the 1920s coming from the tunnel. I immediately climb the ladder and padlock the trapdoor, arm the motion sensors, and leave. I don't do nights anymore, but for years I did nights in residential care facilities. One of the spookiest was in a soul-charged dementia facility. 15 D3 residents, and no one but me to keep an eye on them all. At around 3 a.m. in the morning, after doing an intentional round, where you check all the residents are safe and well, I hear the doorbell ring. I get a sudden wave of goosebumps because this is a secure facility, and it's the middle of the night. I go and look out the window. There is no one there. I blow it off as it being a hallucination. 10 minutes later, it rings again. I'm crapping myself at this point. I go back to the window and check again. No one there, but I look across the street and a strange car is parked there. I take a photo of it just in case, and then I go back to my station where I've been playing a game of Match the Card Suits with a delightful but very demented lady. I sit down, and she looks at me and says, "What did the gentleman want, dearie? He looked like he had a bad night and needs a cuppa." Chills go down my spine, but I brush it off because hallucinations are common with dementia.
and this lady is particularly prone to not being oriented to time and place. The doorbell rings again, less than 5 minutes later, and this time I am really freaking out. Another of my residents is up and walking the hallway painting with a clean paintbrush to keep him occupied. I pass him on the way to the front window, and he turns to me and says, "Don't answer the door alone. He might hurt you," before carrying on painting. I'm trying not to cry. I don't know what to do. I'm a single 23-year-old female in charge of 15 people with varying stages of dementia, and the doorbell keeps ringing in the middle of the night. And it's a weekend, so my on-call won't answer the phone. She never does on the weekends. I look out the window and see the same car as before, and as I'm looking around, I see a shadow move in front of the door, and a person walks around the corner, and then looks straight in the window next to me. We make eye contact and I scream. My residents start freaking out. I'm freaking out, and the guy just bolts. I call the police. They turn up. It's chaos because I have 15 residents who have all been woken by the commotion, and now have 2 police officers in their space. My on-call isn't answering her phone, and I'm struggling to deal with the whole situation. Eventually, after many cups of tea and Milo, and 2 lots of PRN meds for the more challenging residents, we're mostly settled. It's now 7 a.m., and the handover shift arrives of a nurse and a caregiver. I tell them what happened, and they tell me that there was a woman down the road whose house was broken into, and she was attacked in her bed by a drug seeker who ransacked her house looking for drugs. I have an internal meltdown because we have drugs in the cupboard in the med room. Good drugs too. Morphine, methadone, fentanyl, etc. I can't help but wonder if he was intentionally looking for us and just took the next best option. For reference, the facility was an old converted boarding house in a gentrified area, so lots of old doctors' houses in the area. Easy to mistake the home that I worked at for a regular house. I left that job not long after because they refused to hire a second person to work the nights, despite it being understaffed according to best practice guidelines. I hadn't thought of this in maybe 5 years, but just writing it is giving me the creeps. This happened when I worked in a hotel right out of high school. I did overnight in the laundry room, but I would help the front desk run invoices to the rooms sometimes. I was on the 3rd floor at like 2 a.m. I think, when I bent down to slide the invoice under the door, and a pin blew past my face and hit the door. I didn't keep pins on me, and I checked around the hallway, but it was silent. You know hotel doors. They're heavy and you can hear people open and close them. I am 100% positive that I heard nothing. When I got downstairs, I asked my coworker if they saw anything, but they said that they weren't paying attention to the security screen. It really freaked me out. That was the only thing that happened in the 8 months that I was there. I used to be an executive director of a family science museum. We once hosted a human cadaver type exhibit, similar to Body Worlds. 3 times during the exhibit run, in the middle of the night, the alarm company calls me to say motion sensors are going off in that exhibit hall, but no exterior window or door sensors are tripped. 3 times I had to get out of bed, drive to the museum, and walk the exhibit floor amongst the posted cadavers and specimens with a flashlight to confirm that all was well. And I never found anything amiss. I work in water treatment, and one of our smaller plants is a bit isolated and run by a single operator. It gets densely foggy, and once I was near the door and two coyotes came out of the fog and stared through the glass and scared the ever-loving crap out of me. The MCC hums and chatters, so it sounds like people are talking all night. I once noticed out of the corner of my eye that the floor was moving and realized the plant had been invaded by small frogs. Related note, frogs make a gross popping noise if you accidentally step on them. I went out to the chem feed room and found a wolf spider eating a frog. In winter, fog rises up off of the basins, and it is just creepy. I worked the overnight shift at a drug rehab program. Patients reported strange things happening at night, and the former overnight staff also told me of different occurrences, including apparitions. Anyways, there was a particular room where a client experienced sleep paralysis regularly. I also felt cold spots in that room in the dead of winter, with the heater on high. Both of these things could be rationally explained. However, while doing my hourly rounds, I went to open the door of this room when I noticed the doorknob turning as if someone was opening it from the other side. No problem. Sometimes the patients can't sleep and get up to talk or smoke a cigarette. Well, I step aside to let this person through the door, and the door opens. There is no one there. The way the room was set up, it would be impossible for someone to open the door and crawl back in bed without me noticing. Suffice it to say, I was a complete believer after this happened. There was other creepy stuff that the staff and patients talked about, but this was my personal experience. I was locking up a big warehouse that I worked at one night. I turned all the lights off as I went through each section, so it was pitch black behind me. I was getting a really creepy feeling that I was being watched, like the hair on my arms was standing up. I finished up and was going out the last door to the outside, and looked back one more time because I felt so uneasy. Sure enough, I saw a shadow peek out at me behind a wall. I called the cops. They went in the building and ended up shooting the trespassers. It was two 14-year-old kids that had snuck in before I finished locking up. One of them died. Also, to answer some of the questions that I see in the comments, the cop went looking for them in the dark. Being 14-year-old dumb kids, they started throwing stuff at him. One thing they threw was a coffee cup that smashed against the wall behind him. The cop's story was that he thought that he was being shot at, so he started blasting. He got the one kid right in the heart, and it killed him instantly. His friend that was standing right next to him didn't get a scratch. When it all calmed down, I had to go in, and I saw the kid lying there. I had to go through a bunch of court and police depositions. Turns out the cop was a rookie and was on the job for less than 6 months. I don't know if the family received any money or if the cop got reprimanded or fired. But I had to go to therapy for a while after that. After my dad retired, he went and got a job as a security guy for a lumber mill near where they lived at the time. He said the creepiest thing that he had was one night in mid-January. He got there, clocked in, and the other guy had taken off for the night, so he was by himself. He said he stepped out and took about 3 steps, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. It took a minute to realize what the deal was, though, and he said that he had a hard time figuring out what was spooking him because he didn't hear anything. Like, nothing at all. No little animal noises, nothing scurrying around, just dead quiet. Dad's been around settings like that a lot over the years, so he instinctively took a step backwards towards the door, which was a good thing, because the female great horned owl missed him by about 6 inches. He never heard her coming. For those that don't know, that species of owl is an apex predator and pretty territorial. Picture a bird with a 5-foot wingspan, a bad attitude, and knives on its feet that eat mice, rats, possums, raccoons, foxes, cats, rabbits, and other birds. And honestly, nearly anything else that it wants to. Mom, Grandpa, and toddler me were driving through rural West Texas at dusk. Mom noticed the road looked like it was moving, and something was crunching under the tires. She asked what it was. He told her that she didn't want to know. She insisted. My grandpa turned on the bright lights to reveal that it was a tarantula migration. I used to be a wildlife biologist for the United States Forest Service. I have come across most things that live in the desert. I haven't been intimidated by most until the day that I was out doing invasive grass surveys and a swarm of killer bees moved the hive, flew past my partner and me. It looked like a dark cloud floating above the ground and sounded like a prop jet. Hands down, the most scared I've been in nature. My body flashed with heat, and I was completely frozen. When bees move, they all surround the queen in flight. If they had picked up on us as a threat, allergic or not, they could have killed both of us, easily. The most scary thing that I've seen out in the sands is probably the Salton Sea. From a distance and overhead, it looks like any other refreshing lake or reservoir, an oasis in the desert sands. But it is landlocked with no outgoing river, so the salts and minerals just keep building up every year. You head toward the beach. There is a beach of sand and ancient crushed-up shells, and the blueness of the water gets darker and darker until you realize that the blueness is just the reflection of the sky, and the water itself is black as tar, and the smell like rotten fish and spoiled eggs. There's dead fish everywhere, and flies. You don't even want to get close to the water nowadays, but if you did swim in it, you would float, because the salt in it is so concentrated. The Salton Sea is a trip. I was looking on an old map and saw a huge body of water in Southern California. Weird that I had been living out there for a few years and had never heard of it, so I drove out there. Apparently, there used to be resorts and such out there at one time. It was eerie seeing all of the abandoned buildings and such, but everything was cool until I went to the edge of the lake. The sand was crunchy. I looked down and there was not sand, but millions of dead fish bones, maybe even billions. The entire shore was nothing but bones from dead fish. I looked out at the water, no waves, and realized why it was like that. Algae blooms. Apparently, the farm runoff goes into the Salton Sea and provides nutrients for algae to grow, and they take up all the oxygen in the water and kill off most of the fish. Something did move out in the water at one point, but the ripples were muted very quickly. I left the area while in a weird mental state. Humans really messed up that area really badly. One night, my friends and I got to the desert for a 2-night camping trip. On the way there, we were hit by heavy rainfall. By the time we got into the desert, it was cool and damp. We ended up going for a walk in the dark, and at one point, my friend says I can hear a snake. I say to him it just sounds like the wind. So he opens the flashlight, and right next to his feet there's a Palestinian viper curled up in a defensive pose. The snake has orange eyes under the light. Needless to say, we were lucky that no one trampled on the snake. This might not sound so scary until you've seen it in person, but I was out camping in the desert, and some idiot in the campground left a large cooler of beer unlocked. Javelinas got into the cooler and proceeded to get drunk on the beer. Wild pigs are not the nicest creatures, and when they get drunk, they don't get happy drunk, they get angry drunk. They rampage through the campground, tearing apart everything they could find, squealing like tortured banshees. They all collapsed in a heap in the middle of the campground, passed out. It was a very scary 10 minutes. I went to a park in the desert at 3 a.m. to get away from the lights and to try and see a meteor shower. I found darkness, got out of my car, can't see a thing, looking for shooting stars when I hear it. Clop, clop, clop. It gets louder and more frequent. Panicked, I get back in my car, turn the headlights on, and suddenly there is what sounds like a scream. Wild horses. I am surrounded by wild horses. They're everywhere. I didn't know that I was scared of horses, but invisible horses at 3 a.m. really freaked me out. Once, on a remote dirt road in Joshua Tree, I saw a decomposing rattlesnake in the road, so I pulled over to inspect it. It was 3 to 4 feet long and had been dead perhaps a week, so it was pretty much intact to tell its story. The snake had been run over, and I found him with his neck turned sharply, biting his body. I was in Butte Valley a few months after the Death Valley Germans disappeared, and explored some of the places they went. It was a shame because there were 2 well-equipped cabins they passed less than an hour walk where they could thrive for months if necessary. In the other direction, the wash is soft and sandy, and walking it was like walking down an escalator on the few steep parts. It intersects the road eventually, and the lights of the distant town of Shoshone are visible along the canyon as well. Instead, it turned out they made a grueling hike over an extremely difficult mountain range, expecting to run into guards patrolling the remote military base they saw on a map.
It's actually a seldom used bombing range, protected by remoteness and inaccessibility. It's really remote out there, and occasionally spooky at night by yourself. Also in that area was the cabin where Charles Manson hid and was finally captured. The bathroom cabinet he was found hidden in was tiny, like the size of a laundry hamper. It made me think of those pictures of a little kid managing to get stuck inside a claw machine. The next time I went through the area, someone had pried this out of the tiny bathroom, leaving nails and holes in the plaster. Sometime after this, the whole cabin was burnt down. Very anticlimactic as Wild West famous places go. I've explored many interesting but quite dangerous mine shafts. An old silver and borax mine in the Calico Mountains had 2 to 3 foot trunks as timbers, holding up the hanging wall where the ore was removed. Over time, the weight caused a few of these to crush and splinter in the middle. There were 3 rickety 20-foot tall ladders to a lower level, which had rails and a low 5-foot roof. One time, I was taking my young teen nephews out to a remote but well-known desert canyon for a weekend of quadding and exploring. A ragged woman was walking down the road, which was almost a mile from the canyon mouth to the paved road. Not in distress, but apparently grown bored with whatever party was happening in the hills, and going to hitch a ride back to Barstow, where the party favors are never running low. There was no room to drive around her, so I slowed down and stopped a distance away. She kept walking toward the motorhome at the same pace till she got to the bumper and stopped, staring at me with her ragged tweaker face. After a longish minute, when I was wondering if I was going to have to get out and move her so we could continue, she got this determined look and started marching around to the passenger side. As soon as she was clear of the front, I gunned it and drove off, before she could start trying the doors. It was the most unexpected place to encounter a stereotypical, opportunistic, urban junkie. The scariest thing that I've seen out in the sands would honestly probably be what I call to this day the Mirage Man. Note, I wasn't living there, but broke down there. I was somewhere in the California desert when my friend's car died. Neither of us had smartphones, and even then there was no guarantee that we would have a signal. My friend wanted to walk. I said it was a really bad idea. He insisted, and I really didn't want to be left alone for who know how long without water. We started to walk, and every so often we would look back in case a car went by. It was perhaps only an hour after that we started walking that we started noticing someone off in the distance that appeared to be following us. My friend asked me if I should turn around. I thought this was too strange. We were in the desert while the sun was up, basically in the middle of nowhere. Why would someone else be walking? My friend wasn't entirely convinced and suggested the person might have struck his car and was also walking into tow. I pointed out that we had been walking for an hour, and this was the first we had seen of him. It was too monumental of a coincidence that someone could hit a parked car on the side of the road and catch up to us this fast. Long story short, we keep walking, but that figure is closing the distance. We were getting genuinely creeped out. We quickened up our pace as much as we dared in the heat, and every glance back the man was getting closer and closer. Not exponentially so, but noticeable. We found a truck stop not far off, and moved just shy of a jog to sit down and get water from the vending machines. My friend kept watching, and pointed out the man was now holding steady and not getting any further away or closer. My friend asked a driver for a ride after calling his motor club to bail him out. Our eyes were on the man, still there. We got the gas and kept our eyes on the man in the distance. The driver didn't see him.
The closer we got to the dead car, now the further the man seemed to be. We made it to the car, with our pursuer nowhere to be seen. Never saw it again. My friend thinks that it was death itself, and had we not gotten to the truck stop, then it would have gotten us. I live on the edge of the Mojave Desert. It gets to 115 plus in the summers, so I like to go on long walks by the moonlight in the early hours of the morning out in the desert. I was at least 6 miles outside of town when this happened. I know, it's not the smartest, but I kinda like being alone out there. It kinda makes me feel a little more alive in a primal way. It's difficult to describe the feeling. Anyway, a few weeks ago I was out there doing my thing when I hear a screeching noise, like an inhuman high-pitched whining scream that slowly increased in pitch and volume. The source was within 10 or 15 yards. I fumbled around to turn on my phone's flashlight just in time to see a something's leg disappear into the brush. It was like that scene in Signs in the Cornfield where Mel Gibson's character shines his light around just in time to see the alien's foot disappear into the corn. I don't know what it was. I assume it was a tweaker or something, because I can't think of any animals in the area that sound like that. If it was a human, though, they would have to have been scrambling on all fours to be able to disappear into the sagebrush like that. Needless to say, I didn't stick around to find out exactly what it was. This was in Washington County, Utah, if anybody has any idea of what it might have been. My second best guess is a cougar, with severe nasal congestion. The scariest thing that's ever happened to me was the 7.3 Landers earthquake in 1992. We were only 2 miles from the epicenter. The experience was the scariest part, but seeing how much the road split, so much that we couldn't drive over it and had to turn around. Scariest event of my life. The sound was insane. We were in a one-room tiny cabin. It wakes us up. My friend's dad is yelling at us to take cover. It's so loud that we can't hear him, and he's only 15 feet away. We couldn't even stand up. The shaking was so violent. The sound was the loudest thing I've ever heard. After it stops, the front door is stuck and we can't open it. A neighbor came over and helped us get it open. We go outside and the surrounding valley is silent, with an eerie dust cloud hovering around the local vistas and boulder mountains. Basically small mountains that are piles of huge boulders. We pack up and get the heck out of there, and head home 3 hours away. We stop off the highway, which is between Palm Springs and the backside of Big Bear Mountain. We have a huge view of the mountain in the distance. Then a pretty big aftershock hits. Within seconds, the entire mountain becomes engulfed in a huge dust cloud from all the shaking. Later, we find out that huge boulders were being dislodged and bouncing down the mountain. We eventually got home. I had nightmares for a couple of months. I'd wake up screaming. I was only 15 at the time. I have PTSD from it to this day. I get so spooked if I even think that I feel the ground move. Even if it's a tiny earthquake, I have a panic attack and start crying. I was in the desert in southern Colorado, staying at the Great Sands Dunes National Park. There's a full view of the dunes from the campsites. It was really spectacular. I left my tent to go to the bathroom at maybe 10 p.m. It was summer, so hadn't been dark for very long. When I looked out towards the dunes, I saw what I can only describe as what looked like the circle of light that an old non-LED flashlight makes if you were to hold it up to a wall. Except it was huge and purple and more dim, as if the source of the light was very far away. I watched this giant circle of light cross horizontally over the dunes in a wavy motion, and then it disappeared. I know it sounds bizarre. I've seen a lot of weird things in my life, and this I have no explanation for. It wasn't an orb. It was seemingly flat against the dunes. And if it was being projected from a light source, I couldn't see where it came from, or how it would be possible, seeing as it covered about a quarter of the dune. So I've spent a lot of time in the desert, in addition to many other answers here relating to the flora and fauna and crazy people. I have one for you that I'm not sure I've posted anywhere before, and to this day, I still have no idea what it was. You see a lot of crazy stuff in the desert, but for me, this one took the cake. Story time. We used to go out camping on the weekends and sit around the campfire at night while rock climbing and hiking during the day. One particular night, some friends and I were hanging out on top of one of the nearby rocks before turning in for bed a bit a ways away from the campfire and tents. Just stargazing and chatting about whatever. All of a sudden, every single star in the sky rapidly moved and created a perfect circle, a ring of stars within a second. It stayed there for maybe 1 to 2 seconds, collapsed in on itself, then popped back to their own position in the sky. The few of us that were stargazing all collectively went whoa, and confirmed with each other that we just saw what we just saw. We never saw anything like that again. Never heard or read of any similar accounts. It was weird stuff. I feel like it is important to mention that none of us were under the influence of any drugs or alcohol, or whatever, since people I've told were like, "Oh my god, how high were you? You crazy desert people in your peyote." Like, nah dude, not my thing. Anyone who's spent long enough in the desert will tell you that there's lots of stuff you can see that's crazy to explain. Ball lightning, crazily behaving shooting stars, those scary moments when all of the coyotes just stop howling and everything gets dead quiet. It's eerie when that happens. The desert can be a loud place at night. Usually that means something bad is nearby, like a mountain lion or something. Over the years, I've seen lots and lots of strange things. Most are explainable or debunked, like how ball lightning is absolutely not a UFO, just spooky nature stuff. But that star circle thing was the only one that I can't really figure out. Bonus, if you ever get lucky, what's known as heat lightning in the desert is really cool to watch. Perfectly natural, but man, is it neat. I used to live out in the Mojave Desert, and my dad was taking us to the mall one day. We drove through Yermo, which is this tiny town. There's a whole bunch of abandoned houses there, a really good diner called Peggy Sue's, a high school, and a ghost town attraction. Well, my dad wanted to show us the dry lake beds out there, because we had never actually been on one before. So he drove out onto one, and it's about as exciting as you can imagine. Dry, cracked dirt. Well, we kept driving, and right before we were about to get on the road again, we came across something, and at first we couldn't tell what the heck it was. so we got out and went to look at it. It was a baby stroller, completely decorated head to toe with ribbons, beads, pinwheels, flowers, gems, etc. Totally decked out. Like, imagine a Mardi Gras float, but as a baby stroller. Not sure if it was the stroller of a baby that had passed away that was decorated in memoriam, or if it was an art piece, or maybe a homeless person's way of carrying around their belongings that they decorated. But it was just there all alone, drifting in the wind sometimes. I have a picture of it on my old Nintendo DSi. I wish I could share it here. Just imagine walking out there one night and seeing some big thing scooting across the lake bed, covered in stuff. I personally would crap my pants. The weirdest thing I've ever seen was when family friends from the Midwest visited us and wanted to see a real ghost town. None of that commercialized stuff. So after some research on my mom's end, we end up taking them to this ghost town that took a 4-hour drive in a tiny rental car up the side of a mountain with a sheer drop to get to. After an eternity, we get to this ghost town. It's on the top of this mountain, and it was tiny. It lived up to its name and looked real run down. It's so small that we basically can see the whole thing from the car. So we loop around and stop in front of this run-down house to decide if we will get out or just leave. Before we can really discuss it, this man in pants that were rolled down at the waist and rolled up in the pant legs so much that it looked like a diaper runs out of the house flailing his arms and yelling. He asks us what we're doing here, and we said we were looking for the ghost town. He perks up and says that it's $5 for admission, and then turns to me and my friend, who were both 12 at the time, and says, "Kids get in for free," with a menacing expression. He says us gals can go for a swim in his cement pond, and starts rambling about how great the pool is, especially on a hot day. We seem to be all in agreement that we would not like the tour or to swim in the pool, so we leave. We drive forward to see that the pool was actually a really small pond that was concretely green on the top. I was hunting in the northern part of the Red Desert, and after I killed my antelope in broad daylight, an extremely bright and fast-moving light approached me from several miles away, traveling faster than any land vehicle or drone could possibly move, flying low over the stage. It came within a quarter of a mile of me, then zoomed off in the other direction. Scared the ever-loving crap out of me. Haven't gone back out there alone since. No clue what I saw that day. This happened in the Sonoran Desert while I was 16 or younger. I was walking around right after sunset in my neighborhood and heard a loud squeal. In the small light, I saw a javelina staring right at me when I turned around. I was once out in a neighbor's Jeep off-roading as a kid and saw a jaguar or bobcat trying to chase us down as we were on a stretch of flat ground up against some hills. There's a part of the Salt River that we called Chalk City that's in an eastern suburb of Phoenix. I grew up in the neighborhood connected to a farm that owned the land next to it, so would often spend time in the river during dry seasons. One time, while exploring on the opposite side, where most people are, a group of people decided to start shooting at the side of the riverbed. I heard the bullets zoom right past above my head. Just laid down below a berm so I wouldn't get hit, and waited till they left, as I was just a 16-year-old at the time, and really scared. Another time while at the Chalk City, my friends and I were exploring a small cave after dark when a group of coyotes started howling. They were getting closer and continuing to howl, so we booked it back towards the car a half a mile away. Even though we were running, they were getting closer, so we drove off like the Roadrunner. While driving at around 2 a.m. near a popular tubing area, a horse appeared out of nowhere as I drove over a bump in the road. I had to swerve at the last second. The horse couldn't have been in a less visible spot. And not technically a desert story, but as a kid there was a cornfield behind our house, and one of my friend's backyard was connected to it, so we spent a lot of time in it. There were also cattle on the other side of the neighborhood that had a citrus patch connecting. While in the middle of the field at midnight, we heard what sounded like an angry bull and saw the corn moving right by us. The second it started approaching us, we ran back to his backyard wall and jumped back over, nearly crapping ourselves. And to finish it off, there was a reservation across the street from my childhood neighborhood. The Salt River went through it, so we would often walk onto it. Saw a bunch of cops and a helicopter nearby, so we investigated, only to find out that 2 bodies were laying at the bottom of the dry river on the reservation. I build off-road rigs, Jeeps, that we take to Moab, Utah twice a year. Long story short, a buddy and I went wheeling one night towards this trail called High Dive. Mind you, he's on crutches with a broken foot. It's 3 a.m., we are by ourselves, and I flip the Jeep. We smash our radio antenna, and unfortunately the hood caved in due to the wreck and cracked our battery. No cell phone service. Jeep is dead in the water. I decide to start walking back to the nearest road by myself. Pitch black, and my phone is on 6%. Within a mile of the walk, I hear something. Something is running around me. I see light bars off in the distance, so I start jogging towards it. Every 30 seconds to a minute, I hear it again. I cannot tell for the life of me what it was. I finally make it to the road and start hauling butt at this point. A Suburban pulls up with some locals in it. I tell them the situation and I hop in and start going towards my Jeep. Once in the Jeep, I explain to them what I've been hearing. Their faces light up. We turn onto the dirt road that leads to the trailhead. And lo and behold, what's 50 to 60 feet in front of the car? A huge mountain lion. This thing has been sizing me up the whole 3-mile walk, and I'm getting goosebumps just typing this. I was on a field trip in the central Utah desert in 1999 during a Mormon cricket swarm. The road was a blanket of them. There was a tower of gulls, literally 10,000 of them circling in a massive tower hundreds of feet high, and they would periodically swoop down and gorge, only to vomit then get back up. Sometimes they'd be too full to fly. The crickets would swarm and eat them. The smell. Oh my God, the smell. We had to stop every 10 minutes or so to clean out the radiator. They completely clogged the fins. For context, hold out your thumb. Yes, that big. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm walking down a small mountain one night. They're scattered around town. I step on something in the dark that feels like a person's arm. Then I hear the rattle. Oh God, I'm about to be bitten by a rattlesnake. I can't run. The terrain is walkable with care, but a guaranteed fall otherwise. So I keep walking, waiting for the bite. But I never ended up getting bitten, after all. This happened to me a few years ago. I live in Arizona, by the way, in the mighty Mojave. I was on my patio, having just finished dragging 2 full trash cans of weeds and dead branches from my backyard. My dog, my little buddy, was, as usual for him, following me around like my shadow. It was a nice, clear crystal blue day in early May, when it's not too hot and not too cold, and I was feeling pretty good. I became aware of a car pulling up in my driveway, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw that it was a big black SUV. At first, I thought it was an aunt of mine, the only person that I know with one. I'm a little surprised by the sudden visit, but whatever. I scoot the trash cans off to the side of my gate, and then turn to wave, suddenly stopping. It's at this point that I see the word sheriff written on the side in big red letters. Immediately, I start wondering if I had done something illegal. I was fairly certain that I hadn't, and that's when the thought that something happened to my mom and grandma popped into my head. They were both out at a casino that day, and now I start worrying that there was an accident, or maybe a carjacking. Then the deputy gets out. I see on his face a very large grin, and that threw me off. I approach my gate and quiet down my little buddy, who started growling, as he always did whenever someone or something started to come onto the property. He approaches the gate, and I politely greet him. "Hello there, officer. How can I help you?" I say, trying to keep a cool exterior, while internally I am frantically trying to think of a reason as to why he would be here. "Hello, sir," he said, still grinning. "Do you live here?" "Yes, sir," I answer. "And are you the only person who lives here?" he asks me. I'm still very nervous and confused, but I answer him. "Yes, sir." "We got some calls of complaints about someone at this address," he explains. I was thrown through another loop, as I had not been expecting that being the reason. I generally keep to myself, and I don't do things like shoot off fireworks or make a lot of noise, so I couldn't imagine what I could have done to warrant someone calling the cops on me to complain. While this had been confusing enough already, I was sorely unprepared for what the officer had to say next. "Yeah, we got a call from one of your neighbors that someone at this address, matching your description, has been climbing on the roof and firing a microwave gun into their head in order to change their thoughts." I stand there for what felt like a full 30 seconds, letting what he said sink into me. "What?" I asked after it had sunk in, not comprehending what I had just been told. He was still smiling, and it was now dawning on me that he was actively trying not to laugh, hence the smile, as he calmly repeated what he had said. I then asked him to repeat himself a third time, to which he complied, and my brain finally was able to accept this new piece of information. Several sets of new neighbors had been moving into the area, and one of them was a very, let's say, odd man. We'll call him Weirdo. Well, Weirdo had just moved into his house at the end of the street with his sister. At first he seemed nice, if maybe a little bit too friendly. After creeping me and a bunch of people out with the weird things he would say, usually about his knife collection, he had gone and said some very gross sexual things to my mom, who at the time had been working as a cashier at the general store. She almost tossed him out right then and there. His sister I felt bad for, because she was constantly going around town apologizing for the things that he would say and do. Anyways, I just knew that Weirdo had been the one to call and complain about me using an imaginary ray gun on him, because that seemed in the ballpark of things that he would do. The officer told me that he was required to ask me if I had a microwave gun anywhere on the property. At that point in time, part of his job was to ask me if I was in possession of an imaginary ray gun. In a very calm voice, I said, "No, sir. I don't even know what a microwave gun would even look like." "Neither do I," he said, shaking his head, letting slip a chuckle. "But I had to ask. And I have to ask you to please refrain from using one in the future." It was at this point that his composure slipped some more, and he started to laugh outright. While part of me did find it very funny as well, and I still do, a more pragmatic part of me started to worry about Weirdo and his delusions involving me. I know that the vast majority of people with mental illnesses are not going to harm anybody, but this dude was constantly going on about his knives, and how apparently he had some kind of fixation on me. I found it more unnerving than anything. Once the officer had regained his composure, yet was still smiling, he informed me that he could not tell me who it was that called in, but that he felt that I should be aware of them. I told him that I had a pretty good idea of who it was, and pointed down the street toward Weirdo's house. He stopped me and said that he was going somewhere else on the street, and that I really should pay attention as to where he goes next. I nodded, and after he got back in his vehicle and backed out, I watched and waited for him to go to Weirdo's house. He doesn't. He pulls into the driveway of the house right across the street from mine. I am absolutely dumbfounded, as the man who had moved in I had never spoken 2 words to, or even met before. Out of some weird instinct, I ducked down a peek out through the lattice next to my gate, not wanting to be seen. The officer pulled in and got out of his SUV. He walked right up to the front door and knocked. Instantly, just as he pulled his hand away, the door was wrenched open, and out comes the owner, screaming his head off. I couldn't quite understand what he was screaming, just that it was something along the lines of, "You can't be here." I was amazed by the composure of the deputy. He remained calm as this lunatic was screaming right in his face, and was trying to calm him down. As soon as the guy was calmed down, he cussed at the officer, then stormed back inside and slammed the door behind him. I was afraid that he was going to look back in my direction, so I had ducked down behind my fence, which my little buddy took to mean that I wanted to play. The officer drove off, and I had heard nothing else about any complaints. Well, the next day, after I had told my mom about this, she went and spoke to her friend who was the real estate agent that sold him the house. For those who don't already know, my mom pretty much knows everyone in town. This is how she told me the conversation went. "You know that house that you sold across the street from my son?" "Yeah." "Did you know that you sold it to a lunatic?" "Oh my God, what did he do now?" I can't help but feel like either I or my mom, i.e. her friend, should have gotten a phone call or something, just a casual heads up. Apparently, this guy had a bit of a reputation in the local real estate community, at least from what my mom's friend hinted. I mean, I respect other people's privacy, but come on. Just by the way, your new neighbor might be slightly mentally ill or something. Well, not a full week later, I'm in my car, driving home from the grocery store. I'm nearing my street, and I smell some smoke, and my thought process was along the lines of, "Oh, someone's grilling. I think I'll start thawing and marinating some steaks and throw them on the grill tomorrow." Well, as I'm driving up my street towards my house, I see the lunatic standing in his front yard, spraying his house with his garden hose. I just write it off as him being odd, but then I see my mom in my driveway frantically waving. I pull in to see what was happening and look behind me, now seeing the flames. I don't know how my eyes just kind of glazed over the smoke rising from his house, but I could see it now. My mom had seen it and came running, worried that it was my house, and then seeing that it wasn't, worried that the main gas line would ignite and blow up. The fire department shows up, I think 10 minutes later, and get to work on it, but the house is not salvageable. He did, before they show up, started running in and pulling stuff out and set it down in his front yard, going back in and repeating this multiple times. I counted 3 rifles and a handgun, and lots of ammo being amongst the pile in his front yard. Before the fire department arrived and one of the firefighters made him stop. I wasn't listening to what they were saying, as I was hiding behind my fence again. I was terrified that this guy was going to jump to the conclusion that the guy with the microwave gun, whom he had called the police on, had simply talked to him and nothing else, might have had something to do with this. It was later discovered that an electrical fire caused by faulty wiring. The house burnt down almost completely to the ground. There were some walls and ceilings still kind of standing, but it was completely unsalvageable. The guy moved away, and I didn't hear anything more about him. That was definitely one of the craziest things to happen to me out here, and definitely in my top 10. When I was a young child, we lived in a very sparsely populated part of the Mojave Desert called Lake LA. When I was around the age of 3, my mother would often be awoken at night to hear me crying. First, let me explain the layout of my room, because this is relevant later. My room was in the front of the house, with a big window facing the front yard. Opposite the window was a closet with mirrored sliding doors. My bed was directly under the big window facing the front yard. Anyway, when my mom would come into my room to see why I was crying, I would tell her that there was an Indian in my closet. She thought that it was just me having nightmares, and she would comfort me until I fell back asleep. One night, the same thing happens. She hears me crying in the room. This has happened multiple times, with me claiming to see the Indian. One night when she enters my room, she sees a native man looking through my window. I was seeing his reflection in the closet door opposite the window. He ran off and the encounter stopped. My mom reminded me of this years later when I was a teenager. I recounted the story to a friend who grew up in the same area of the desert, and she said that both her and a friend had the same experience of a native man looking in their window. Was he just a creepy guy? Or something else? Was he planning on abducting me? I live in a small town in Arizona. It's in the Mojave Desert, and it is beautiful. Sparse, wide open spaces, but just gorgeous, at least to me. When I was 15, I was walking my dog in the summer at 9 in the morning. I was followed by a big white truck. It looked a little beat up, but at first, I just figured that it was someone new to town and lost. I stopped and waited for them to pull up to next to me, presumably to roll down the window and ask me for directions or something. But no, they just stopped and stayed there. I was creeped out, but I was on my street, so I figured I could just go home and call the cops if something happens. I keep walking. My dog is just happily jogging about, marking his territory with glee. As I turn us into our driveway, the car speeds up and pulls right up next to me. The window rolls down, and a man with a brown beard and sunglasses on leans over the passenger seat to shout at me. "Hey, what are you doing?" he asked a very confused me. "Just taking my dog for a walk," I said. "Why are you doing it so early?" "Because I don't want him or myself to die from heat stroke. I had a tendency to be a bit of a smart butt when I was a teenager, but I was being sincere when I said that. Here in the Mojave, temperatures in the summer can reach the mid to high 120s later in the day." "You visiting someone?" That just threw me off. I'm going home, I said, pointing to my house. He just stares at me without saying anything for a few moments. I've never seen you around here before, he said. I've lived here for about 10 years now, I said, starting to feel equal parts creeped out and annoyed. He didn't seem to like that. I'll be checking that. We keep an eye out for suspicious individuals here, he said. Good for you, I said. I was not being sincere when I said that. I just started walking up my driveway, looking back to see that he was watching me the entire time. I pulled out my keys and opened the door and led my little buddy inside. I shut and locked the door behind me. My mom had already been up doing some work on the roof. Again, mid to high 120s in the middle of the day, and was just taking a break. I told her what happened and she was furious. She grabbed her hammer and walked out the front door and down the driveway, but the weirdo was gone. Not a full 5 minutes had to have passed before the phone started to ring. We always let the answering machine get it. It was someone from the neighborhood watch, notifying us that a suspicious individual was spotted on our property. My mom picked up the phone and hit the talk button and laid into the guy. She demanded to know why some freak was following her 15-year-old child around, and she used a lot of colorful language, similar to if she stubs her toe, so a lot of blank sucker and mother blankers spewed forth. She told me the guy stammered a bit again and said that he was with the neighborhood watch. She told him that if anyone ever was following her boy again, she was going to drag them out by their blanky truck and bash all of their teeth in with a hammer. Please bear in mind that normally my mom is very warm and bubbly. She just likes to make sure someone who messes with her children knows why that's a very bad idea. She then hung up and called her friend. She knows everybody in town, who is essentially in charge of the neighborhood watch, and much more calmly explained the situation. Turns out that a new guy moved to town recently and was very adamant about finding out if there was a neighborhood watch. When he heard that there was, he was very excited and joined at the very first opportunity. Apparently, he thought that he was actually a member of law enforcement, as he hadn't been a member more than a month and already had gotten 7 complaints prior. I guess he had seen a teenager and thought troublemaker or something. Granted, I have been told before that I look sinister, but still. He was kicked out of the neighborhood watch regardless, although I think that there were more call-ins to complain about him. So, to the overzealous law enforcement wannabe, let's not meet again. This story happened over 20 years back when I was 16. During this time, I lived with my mom and stepdad in a remote area 70 miles west of Las Vegas, Nevada. I had gone out to visit with my friends, being allowed to drive by myself for the first time ever. I had a lovely time watching a movie and getting food together, until it was time for me to head home. The curfew I was given was 10 p.m., with the caveat that if I was running late for any reason to find a payphone and call. The night wrapped around me and my old 71 Chevy pickup, as there were no streetlights or houses for most of my way home. As I pulled up to the first of 2 stop signs, I could see an older sedan. Old cars are still pretty common in that area, stopped with its hazards on. I pulled up behind it and waited, and as a 30 to 40s man started walking towards me from the driver's side. Even at this point, I didn't have any alarm bells going off. Being in the middle of the Mojave Desert, providing assistance to stranded people was common. People rapidly get into severe problems by not having enough water when a vehicle breaks down, or not realizing that it's a desert and people die wandering deliriously away from the highway trying to find help. Anyhow, I rolled down my window, and as he came abreast of my door, I could smell the liquor on him. I could see another man in the passenger seat, as this was before anyone I knew had cell phones, and the nearest payphone was a good 10 minutes drive ahead. I didn't have a way to call the cops on a drunk driver immediately. The man explained that his car stalled and asked if I could help him out. I asked if his car was a stick shift, which it was, so I asked if he was familiar with push starting it. He said yes, so I agreed to, as gently as I could, push their car with my truck while they turned the engine over. For anyone that isn't familiar, this is a way to start a manual car that is having battery or starter issues, specifically to get it somewhere to work on it. I knew my truck would be fine, and I didn't feel like it would be wise to get out and try to push their car physically. Push starting the car worked without a hitch, but here's where things go south. They get back out and thank me, then invite me to hang out and have some fun with them. I decline. They pull off to the side of the road, and I continue on my way. Only they start following me. So here I am. It's 9:50 at night. I'm running late because I stopped to help them. Admittedly, I hadn't given myself much leeway from getting home and getting away from my friend's house. These drunk, creepy older guys have started to follow me on a road without any man-made light except for car headlights, and I'm at least 10 minutes from a payphone. I think to myself maybe I'm being paranoid, so I turn down a road that I know gave me a couple turnoffs to either head back to town or loop around to the gas station with a payphone. The car follows behind me. I'm thinking, oh crap. I take another turn that only leads to a couple of houses at the end of the road, and they turn behind me. I take another turn to loop around back to the station, and they follow me again. So at least I know that they are following me and not just heading home. At this point, my heart is pounding. I decided to try something to lose them. I pull to the side of the road. I see them pull up right behind me. I wait as the driver gets out of the car and begins walking towards me. His companion also gets out and starts walking towards me. I wait until they almost get to my tailgate and then floor it. The wheels dig into the rocks and poof dirt, causing a cloud behind me. With the leadway, I head towards the gas station. The gas station is deserted, but the payphone is showered in light from the gas pumps. I call home and explain what happened and why I was running late. My stepdad asked if the gas station worker could be seen, and I let him know that I couldn't see him behind the counter. He was probably in the back. I wasn't in trouble, but I was asked to hurry home. So, to the two drunk idiots that wanted to mess around with me, a 16-year-old on my first night driving by myself, let's not meet again.